Hello everyone and welcome back here to the Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series Grand Finals. Finally the day has arrived to see which teams out of the best from Turkey, Europe and MENA will climb to the top and become the best team of the region in this very first season. With that said, my name is Max and I'm going to be one of your commentators for the show, but of course I cannot do this job alone. I'm going to be joined by two fantastic gentlemen and gentlewomen at the top. We're going to start off with Moustache Dave. Us, like peasants, we're sitting down ready for the action, but he's standing strong as always. Dave, how's it going, man?
Hey, getting ready to go, man. Last week, hanging out with the homies watching EU was pretty exciting. So they said, hey, let's throw in Turkey. Let's throw in MENA and spice it up some more. So we have some good games here today, Max, man.
Yeah, fun times. You're standing, though. Can I ask you to do a squat real quick? I just want to see. I want
yeah,
to prove
subscribe
everyone.
to my page. Links below, and, no problem there. So
fair enough.
for right now, it's behind a paywall, man.
Okay, I'll see. Okay, if you guys want to, we'll put the PayPal in the comments section. And Niptura, back once again for some cool action over here. And now I can actually ask you the question, Niptura, and you can answer to me. Which color is your Bugatti?
Ooh, it's I got the white one, the white and gold, and then I got the black and gold as well. I got two, so I'm feeling very happy with myself at the moment because I had some UC all saved up for the purpose, so I'm quite happy with what I got, honestly. Very nice.
Mine is still invisible color, but no, great action going to be coming our way today, Niptura. How are you feeling about the potential action that's going to be unfolding today in this event?
I am super excited, honestly, because with these big teams, big regions all coming together, it's like another PMGC, you know? We're getting it halfway through the year, so I'm feeling very, very excited for what we got going on. I'm ready to just get all my analyzing senses on, get that to the casting, because it's going to be some good games.
Look, I do appreciate, Niptura, that you're like really hyped up. I don't know about calling this like a PMGC. Okay, I think there's a lot of regions missing right now, but we got a decent shot regardless in this one.
Yeah.
And one that's interesting, Dave, right, is that we're looking at some of the regions. As we said, we got the OG European team, 6 of Europe, 6 that came in also from Turkey, and 6 from also MENA, but surprisingly so, there's one player that I think you're pretty familiar with here, Dave, that's going to be participating for NIGMA Galaxy.
Heck yeah, man. I mean, this dude might as well have his own team. When we're talking about Coops, baby, from NA, used to play for the Pittsburgh Knights and just dominated the North American region and said, hey, listen, I need a challenge. And that's what happened. Went to NIGMA Galaxy. I believe they're first place in their region right now in their PMPL. So I'm really curious to see how NIGMA Galaxy will kind of pull out on top today for our 5 matches.
Yeah, I mean, you said you needed a new challenge. Are you saying that NA was just
too easy?
A weaker region?
Too easy. Not weaker, just too easy. When you go, listen, EU's a weaker region, all right? You want to start going there? We'll start going there, man.
2v1. You can't say that, man, okay? We got Gaimin Gladiators,
You started
okay?
it. You started it.
I was just trying to read between the lines, but I'm just teasing a little bit, Dave. It's okay. But yeah, Niptura, as you said, got some great teams that are going to be joining in the action here. And mainly for the Turkish side, I feel like we've got some pretty heavy contenders here. One in particular that might be the current reigning world champion.
Maybe.
You know, that means they're pretty good.
Yeah, it does. It kind of does. They might be, a little bit a cut above the rest. Maybe. We'll have to see how they go tonight to really get a good judge on that. But yeah, we do have S2G coming on in here, which is super exciting because, if you're not super into like the Turkish region, if you're not watching those Turkish, events or PMPL or whatever, it's a great way to see them still in action. That's, again, not PMGC. So it's a nice opportunity for a lot more people to start watching S2G, start watching the Turkish region and get involved. So I'm happy they're here.
I'm happy talking about S2G because you're saying no, great team, and they are a really good team. But the thing is, their highs are highs and their lows are very low. Yeah. And we saw that very recently, this team, S2G Esport, did not qualify through PMPL European Championship. Unfortunately, they didn't make it out of the Turkish region, which is very surprising. So I am wondering, Niptura, are we going to have, the peak S2G or the beta S2G right now, it feels like you could say. So there's a lot of questions in the air. We'll see, of course, how the first game is going to go. But as we say, Dave, and we said this last week during the European stage, it's only 5 matches over the course of one single day here. That means that consistency, sure, is important, but really, if you can build that momentum right out of the gate, you're going to be potentially contesting for that first place.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about starting strong here. And one game, in the first game or second game, you get the dub with a couple elims in the pocket. After that, it's all about just maintaining, right? And possibly even gatekeeping the teams on the hunt, on the trail. to knock you off your high throne right there. So definitely agree. Usually during long form tournaments, we look for those teams that are more consistent, throughout the weeks. But today, it could be a coin flip, Max, man. I know we got S2G, we got the Gladiators, we got some strong teams in here, but you cannot underestimate the smaller teams who might be looking to upset the lobby and just the tournament as a whole here today.
Yeah, I mean, so many teams can be really some high contenders at the top. I mean, we had clear favorites potentially for each region, like your STGs, your NEXTRÜYA footballists in Turkey. They were not able to be in the first place at the end. Well, Europe, you had Gladiators up there, which I think was kind of expected eventually to happen for them. But like, for example, for the MENA region, NASR, Crash Gaming, doing really, really well too. And actually, I want to bring up one of the teams here, which is going to be Arab Golden Galaxy. In case you're not familiar with the team change, this is the previous Titan from the Africa region, and they just rebranded now to Arab Golden Galaxy. So that's going to be this team currently performing here. But I want to go on the topic of our favorites, teams that we're looking at to potentially be on the podium, if not maybe also take the entire thing here. So I'm going to start off with you, NEXTRÜYA. Which team are you looking at here for maybe taking the whole event?
I'm going to be super consistent. I'm going to say I'm being consistent with my thing is the Gladiators. Yeah, to me, they're the #1 team in the world for me, and I just gotta support them all the way. So I think they're gonna be doing some really good stuff. I mean, S2G, like you were talking about, Max, though, if they are on that high tonight, there's every chance that we could see them on top of there. And I'd also like to see, maybe a not so well-known, perhaps globally, team do some work as well. So I'm kind of all over the place, but I gotta go with Gladiators overall.
Yeah. Hey, look, if anyone is watching from the Gaimin Gladiators side, like the social team or like the organization team, if you guys don't send a jersey over to NEXTRÜYA to rep up the team on the broadcast, I don't know what's going on, okay? She's been supporting you guys since day one, so please, okay, I think it is deserved. I'll take one too, if possible. Thank you. How about yourself, Dave? A lot of teams, of course, you got your boy Coops, but are you going to go for NIGMA Galaxy, or do you have another team?
Yeah, that is it. Listen, I'm not a sponsor like you two over here, so I can speak freely. But, yeah, NIGMA Galaxy in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Spring right now, they are just dominating at the top. Just look at their last 2 weeks performing. It's night and day, between them and the rest of the lobby. So I'm looking at them to just kind of show up today and continue on with that performance and that confidence that they've been demonstrating. Coops being a big part of the squad now, going for them all day. Like, I'm on the Coops hype train, so that means I'm on the NIGMA Galaxy hype train here today.
I predicted both your predictions right away. I knew exactly what was going to be happening.
It's too easy.
There.
Come on.
Too easy, man. Too easy.
I can't doubt the Coops, dude.
Exactly. But, NEXTRÜYA, I want you to ask me, which is my prediction?
Oh yes, Max. let me ask you a question real quick while we're on the subject of favorite teams and predictions and stuff. What's your choice going into the tonight?
I'm so grateful you're asking me. Nobody asked me any questions, but thank you very much. That came like completely naturally. Yeah. I'm going to go with S2G because I still believe that Kelsey is one of the best players in all of the West, and I feel like with the mentorship that he's had with Silas over the years, they're looking so good. It does go back to the topic I had earlier, which is, are we going to have the top tier S2G, or we're going to have the low tier S2G? If we're tier, it goes without saying they're going to pop off and take the entire thing. I think there's going to be very little competition for them to compete up against. So yeah, S2G, I'm just crossing my fingers, is going to kick off well with the first game or two, and if so, I feel like S2G could be looking relatively strong. But Moustache Dave, back onto the questions of like our teams as we covered last week.
Let me ask you a question, Max,
you got a question
Why
too?
did NEXTRÜYA get to ask you a question?
Okay, what is it? Go.
All right, listen, this question. Okay, this is a good one. So Kelsey and Coops, they walk into a room, all right?
Oh.
Who walks out? That's my question. Out of the two. Who walks out? Kelsey versus Coops. I'm talking 1v1, TDM, any weapon. Who walks
TDM,
out?
I feel like a fist fight in real life.
No,
That's where you were going with this. I wasn't too sure. I have to think a little bit about that. Of course, if you want more information about the tournament format, see how things are working out. Of course, right now, 6 of the best teams of MENA, Turkey, and Europe are currently going to be clashing in today's grand finals, and see which team will be winning the entirety of this first international series season. Maybe have a spot for the grand finals towards the end of the year also. Might be cool. But in a 1v1 in the game, a game is 1v1.
Answer my question, man. You're trying to dodge the question.
Hey, I'm doing my part of the bargain, which is there's a graphic. I talk about it. It gave me a little bit of time to think about my answer. I'm not going to lie. in Coops' recent pictures, I don't know if he's been going to the gym or something, but he's looking built. You know, so I'm gonna say I think Coops might come out on top though.
We're talking in game though. What is it?
Oh yeah, I went with yep. You know what? If you got the guns, you know, in the game and out of the game is going to help you in game. You know.
Yeah.
So,
True.
But not gonna lie, I think recently maybe Coops, because PMPL Turkey didn't go the way of Kelsey, so I had to go with Coops. But PMGC would have told me that. I would have said Kelsey. So it depends.
Yeah.
It's a cop-out answer. Yeah, I get it.
I think it also depends on who's done their finger warm-ups. You know, have you seen them on PMGC sometimes? They were doing finger stretches and stuff in the LANs.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating.
Finger stretches.
Yeah, I do them before games now. I saw
got
one
little
player
weights.
doing it.
Little weight to just lift them up.
Yeah.
Little sit up with your finger. Yeah, yeah.
absolutely.
I saw a meme not too long
They do
ago of a
skateboard
finger with a
also
six
with
pack.
their fingers.
Yeah.
It's good training. It works out. But
It's great.
I'm gonna ask you a question right now, Niptera.
Yeah.
If you're taking Gladiators team, okay, and you put everyone into a 1v1 situation, which player comes out individually?
Oh, that's really difficult.
You got to choose one. While you're thinking about your answer, of course, looking at the prize pool distribution right now, if you are in first place in today's grand finals after today's matches, you'll be taking home $2,000 down for 1,000 in second place, and third place gets 800. Still decent prizes if you're in the top 6 at the end. So $5,000 prize pool overall. Not many European events have that happening. But back to you, Niptera. You have time?
Yeah, I have.
Who is
I have. I'm gonna have to say I think it's gonna be Tixie. The guy is a beast, honestly, and I think the rest of the team support him super well, and they all support each other super well. But honestly, it's going to be Tixie.
Okay, well, we'll see if Tixie's going to be able to just pop off today and potentially allow Gladiators to go the entire way into the International Series finals. Not sure how the qualification goes there. I'm just purely speculating right now, Dave, that maybe if you win now, you might be in good standings to go for the big finals of the entire year.
You know what? I have to agree. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might be onto something. And going back 2 graphics ago, we talked about it last week, right? But it's just so impressive with how many teams signed up at the very beginning. You know, so many teams signed up, fought tooth and nail to even get here. And now we're at the last stage, the grand final, stage 1 here, like we just saw in that previous graphic. So I love that they got the whole system, the roadmap planned out. And here's the points distribution. Everybody should be pretty familiar with this by now. Each kill, 1 point. And we saw last week how important the kills were throughout the day. Very important.
Of course. If you just get into that late game, if you're getting placement points because of a good position, the eliminations, I can say kills now officially. But
it says on the graphic. It says on the graphic.
Exactly. The kills will come flowing very naturally, of course. And you got some teams that we're looking at in this lobby here, Dave, that are looking hyper aggressive. We're looking at your Gaimin Gladiators, SBG, that just popped off in the last 2 matches actually of the European finals. So anyone can make it. But I'm going to jump on to another question right now, which is, we asked about which team you think is going to win the entire thing. Which would you potentially describe, as you look at all the teams and their logos, very cool, very snappy graphic, which team you think might be the underdog of the event? And I'm going to start off with you, Niptera.
Oh, you know what? That's a bit of a trick question here. I'm not super familiar with some of these teams because I don't know all of them. You know, I'm going off of limited information here. But you know what? I might have to go with SBG on this one. You know, they've got a little bit more of international experience. They've been doing super well lately, but you know, they're still not quite up to par really for some of the higher placed teams. So I think they're one to watch, and hopefully they'll do well in this time round.
Yeah, I agree. I was also going to go with SBG, my French lads.
Absolutely.
Of course, I'm hoping we're going to see the same level of play from the last 2 games in the European finals. That'll be great. Looking at the matches for today, not 6 as I said earlier. It's going to be, in fact, 5. 1 Sanhok, 2 Miramar, and 2 Erangel. So not going to have too much jungle action. And, Dave, interesting to keep in mind, it's still going to be the old circle settings, which mean that heal strat is still valid right now.
Ooh.
Heals for wins. You'll love to see it. So, Maxman, my trick question though, man, I'm feeling left out. What about me?
I was going to ask you right after. I just wanted to have your opinion on the Sanhok, but okay.
Heal the win. Heal the win. Easy. Easy.
I'm just trying to do multiple things at the same time. I am very bad at multitasking. You might not be able to already tell. But okay, Dave, my question to you. Which is your underdog team?
Ah, man, you're trying to trick me and NEXTRÜYA, man. I don't know how I feel about this. Honestly, you know, NEXTRÜYA's at the top. I feel like she should be asking us the questions. I know they won't be tricked.
I should be up there. Production, please.
Yeah, should be up here. Yeah.
So, okay, think about this, though. You said SPG. They did good last week. But I really feel like the underdog, we're talking underdog here, has to be, I think it's pronounced Dagestan, 7-7, right? From Europe. Yeah. They almost didn't qualify. It was down to that last match where they got a couple elims and a couple placement points, and they outplaced Virtus Pro, which a lot of us had pegged to qualify. I had Major Pride pegged to qualify, so it was that very last match that they qualified. So they just barely made it to these grand finals. So I'm curious if they can kind of flip that switch and prove us all wrong and prove that they belong here today.
I agree. I think that Zadira and Shifu more specifically were really big part of the reason why they were able to qualify down to those final few matches. So I think Dagestan could be a big surprise. I feel like the transition from PMEC to PMPL level has been relatively rough throughout the last few months now, but they've been able to adjust a little bit, gain more experience. So potentially that's just what they needed to pop off in these grand finals and potentially secure themselves the first season in the bag. But I'm really hyped because we all got a favorite from different regions. You got NIGMA Galaxy Day from MENA, you got Gaimin Gladiators, of course, by NEXTRÜYA from Europe, and me with SGG from Turkey. So any region really here, NEXTRÜYA can take it, which is so fun to see. I think in the past you'd have regions that would be very clear favorites and top contenders for these titles, but now I would say any region could call themselves the champions at the end of today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's such a new thing that's been happening the last kind of season, or the beginning of this season really, of this kind of thing of all the regions have stepped up so much that anyone can take it. Just makes it all the more exciting. No one team has any real advantage over the other because, you know, they've played together a little bit more and they've all studied each other. So they've really got some good strategies in place, not only for themselves, but also against other teams, which is going to be really fascinating to watch.
Super fascinating indeed, riveting stuff. But Dave, we were speculating last week a lot about, you know, how the drops are going to be going, how the rotation is going to be going right now for the teams. All these teams, all these players, highly experienced. Are we going to expect potentially a little bit of madness, you think, at the start of these games? Or is it going to be as smooth as can be, and we're just going to have, like, you know, some top-tier PUBG Mobile gameplay from the get-go?
No, you definitely hope so, right? At least from our point of view, like the spectators, the commentators, and the viewers, just you want to see some spicy action off the rip. And I feel like there's a high chance of that, honestly, with all the different regions kind of clashing, because each region in its own, they're comfortable within their perspective of like PMPLs, like they're all got their spots, they fought for it, and they claimed it, right? But I think that respect level isn't here when it comes to forcing these teams from a global perspective to clash. I feel like it starts all the way from square one, and I think that's what we're going to see in game one, at least for Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I brought it up in particular, this was a big talking point we had last week, right, is that we have 18 teams in this lobby compared to your typical 16 in PMPL or PMCO settings. So, no, that 2 teams didn't seem to be too big of an issue for Europe last week, but we know that at the high level you get, teams tend to be a little bit stubborn, I'd say, NEXTRÜYA. We've seen it many, many times in the past. Like, teams just have their drop location. You touch it, you're dead. Well, at least they're going to try and take you down. So I'm intrigued to see if that's going to be maybe a dynamic we can expect from some of these top teams here in at least the first match of each battleground.
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible because when you have a finals that is only one day, right? Only one day, only 5 matches. You want to do as much damage to your opponent as possible in a way to like just take them off course, right? Because they've got to have a set course for those 5 games. And if you move them right off the bat, you know, take them out early, they're discombobulated, and then that gives you the advantage there. So when you got this really quick finals, there's no time to actually just have some better games and have some bad games. It's really up to those teams to get those clashes out of the way as soon as possible and train wreck some of these teams.
Yeah, I feel like any tournament like PMPL, it's very easy to adapt and make changes, Dave. I mean, we've seen this many times in PMPL where, potentially a team first week struggles a little bit, they can make changes and potentially evolve and become such a better team towards the end of the season. In these kind of like environments, it's so hard to make it happen on a game-per-game basis. But you know what, NEXTRÜYA, get the hell out of here. We'll see you later. No, thank you very much for the good analysis on the desk. Appreciate it. But we're ready for the game one here with Dave to bring you the action. It's going to be Erangel, match number 1.
Game 1. We got 5 games today for the grand final. Stage 1 with the cash prize of 5,000 total at the end of today at MaxMan. So 5 games. We'll have a first place victor walking away with $2,000 USD. Second place, $1,000. Third place, $800. That's a pretty good day for me. Clocking in, putting in some work. 5 games, MaxMan. So let's get into the action.
Yeah, I wish I could play some PUBG Mobile and get $2,000, but I mean, Dave, I don't know if you've ever saw me play, but I think it goes without saying that I could not compete for that $2,000.
You got heart, though. You got heart. So if there's ever like an award for that, you totally get it.
I believe in the heart of the cards, okay? And that won't get me far, but you know what? It is what it is to some extent. I'll take it. Here, the playing path, though, is going to be from the western coast all over to the east, south of Kameshki. And I'm looking at Clear Vision, I'm looking at Gladiators, and that's the thing. We said it, some teams sometimes will be a little bit stubborn, don't want to give away their drop location. I mean, so far, this is a 2-2 split from Gladiators, so maybe taking a 2v4 early versus Clear Vision. I would not risk it.
Risk it for the biscuit. As we did catch the map feed just a moment ago. I did see NIGMA Galaxy kind of getting a nice little centralized spot. Should have enough time to get that loot here. But we did see circle number 1, MaxMan. It was out there to the east. So kind of a spicy circle when we look at teams over here in North George, as they are going to have to kind of get that loot and quickly get that scoop on. But over here, look at this. Footballist, rookie, 9999. Uh-oh, no weapon. Looks like they're on the run right now, trying to avoid getting picked apart. A little 1v1 action here.
Yeah. Also have some information that some teams are not going to be playing right now, like Digital Athletics and Dagestan for this first game. So not sure if they're going to
curse at them before the game's even started,
exactly. But I'm not sure if they'll come back for the next matches. Hopefully so. Hopefully it's just a teeny tiny delay. We'll have to see though. Rookie, actually talking about Rookie for FUT Esports, a team that Dave did win the finals for PMPL Turkey, which is a huge achievement in the region. He is solo though, which I don't know what happened there actually as I checked. It's okay. Don't know what's going on there, but he was a big reason why the team won PMPL Turkey finals. But one player is not going to be enough, Dave, to win an entire team fight at the very start of the game. So this is weird. 13 teams.
Nothing but facts. Not one. Yeah, one player, no weapons at that. Yeah, we had the revolver, but is that really a weapon? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a novelty item for sure. But yeah, that was during the pre-show. Footballist was one of the picks that I was going to kind of chat about here, because they used to be like known as one of the best teams from the region, and since then they've kindly been slowing down, taking the foot off the gas a little bit, and not claiming that dominance, from their respective region. So I was kind of looking forward to seeing their gameplay here, because remember a couple years ago, like I was on the hype train for the Footballists, and great group of guys, by the way. But yeah, just unfortunate that they only had one player here in game number 1.
Yeah, and we even saw S2G there with only 3 players. So I think it was Razy actually that's not playing. So yeah, I mean, hopefully, Dave, I'm really hoping that this is just going to be the game 1 thing where some players maybe arrive just a little bit late. It happens sometimes, It's just how it is, but don't want that to be the case. As you said, $2,000 for the first place on the line, $5,000 total for the entire tournament. Don't want to miss out on such a high prize pool. Not many of these happen throughout the year.
Chat's going crazy though. I see a lot of support in chat. By the way, shout out to everybody watching. Today's stream, it's casted in 3 different languages. I mean, my goodness, that's just an amazing feat in its own. We got English, Arabic, and Turkish. But right now, you're tuned in to the English chat. A lot of MADBULLS fans here, so you love to see. I saw a couple Coops supporters in the chat as well. But welcome on in, everybody. Hey, I see some Maxman hype as well. Maxman
Hey.
in the hype in the chat. You'll love to see it. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Game number 1. We got 5 matches today. You tune time, you know, because the game's just got underway.
Yeah, I'm just putting my own message in the chat. There you go. Don't know if you can see it. Did you see my
Mustache
message?
Dave, Giga Chad.
Yeah, I don't know who said that, but he's
said
super
that?
right. I don't know. He's
Report
a cool
him.
guy. Whoever said
Report him.
Mustache Dave Giga Chat in the chat. I feel like everyone else should be saying that. I have to see how
So
that's
what
gonna
a
go.
day. What a day. We are not playing on the newest update, by the way, just in case saw a couple questions in the chat. We did get an update for PUBG Mobile last night, a pretty big one too, that I think it's going to change the game. You know what I'm saying? We got the attachment that can make the M16 full auto. I can really see a lot of these pro players picking that weapon up once again here, Maxman.
Yeah, the MK2, I believe, is going to be able to go full auto. So I am telling you, the next update, once it does come to play, is going to be really
It's gonna
damn
be
interesting.
massive.
Yeah, it really is. I still want the M4 and the DBS to be nerfed, okay? We'll get there eventually.
Come
I-
on, the
I believe-
DBS to get nerfed, Maxman. Come on, man. Don't
It's great fun, but come on. Like, I feel like I saw way too many clutches in the past 6 months than I have in the past 4 years of casting PUBG Mobile. Okay, I feel like that just says something about the weapon. Is just like
There it is.
looking at the rates of clutches coming through way higher. Like, that DBS weapon may be a little bit too good. I still love it. No, I still want it to be playable, but I also want it to be skilled. You know? Which right now, I think the skill aspect's maybe been a bit taken out of the equation.
Yo, ISCO YouTube, Maxman and Mustache Dave for the win. Also donating $5. Wow, shout out to you.
Wow.
In
He's
the
the Giga
chat
Chat.
right now.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. Thanks for tuning. But yeah, I mean, ISCO, let me get your take. DBS, does it need a nerf? Are you on the Maxman side of things, or are you with DBS Dave here and you like where it's at? Listen, we had a conversation last week, Maxman. All right. The DBS, it now gives that solo the ability to 1v3, 1v4. Before, it was such a challenge. And these players are used to it by now. You hear the shots, you run away. Like we're seeing right here, some M249 shots getting rung out from the MADBULLS. That's going to be free from NIGMA GALAXY. Quickly making that U-turn as they are looking for some scouting action over here. But yeah, DBS all day, baby. That's where I stand on it.
I just looked at Zerich's loadout. He's got an M249 and a DBS. That is like the most bloody aggressive loadout I've seen. I think more aggressive is double DBS.
Double DBS.
Akimbo DBS beats maybe
Akimbo.
M249 DBS, kinda.
Yeah,
But
I love it.
yeah, and Zerich, of course, as you saw recently, the MVP of PMTL EU, such an integral player when it comes to the European region, and really just after the split away from the original MADBULLS roster with, you know, your Effect, your Monkeys, etc., there was a lot of questions here, Dave, as to if Zerich would perform with a different team. And he's still just so individually strong that he can perform, I would say, PMGC level easily. That's how good Zerich currently is. And he's been able to build, over the course of PMPL EU, such a strong synergy with his team that I feel like MADBULLS also here would have a very clear opportunity to win the entire tournament, especially if Zerich is set up in a strong and consistent way here.
Then you put 2 DBSs on him, nothing's stopping him. Kimbo
Exactly.
Zerich. Kimbo Zerich. So, kind of, I think we got to address it here, Maxman. A couple of the players, we did chat about the update. A couple of them had the automatic update, so they will not be competing here tonight, unfortunately. Yeah, the update happened, depending on where you live, last night or even this morning. So it is what it is, you know, Digital Athletics, Dagestan, my squad that I was looking for, a couple teammates from Football List, NEXTRÜYA. So I don't believe they'll be able to compete here today, Maxman.
I'm just asking a few questions right now because I want to see, are we going to have everyone update at the same time maybe to get them in, or are we just sticking with these 14 teams? I wonder.
That is a good question. And if they do have the update arena, you know what that's going to mean? That's going to mean we're going to have monster trucks on Erangel.
Woo! Oh,
Something
yes.
that's new.
Oh, that's super hyped. You got me hyped up. You say monster truck. Doesn't matter what the rest of the sentence is. You got my interest. I'll tell you that much. But it's going to be interesting to see if no, the patch changes in the middle of a day of 12.
New patch, who this? That's what happened this morning. New patch, who this? So, SPG, Robs, we saw this player last week. One of the standout players, in my opinion, from SPG, putting in a lot of work. Looks like they're going to be in the front lines right now. Taking some shots down range, but we still are in the early game, X-Men. So a lot of these teams just, you know, feeling it out, getting comfortable, trying to find a foothold in these early zones.
Yeah, they're going to swiftly move out of here. I mean, this is a position with which they're very familiar. We've seen them during PMPL move, rotate around Yasnaya Polyana outskirts pretty efficiently and quickly. Though here, going to go into the Gladiator split, Dave. And they may be caught off Neku. He's going to swiftly zoom out of here. Takes a few shots to the back. No bullets will connect, though. As what is Novalo doing down there? I have no idea, but he's going to get sent straight back to the old updated lobby.
Yeah, definitely don't close out the game for sure. But here we come with the pull-up right from behind, swapping on over that UMP, strafing back and forth, was able to get a knock, but from behind, getting caught off guard right there, Maxman. And look at that, Gaimin Gladiators clutching it out. Miku very low in the health department, almost losing it all right there, but they ended up coming out on top right there. So very impressive.
It sucks. It could have been such a good push for SBG too, but they sent Novalo first. I feel like they kind of expected the compound to be free, but they didn't scout it beforehand. And so they lose Novalo, then they start pushing in a 3v4. Chances are, if they knew this was Gladiators, maybe you don't push it. just a quick recommendation out there. Maybe you don't want to go with it. But oh, I love this Shockwave split though, as the circle goes back up northeast for phase 3. Big split coming out from Shockwave. They see the circle center up on their location. They're all going to go towards Ska, so we're going to see Terminus and Aza go right down there and regroup as a 4-man. They got one of the best positions in this current circle if they can regroup without losing a single player. So Shockwave, you know, more of a silent team last week, Dave, I think it's fair to say. But if they got macro rotations like that, chances are they could also bring an upset to the table.
Yeah, and that's all that matters. I also noticed NIGMA Galaxy. Oh, yeah, it's like they read in my mind. Right there on the edge. So they might have a good opportunity to gatekeep a couple squads in the south looking to make their approach into the zone. But, oh, yep, talking about that. We were just talking about that. Here's making the approach. It's going to be Crash Gaming. Making the crash here. Ooh, Fear with a nice little shot on the Freak. But Freak is going to be able to crawl into cover. Moody downrange trying to pepper Fear and kind of force them to not be able to get the confirm on Freak.
Yeah, not sure why we've got such a wide spread from NIGMA Galaxy when they're not even in circle yet. I thought they were trying to regroup to at least try and breach, especially in such a heavily contested location. We know that a lot of teams like this kind of high ground position. It gives you a lot of potential info on teams south or east of your location. So yeah, NIGMA Galaxy losing Freak, maybe going to be using Coops very soon, as Jeffar is going to be the one to push it up, but no, Coops stands strong, gets himself the 1v1, but they still know he's over there. Are they going to follow up and just continue pushing on Coops? Coops does get knocked away eventually, but NIGMA are trying to regroup. Hamodi might be able to get the res.
I'm not too sure about that player right there. Not too sure about that. Lord was able to get the 360 with this Scar, take him down and out right there. So now, what is this, a 1v1?
Yeah, seeing that nade coming out, could do some decent damage. Actually goes right in the shed, so he doesn't take any damage off that one. NIGMA Galaxy does get Coops back up. And it's going to make a specific Dave happy here.
Yeah, 3v1 right now. So we're pretty much stuck like Chuck in this shack right here. I'm going to call it the Death Shack. And there we go. Lord of Mercy. Taking them down a grenade, and NIGMA Galaxy with a couple of limbs here to start off game number 1.
Yeah, unfortunately in that shed. I do appreciate the move though. You heard the nade. He's like trying to play outside of the shed to not take the damage. So he was trying to make something work, but
the doorway was covered though.
Not meant to
the doorway was covered.
Yeah, true. Also, as we're going to be seeing GETSO, a team that I haven't seen play too much outside of the Turkish region. It's good to see how they can deal up against these MENA and European teams. A few players here individually I've been looking at for a long time, especially Snoz, that is a big stand-up player when it comes to the Turkish region. I want to see how he's going to be popping off potentially in this event. Currently on the western side of prison, having to move through shelter. Some teams are already in position, so GETSO have the possibility to actually go for the big warehouse northeast of Shockwave, which that would be, in this circle, a really good option for them.
Gaimin Gladiators as well, a little 2-2 split over there in the northwest, and it looks like they were trying to make an approach into the circle, but KONINA Power putting a stop to that one. So very impressed. I'm still very impressed with the Gaimin Gladiators clutch that we saw moments ago. They all got picked up, ready to go. Continue to truck along here as looks like one of the members from Clear Vision chilling in the bunkers, and we are just full on YOLO, sending it right here, Maxman.
KONINA Power, unfortunately, seemed like they didn't expect the team to be down there, but it's a pretty decent bank position, and NASR just saying, nope, get the hell out of my swamp, and that's a few extra eliminations coming their way. Up to 4 already at the start of this game, off to a pretty decent start. It's now only 11 teams. As you know, we started at 14 at the start of this game, but 3 have already been taken out of the game. Strength sent straight back to the lobby. Now, MADBULLS also sending himself towards shelter, will find a nice position to call home. But the thing is, leaving this position, Dave, if the circle is not favorable to them, is going to be a really tough task at hand.
Yeah, they do have all 4 up, so they got that going for them, and they got their vehicles positioned in such a way that they can have some hard cover at the entrance. So, looks like one of them might actually be stuck down in the tubes down there below, but they got the weapons, you know? They got the armor, they got the meds, so they're definitely hunkering down for the time being, preparing for that next battle. Over here, looks like we're going to be tuning in with QUEST ESPORTS, take another one of the shelter positions. Ooh, they got to watch out. Over peeking right there. Getting the one-tap dirt nap here, Maxman. But we got a lot of squads just kind of all hovering on top of each other right now in this area.
Some pretty decent positions are going to be held down. I did get also word that we're not going to be able to update the entire game for everyone, so unfortunately, this might be the teams we get. Though, interesting strat, I'd say, Dave. If you have subs, no, this will be the good time to use your subs. If we have players that we haven't seen yet and haven't updated their game, that could be good. So we could be seeing some new names potentially join the ranks for some of these squads. ARG, nice little high ground position. Going for a little bit of a spread right now as 2 of the teams are pushing on the eastern side of the road. Right now, they have a lot of intel, but we know they cannot hold this position for too long.
Yeah, and that's why we're starting to see the smokes get tossed out there, the soft cover to block those sight lines downrange. And right now, they're just trying to gather the intel, right? But I gotta appreciate QUEST ESPORTS. I love how they have their buggies positioned in such a way that they're covered, you know, from potentially getting their tire shot, but they're also ready to go. You know, they're ready for that next circle shift. Say it is, they could just pop in those bad boys and full on gas it right away. So I really like the heads up play right now we're seeing from QUEST, as they're getting a lot of sight lines. That's going to be clear vision down range. But we're going to pop back over here. Matic from the Gladiators looking to square up with S2G. This is a big fight, Maxman.
Yeah, S2G Gladiators, 1 for the books. I do see one very nice off angle from one of the players. I think it's Kelsey right now from S2G, as Kitsune is going to be brought back to life. The IGL, but not quite IGL. Still an absolutely incredible fragger when he has the opportunity to expand in the games. As here we go, Matic going to be sending himself. The circle does center on top of Shockwave once again, but Matic, doing the Matic classic, we like to call it here, Dave, where he just does these weird plays of going solo and dies in the process, and that's what you call a Matic classic, ladies and gentlemen, by the book.
The Matic classic, man. Not what I ordered here in game number 1, but what I would have liked to have seen with the Matic classic is, while they're getting the attention of S2G, their teammates, you know, the other 3 pop their heads up out that dip and try to lay down some cover fire. But at the end of the day, Matic was taken out, and now, hey, Maxman, it's a 3v3.
Yeah, because S2G did spawn into this game as 3 players only, so definitely going to make things pretty even Stevens between the 2 teams. GETSO also looking to scout. They've been pretty free, I'd say, Dave, GETSO, this entire game on the east and the more northern eastern edge of the game. So they've been having free room to expand their terrain, gather information, and get decent spots in the circle. So GETSO, I'm calling it, especially in this position where Uzi and Zahir currently are playing, chances are could be a contender for the first chicken dinners, because their cars are super safe in this building. They can easily leave once the circle shifts away.
Yeah, you know, they're saying GETSO chicken in game number 1. So let's see if they get that chicken.
I'll allow it.
Okay, thank you. Oh man, we got what, 10 teams to go right now. NASR with 4 elims. Looking to add 1 more. Xenox with the M4, a little peppering down range, trying to confirm. But Shockwave, we were talking about them earlier on. They got some nice hardcover, Maxman.
Yeah.
4 up
good
too.
position. Yeah, I like to see how they regrouped instantly once they saw, I think it was phase 3 circle, they instantly regrouped. But Dave, I can't believe it. We talked about Coops, you know, as you being an NA fan of PUBG Mobile, but didn't talk about the boys. No J7, you know, you got Xenox from NASA, you know, the entire squad. They also from over there, from the other side of the pond.
The thing is, remember, we were talking about in the pre-show, Coops versus NA. That was the story. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what Coops will do in today's lobby. But good call out. Good call out right there. We'll see what they can accomplish representing their origins of North America. As the MADBULLS looks like they're going to be breaching one of the shelter entrances. 3 limbs right now. Still 4 up. Very healthy as we move into that mid to late game.
This is not going to be fun for MADBULLS though. They're kind of locking himself out of options right now by going inside of shelter itself, because now Clear Vision moved up on the entry point of shelter, so that means if they try and leave, they're going to potentially die though. Shockwave, the crash is coming their way. It's going to be NASA looking for the breach, looking for the limbs, and looking for the compound control. But unfortunately, it's not going to be too easy, losing already 2 players, 1 knocked and 1 flush. Down to Spec and Xenox here, looking to push it up. Xenox, nice little angle with Spec from the shed. Shockwave struggling a bit. Maybe teams looking to go for the third party. It's Gladiators here, Dave, looking for the engage.
The Gladiators pulling up for that third party. Now Spec in the shack, tossing a beautiful Molotov right there to stop the push. Looks like Tixie is going to be getting that eviction notice, but Spec looking back and forth, trying to make up their mind where to toss these grenades while surviving. A Miku from behind getting caught off guard, Maxman.
Yeah, Miku shot right in the back, not much he could do there. NASA gets it done also. That's it for Gladiators. They're taken quickly and swiftly out of the game. And they're even going to go for the rest onto Stars. That's great, but Shockwave, they just don't want to pull the trigger. Despite the fact that NASA were weakened, they're just allowing it to happen. And now the thing is, NASA are going to heal up, and they're going to push once again. You know they want the compound for themselves only. And this nade could seal the deal already for Xenox.
Big scared, big scared. You can see right there, Shockwave just turtling up right here. Here comes the push, 2 down. Xenox on the outskirts, now the last one alive. Wow, what a failed attempt right there from the boys. But let's see, Xenox already 3 elims, has 5 smokes, 4 grenades, 2 Molotovs.
Molly.
That's a beautiful molly on the second story.
Yes.
Should get some good spread, some good damage. But look at
it's
this.
GETSO.
Another third party. Everybody wants this compound right now, Maxman.
It's not third party, it's a fourth party now. And Xenox shot also in the back right where Meku went down seconds prior. GETSO, they got 4 players, they got the utility. I do not know in which world here, Dave. They survive. Shockwave, the utility's being thrown up, the mollies could be huge. They start to spread on the ground. Skaz going to be knocked once again. This man is being cyberbullied into oblivion. Shockwave trying to go down, but he's up against the DBS. Oh, not the DBS, actually, it's going to be the Saiga. Lost, trying his best to push it up, going up the staircase. It could be the clutch factor Shockwave needs. And Ertzi does get taken down. He's trying to confirm the flush, but
Another
GETSO,
team pulling up.
one player
MADBULLS pulling
are
up too,
struggling.
dude.
MADBULLS
Shockwave are still alive, Maxman. I'm pulling out my hair. The defense right now on the second story stairwell from Shockwave. They're avoiding Molotovs. They're avoiding grenades. Avoiding a 4-person push. Finally taken out right there. Now here comes the MADBULLS strolling up with their 80 limbs so far.
Oh, what is this game? What is going on? Taleko, great defense there, but gets instantly backstabbed. MADBULLS currently down to Flick and Frozen, trying their best to take the fight versus GETSO. Currently going to be a one-on-one situation here on the graphic with the Lost and Frozen. Going to confirm that elimination. Every single eliminations are huge in this point system format, and Frozen comes out on top, allows MADBULLS to survive, but you still have another team alive on the other side of the battleground here, Dave. Yeah. It is Clear Vision. Are they going to third party or just let it be?
Wow. Finally, there's a team that comes out on top of this compound. Maxman, finally. About time. It's going to be MADBULLS. it was intense, man. And now look at this. Reaping the rewards. All that sweet, juicy loot right there. Going over to the MADBULLS. The MADBULLS already with 11 elims, by the way. So that's 1 additional point over a chicken dinner, because a chicken is going to be 10. So they have enough time to get the full reason. Quick math. 1 more point. Yeah, that's why they got me here, you know, the mathematician. But MADBULLS, full reset right now. Really a missed opportunity for Clear Vision, hugging the edge. I know they got somewhat of a decent spread, and they have time to work with, and now the zone kind of favors them. but the momentum right now from MADBULLS, I think, is just going to be unstoppable.
I would say the clear vision spread right now is a double-edged sword. The thing is, right now, if a single player gets knocked, you're not going to get that res. That spread is way too big, and the cars are still in working condition for MADBULLS. The instant a player is going to be in jeopardy, in danger, they're going to push it. Exactly what they're doing now. Frozen going to be leading the charge on that one solo player of clear vision. Trying to roll him over. Can't quite get in. Jumps out of the car. Tries to get the 1v1. Can he get it secured? Yes, he can. With his teammate joining up. Talika might be able to get the rest too. That's the thing. They can't regroup. Clear vision might be losing this, what might have been a free game, to the boys of MADBULLS.
Yeah, Clear Vision just on the run right here. In their vehicles, not sure exactly what the play is, but the MADBULLS looking to sweep them up. There goes another one, Maxman.
Here we go, looking for more eliminations here. Clear vision down to the single final player. MADBULLS, after securing that compound breach, after securing himself so many extra eliminations, they deal with that spread from Clear Vision and secure their very first chicken dinner here of the first series grand finals. MADBULLS, we said them a team that could take it all here, NEXTRÜYA, and they pop off in style in game number 1.
Yes, they do. You can hear me on stream.
Muted
Now
on
you can hear
Discord,
me on Discord. Excellent. There we go. Yeah, that was such a fun game. And MADBULLS, interesting with MADBULLS, sometimes, you know, they think you kind of don't look at them. There's so much going on elsewhere. But winning that with over 11 kills there. So a very, very nice game from MADBULLS. But what was that fight? What was that compound? Or compound?
It wasn't a fight, okay? That fight deserves its own trilogy, okay? You need different chapters to break that one down. That lasted for way too long. But I have one question for you, NEXTRÜYA, as you were like watching that game. Your thoughts on that clear vision spread? Do I feel like maybe was a bit overzealous? What are your thoughts there?
It could have. It was very risky, but it could have worked if they had had stronger sight lines on each other, right? If they had had better angles on that initial player up there, if, you know, all that sort of stuff, they needed very strong communication and very strong sight lines on each other to cover each other. That's the only way it would have worked. Completely right. It was way too big.
Way too big a split, didn't quite work out for them. Still some decent points coming away of a lot of the teams, such as GETSO, for example. Gladiators were also able to fight them way through. I don't want to see the Matic Classic anymore, though, Dave. Okay, you want to play with your team as much as possible. We know that Matic, you know, like he's kind of adventurous sometimes, to a fault, it seems.
Yeah, unlucky for them, but I got to give shout-outs real quick. Kind of going back to that compound, it was very intense. Like you said, we need the trilogy. But SHOCKWAVE, I think out of all the teams that were able to hold it down, SHOCKWAVE, with all the odds stacked against them, did a pretty solid job at just surviving and getting some additional placement points in their position on that second story.
So I do want to say, though, congratulations to Frozen being the MVP of this very first game. 701 damage, 5 elims. I might disagree a little bit, Dave, though. And
You're not
I
impressed with the SHOCKWAVE? Come on, man. They got mollies, grenades. I mean, everything tossed out on the kitchen sink, Max, man.
Give me a second. I want to see if NEXTRÜYA also maybe thinks the same way I do, because you, Dave, clearly have chosen your team. I feel like SHOCKWAVE was kind of saved by the other teams banking on the compound. I feel like if a team just fully breached on it and they no one else is coming to like cause trouble in there, I do believe SHOCKWAVE potentially go down initially after that first breach, but so many teams kept joining up that they just couldn't finish off the push.
Yeah, no, I agree. They couldn't end up. That's what saved them is those pushes initially on there. That's what saved them. I'm surprised that GETSO didn't do more as a full squad up those stairs. They kind of just let SHOCKWAVE rule the stairs and take them down one by one. So it was an excellent thing from them. But man, yeah, it was a lot of mistakes on the part of other teams as well. Interesting thing to break down, really.
Yeah, different perspectives are taken here, but one perspective that we got definitely is the perspective of the winners, Dave, as MADBULLS secured 24 points on the very first game. They already got like a 13-point lead on second place in one game. That's mental.
Massive. That's pretty much, this is exactly what we talk about, by the way, in the pre-show with this tournament. Only 5 games. All it takes is that strong game 1 or 2, and then from here on out, just kind of cruise on top of the wave, the momentum wave, you know, the cowabunga dude wave, and just kind of maintain and not throw. You know, with 4 more games to go, MADBULLS is pretty much with the equivalent of 2 chicken dinners already. When we're talking total points. So honestly, MADBULLS, with such a great start they had, I don't want to call it Maxman. I don't want to call it, but I can see them easily finishing. I mean, this is a cop-out answer, top 3, just based off of one game. Because I don't doubt, I can never doubt the momentum, Maxman.
Yeah. I really want to see if they can keep just surfing that Cowabunga wave, as you just stated it, until the very end of the day. Because they were looking so strong. And what was interesting, right, is that you're looking at our top 3. You got one from every region. You got GETSO from Turkey. You have yourself your MADBULLS from Europe, and you also had yourself, who was that? I think your CLEAR VISION or NASR at the end, also from top 3.
I think that was
NASR,
NASR,
Shockwave in 4th. So I mean, Shockwave are in 4th because of that their ability to hold down that compound that you weren't impressed with, Maxman. Just saying.
Okay, no, I was impressed with one thing from Shockwave was their macro. I feel like the time they regrouped, the timing on that, and especially keeping their options open was really good, and they instantly understood the value of that compound. I do believe, though, that because that compound is so open all around it, I feel like maybe they shouldn't have allowed the breaching team of NASR at the time to get close that easily, which at the start they did a really good job. I think they got 2 knocks almost instantly, but then it got a bit messy when all the other teams came in, and I feel like they kind of slowly floated to the top because of all the madness happening, where they could just hold on to their little building and the mollies, the nade weren't quite hitting. So it kind of worked out for Shockwave. But still, I always thought Shockwave was a really good macro team here, Dave. And they showcased it once again. But I still want to see those big Ilim games coming in.
Got my hand up, Maxman.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Calling me.
Well, yes, Dave.
Hey, I got a question for Tixie, though. All right?
Ooh.
I got to know from Tixie, how are we feeling? 6th place after game 1. Only 4 kills after that game. Yeah, Neptera knows where I'm going with this.
I'm actually feeling pretty good. You know, what was Mickey on? We were yelling at him right now. But, you know,
I was
pretty
asking,
good
like,
considering.
I was going to ask if you were going with the plant or the player, but I was like, okay, I can't. I'm happy with Neptera.
It's a throwback from last week, by the way, in case you didn't watch the EU qualifiers. The plant in Neptera's background is, in fact, named Tixie. So,
yes.
Little context right there. I guess I should have started with that, Maxman. But, yeah, I mean, one of the stronger teams, right, from the region. Only 4 limbs. They kind of threw that game, not going to lie.
And especially because they had that weird altercation early on, Neptera. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, but that altercation in Northern George versus, I think it was Clear Vision Esports. They had that 2-2 split. They had to regroup, potentially leave early on. So I wonder if, knowing them, they do have a secondary drop location, which is the Western Bridge. Are they going to stick to that a bit more, knowing they are contested in George Pole?
Yeah, I think they might do. They're either going to do that or they're going to drop as a full squad. I'm not super excited about the 2-2 split coming in from them. Play much better as a controlled spread rather than splits, exactly, you know. But I think they might try and go for a more together drop on there. But yeah, I could see them actually just moving and going, hey, you know what, only 4 games left. We can't keep doing this, especially, of course, with only one Erangel. They might go and try and make the safe bet.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that could be interesting to see. I mean, we're only going to have one more Erangel, so we're not going to have a lot of opportunities to see if that's going to be happening. We know that the next game is going to be heading on over to Miramar. And we've got a few, I feel like, favorite teams here, Dave, that could be looking pretty good on Miramar. I'm looking at SBG in particular, and I feel like after that fight versus Gladiators this game, that fair to say didn't quite go as expected. I hope that we can see the resurgence of SBG over on.
Yeah, SBG for sure. And I was even looking at NASR esports because I was trying to dive deep, and I think they were calling in a couple subs. You know, what do we see? Jace, Evan, and Spec showing up, like you called out in game number 1. So hopefully maybe some of these other teams who had an issue with the update because they got the automatic update, hopefully they can call in the subs here so that they can have an opportunity to compete and try to get some of this cash money with 4 more games to go, Maxman.
Yeah, especially the teams at the bottom now that were not able to play because of the game update. Hopefully we'll see a few different subs coming in. Because otherwise, I mean, Neptera, if some teams are not able to play as expected, that means also a pretty significant drop-off in the potential kill points you could get. So maybe placement points should be the way to go if you want to adapt on the fly and try and get all the chances on your side.
Yeah, I could absolutely see teams go ahead and try and go for more placement points because, like you said, there aren't that many kill points to go around anymore. Few teams are going to get them. So, and as we've been seeing, you know, we've the new point strategy or point distribution. Let's say you see a lot of teams. Only the top 5 are getting a lot of kills. So position is getting much more important, especially when you don't have that many teams. It's much more important to get to that top 5. Then you can start farming kills because that's where all the kills are.
Exactly. I mean, you just if you get your placement points, the kills should be coming in naturally on their own. Hopefully, that's going to be the case. But talking about MADBULLS, Dave, seeing potentially, as you said, potentially going to remain in that top 3 position. We'll see if they can try and hold on to that first place, at least potentially after this next game. But with that said, we're going to head on over to a very short break, and after that, we'll be ready for some quick Miramar action. See you very soon.
Hey.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for sticking around as we are getting slowly but surely ready for our second match of the day for our good old map. Here's going to be Miramar, waiting to see if anyone's going to drop in good old Picardo. That's going to be always interesting to me at least. But Dave, super interesting things could be happening. We talked about SPG, but really Miramar, with the lead that's been created by MADBULLS in that first game, you need to close that gap pretty much like this next game if you want to try and compete up there.
Yeah, and you kind of let me slide in game number 1, but GETSO chicken, second place. You know what I'm saying? So maybe, come on, let me have it.
GETSO second place. Yeah.
I would be happy though because GETSO second place gets you 1,000 USD. So 4 more games to go. Maybe they can get some cash money. But going down to the bottom, it's kind of hard to keep track of everything because we do have a couple teams sitting out, right? Which could be a good sign for teams like S2G, who are one of the bottom teams as of right now. But NEXTRÜYA, I believe, made a great point before the break that with us having some teams sit out because of the update, that's just less kill points for other teams who really need to make the climb to have the potential to gather. So gonna be really curious to see how this plays out for S2G and KONINA POWER, who are at the bottom right now.
Look, if anyone has a time machine to go back in time to when they didn't download the update, now would be the perfect time to use it if you want to be able to compete because, you know, still $5,000 total dollars on the line. Definitely not a small amount of pocket change. Definitely something pretty significant for these teams to try and potentially take home. But Miramar, NEXTRÜYA, we talk about our predictions for the whole event. We saw already one good old Erangel match. Any expectations / predictions going into this first Miramar of the day?
You know, I'm looking at, I had one, I think it was NEXTRÜYA. Let me check. They're not one of the teams that's not playing. Oh, they are. No, I meant the other one. NIGMA Galaxy. There we go. I get those two confused sometimes, have to be honest. So, yeah.
NEXTRÜYA, NIGMA.
Yeah. You know, it's weird, but NIGMA Galaxy, I think, from what I remember, they do very well on Miramar, so I'm expecting them to ramp it up in this game, especially off the back of the Erangel. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go with that. Maxman, what about you?
They're asking me questions again. Thank you. I would have normally went with Major Pride, but as we know, Major Pride is unfortunately, rest in peace, not here. Rip. So not going to go with them for sure. But I would go with Gladiators. I love how they typically go for their wide split up towards Chumacera, and now they just regroup after on and just move in the game overall. So I feel like they've especially perfected that even more in the previous PMPL EU season. So that would be my personal prediction here. I don't know if you have any team in mind, Dave, yourself, for your potential prediction, but I like our predictions, you know, kind of set up expectations for the game.
Yeah, I mean, I got to go with, just because, you know, they were in my DMs during the break, Spec, you know, from NASR Esports. They are on the starting roster, by the way, Spec, J7, and Xenox, and they've been playing in the region for 2 to 3 months, actually. So, a team that I'm going to have my eye on because they were really strong contenders in North America, now playing in Arabia. Really curious to see what they'll be able to accomplish here moving forward with 4 more games to go. Already at 3rd place here, Maxman.
Yeah, I like it, Dave. Even though we're not in the NA region, he still finds a way to support NA region because the players just jump over. They're just over here.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I don't know if you have anything to say about that, Dave, because I know this is interesting for you as you covered NA a lot. I feel like it's so interesting to see NASR and Coops do so well in Arabia in such a short amount of time, because I feel like a lot of people saw like NA as a like subpar region compared to the big international scale of PUBG Mobile eSport, but it's been a great transition.
What are you doing? Listen, you're trying to fight me right now, Max.
I'm hyping them up. What do you mean? Right. I'm following the Mustache Dave way. You know?
Maybe they looked at the ecosystem as a whole, and they said, listen, Arabia is just free right now, free money. So that's why they all transition over there. Those are some fighting words, too, in its own right. So apologize if I did offend you. But Coops, NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, they're kind of proving my point here, Maxman.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I 100% agree with that one, and I want to see if that's going to potentially definitely put a lot of expectations to sleep of some of the people after seeing that. I think like all these roster changes in NEXTRÜYA, a lot of people are like, oh no, they're not going to perform. Arabia's a completely different level, and now they're just popping off. Like I'm also running social media for PMPL Arabia. I cannot count how many graphics I had to put Coops on because it's just popping the hell off. But once again, successful transition, and they're making a statement that maybe these are teams that entering into potentially PMWI/PMGC if they qualify, they might have that extra experience from these new regions here that could help them drastically once they go to the even bigger international stage.
Yeah, and I think it brings home the fact that at the end of the day, region to region does differ, but it's all the same game, and the players are all super talented that they can adapt to that, right? You know, it's not like Arabia plays a completely different game to NA or Brazil to EU or whatever. There is certain subtle differences or not so subtle differences in how, you know, teams navigate each other, but at the end of the day, it's still PUBG Mobile. It's still some amazing players coming in here, and they are able to just switch regions and adapt really well. So that is the sign of a true professional player, and that's what we're here to see.
Yeah, exactly.
I do want to say, though, real quick, Arabia Fall, just pulling up the stats, 2022, NASR was in 9th, right? And NIGMA Galaxy in 4th. So kind of already introducing those NA players. They're already on the rise in the region as well. So,
Nice.
hey, they're showing up for North America, Max, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they've been really popping off, and I want to see if that's going to continue for the entire season. And maybe, no, they could also... It'd be really interesting because you know that PMPL Americas, you're going to have one team make into PMWI. You know that, of course, with whoever qualifies through the MEA Championship, one team will be going into PMWI. That means there is a world, Dave, where you pretty much have 2 NA teams in PMWI if the stars align correctly. Like if you have NASR, like Nigma with Coops, and then you have one team from NA from Americas, you could have the true America's dose happening in PMWI, which that could make the event pretty interesting.
Well, Max, man, talking about interesting, I think you were talking about the Arab Golden Galaxy team, right? If I'm not mistaken. What happened with them game 1? I know we only got one game.
Is it the
underneath
new
the
Virtus
belt.
Pro? It's your team, Max. You talk about them. Are you supporting them? Let's go. Yeah, we haven't seen too much from them, actually. Were they part of the teams that were not playing? They did play, actually. Oh,
Yeah, they had 2 kill points last
Okay, I
game.
apologize. I didn't mean it like, oh, we didn't even see them play. They were playing. I just didn't realize at the time. Yeah, just a little bit of a slow start. We saw what this team could do as Titan in PMPL Africa. I feel like the potential is still there. I want to see another team duel here, Dave. Is going to be Quest Esports. If you guys were following PMPL Arabia last year, they were also known as Power Esports, and especially when it comes to individual players, there's one player that really stands out to me personally, and it would be Al Hajj, that played really well also in the home region last year and is still like an incredible performer on an individual level. Slow start in this first game though, NEXTRÜYA. I do want to see if Quest Esports can bring back the heat in this next game.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to see. Maybe the Miramar is going to give them a little bit more breathing room. We know how much bigger it is than Erangel. Maybe that's just what they need, a little bit of a slower start to the game, a little bit more of and just ease to kind of just move around the map as they see fit without running into too many teams. Maybe that's their playstyle, and maybe we'll see them really come out on top of Miramar.
Could be happening indeed. I saw the timer went away, so I believe we're going in the game very shortly. So I'll do a smooth transition. NEXTRÜYA, I won't say get out of here. No, I'll be nice. I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I saw the timer disappear. I'm like, are we on time or not? I have no idea. We have no one talking to us in our background. But yeah, I mean, Miramar, of course, there's a lot of teams that went for these really interesting splits last game. We're looking at your GETSO, looking at your MADBULLS that got interesting plays, Clear Vision 2. We know that is typically a playstyle that's very strong when it comes to Miramar to gather information and regroup in strong spots. I wonder if that might be the case going into this next Miramar game and to like hopefully bring home a chicken dinner for these teams to excel at that playstyle.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to see. My thing's kind of frozen. Oh, there we go. We're good. If I'm in and out, the internet is a little on my end. It's been better today than last week, but you know, if I freeze, don't take screenshots, please. We're good without those. We don't need those circling around. But yeah, I think we're gonna see some really interesting stuff coming around on Miramar. It's always so much different than the Erangel games and so forth. You know, just as Sanhok is completely different. Really looking forward to Sanhok, by the way. Favorite map, so I'm gonna be quite happy when that rolls around. But yeah, for Miramar, it's very, very interesting. I think you see a lot of teams struggle on Miramar because especially teams who like the high ground, because there's always higher ground than the one you're on Miramar. With Erangel, generally there's not, you know, there's not little bits of cliff or little bits of rocks that are always higher than you or have a different vantage point than you. So Miramar is really difficult for those teams that like to stay high and dry. It makes it for them to succeed. So we'll see.
That's true. I mean, the thing is, when you're looking at the cliffs here, when it comes to Miramar, they're not really a cliff because you can just take a car and you can just go 90 degrees up. So,
What
no,
is
a
that?
cliff, is it really a cliff? Not really. You can
No.
climb up there, you can do your Spider-Man action, and it can work out for you pretty well. But going back to the topic we had on the pre-show, right, is we have these old circle settings that we used to have in 2022. And of course, Dave, because of that, we see that these circles are a lot bigger early on in the phase. So that means that we talk about these splits from some of these teams. You can scout a lot more. The fact that we have these old circle settings and now maybe less teams in the lobby because a few of them updated, unfortunately. Like scouting is going to be so much more important because of everything that's going to be happening this match.
Yeah, I almost feel like kind of going back to the 2-2 split topic here that a couple of these teams at the bottom of the leaderboards, they might actually have to go for that 2-2 split to try to gather as many kill points as possible because, you know, they're going to be desperate here in game number 2. So especially with the circles being as big as they are. Bye, Neptura, by the way, and Tixie. We'll see you after the game. But with the circles, Maxman, being as large as they are with the settings, and I think with the lack of enemies on the battlefield, a team might actually have to implement the 2-2 split just to kind of acquire as many points.
Tends to be a lot more telling what kind of terrain you're going to play through. If it's going to be hilltops, if it's going to be like those cliff sides Niptera mentioned, or if it's just going to be some flat open field terrain. So we'll have as we reach that mid-game section. Puncher King, shooting a few bullets there. Not sure why, no one's against him, but just wants to get used to the gun before having to make use of it in a fight, hopefully. But I'm seeing some potential action here in Ruins, which, fair to say, Dave, Ruins not the renowned hot drop location that it is this game. So, yeah, Ruins fight, I guess, question mark.
Question mark? More like exclamation mark, because it's going down, baby. It is going down. And look at this, the circle, completely opposite of the ruins. So this is going to be very interesting for these squads. And one of them, Arab Golden Galaxy, if I'm not mistaken, going to be one of those teams in the ruins. And we were kind of questioning, like, where were they in game number 1? But we'll get back to that because Clear Vision, looking like they got Clear Vision on a couple opponents from Crash Gaming on the runaway right now.
Yeah, 20/20 vision run out. Only 60 bullets, though. Be able to get himself two, potentially stretch it to a third clip, but Crash trying to push in the open. Abudi, we did see, has no weapon in the hand, so he's going to have to wait for the rest of his team, Crash Gaming, to come and help him out, as though the fight is now going to be unfolding here, Dave. And two players, well, one player currently of GETSO down, the second low. He's going to be chased down. Punch King here with the shotgun, ready to go. Good old 1, 2, 3. And he does get one knock, but that's all he wrote. Well, all she wrote, all he wrote. I mean, he wrote. And that's going to be it for those two players of GETSO as lost. No chance of a res really coming out. I don't expect it to come through.
Yeah, very interesting that these teams right off the rip, especially with the amount of terrain that is available to them, you know, with the circles being so large, like you mentioned, and only 14 teams. So interesting that they decide to drop early. Oh, a nice little Winchester shot. One of my favorite guns here on Miramar. So I'm almost curious, will Crash Gaming kind of opt to make this push now as they have the numbers advantage and use this time of the revive to their advantage?
Not too sure. Seems like the 5 run is still going to be unfolding once orb. 6 going to be leading the forefront. Doesn't get any knocks though. GETSO, what are they doing right now? Bringing it back from the brink of death. Ace are going to be pushing up here with the M249. Definitely a nice clutch weapon. Gets one onto Lost. But he's solo right now. They had everything in their arsenal to win this fight here, Dave. And GETSO just flipped it around and actually get themselves the 4 eliminations and will be back up as a 3-man squad. What the hell just happened?
Very clutch, man. And listen, I was doubting them as well because it was an M249 was the final boss right there at the end. But coming in clutch, I believe they lost one teammate out the mix, but they should be able to get the pickup. And they got a couple elims to go with it, Max, man. So GETSO looking for that that come up here in game number 2.
We had a Ruins fight. What's
did.
going on today? We had these weird crashes last game. We had a Ruins fight in the early stage. I don't know what to expect anymore. My expectations have been shattered, Dave. It's fair to say. Anyone could really take it now. But yeah, Kelsey's got himself a nice little Scar and an M249.
Pow,
also
pow.
decent loadout. I think it's a little bit faster than Pow Pow, but
Pow.
it's like There you go.
Shout out to everybody in the chat, by the way. I know we had a podcast during the break, and you know, some spicy topics were brought up. But we're here in game number 2, match 2 of the grand finals, stage 1. Remember, first place walks away with $2,000 at the end of today. Second place, $1,000, and third place, a Buckaroos. So pretty nice day clocking into work here, as we are going to be looking at SBG. One of the teams dead last here, 13th place on the overall. Now they need a big game here, man, because there's only 4 more games left.
Yeah, it's going by really quick. You want to try and make every single one of these games count. And if you get one bad game, which, no, fair to say, Dave, does happen. I think you can really afford one bad game after that.
That's it, though.
It's going to be rough. But if you have one bad game, you want to try and make up for it. So hopefully the teams that struggled in game number 1 can bring it back, just like SBG did during the European finals, right? They had, I wouldn't say horrendous first 3 games, but they had a tough time in the first 3 matches. And then the last 2 matches, they start popping off, got like double-digit eliminations, and they started bringing the heat, and it did allow them then to qualify to these overall Season 1 grand finals. So good stuff. Also, you know, talking about people in the chat, feel free to also subscribe to Lidoma EMEA and the different Lidoma channels, because this is not the only season we're going to be having this year, Dave. We've got 3 seasons followed up with an overall grand final. So so much action is going to be happening. You're going to have previous champions up against, trying to contain their role and their championship position of the previous season. So you're going to have real big storylines throughout this year that's going to be unfolding, which I'm super, super hyped about.
Yeah, I love it. I love the format. Remember, there's so many teams that even signed up at the very beginning, you know, the opens to make it here. So now we're at the end where we got 6 teams from MENA, Turkey, and AU trying to fight it out, compete it out, and really show up and pour up here. It looks like another member of the football list was able to attend here in game number 2. So Rookie does have that support. Rookie not going to be finding themselves in a 1v4 early on. So nothing but up from here, Maxman.
And it's no random player, Dave, here. It's actually Kairos, which was the finals MVP of PMPL Turkey. If there's any player you want to join, it is going to be him. I think that Rookie and Kairos were the top 2 performing players of the team in the finals.
The finals MVP?
Yeah. These
massive.
are the 2 players you really want if you want to get a 2v4. It's probably still not going to work out, but you're slightly increasing your odds of working out. Or you just get an Akimbo DBS. No,
exactly.
That works out too.
The double DBS, that's all they need. Nothing's stopping them. Nothing's stopping them. 13 teams, 4 elims on to GETSO after that early game fight. But let's see, NASR, we were talking in the pre-show, this team's been competing in Arabia for about 3 months together as a unit. Let's see what they could do, because that's S2G looking to make the push here. And Spec is going to be downrange. Xanox looks like they're going to be popping the bus, trying to pull out a retreat right here. And that's a smart move, because NASR are pretty separated here right now, Maxman.
Yeah, a little bit split, but there's not too many teams around here, so I don't think there's going to be too many issues. Meku, though, going to be solo here, does get himself... Oh, shoots around the beam, unfortunate, but does get the knock. Can he get the flush? You want to flush it, because you know there's going to be 3 other players coming your way. Kairos got himself a great off angle, but they're so split. He's not going to be able to really join up on the position of Rookie, so he's locked in a 1v2, and I believe that res on Meku might come to fruition here, Dave. So it's a bit messy, it's a bit all over the place, but Rookie going to get himself... He saw the pixels move for a split second there, trying to avoid that res from going through, but right through the smoke, it's Kitsune to connect onto Rookie, and Kairos from a distance trying to get that knock, but is he going to get it? Unfortunately, no, and one more bullet connects, and that's it. The 2 players of foot will not be afoot anymore. Oh no, I can't believe I've done that, no. So, I'm sorry. Just...
When you're right, you're right.
Yeah, it happened so fast.
Yeah, when you're right, you're right. Just unfortunate, too, for footballists only being a duo, getting pushed on by the Gladiators, you know? So, pretty unfortunate for them, but it's a learning experience, as they still have 3 more games to go. Maybe kind of play the edge strat and try to avoid teams at all costs and just go for some placement points, but we'll see what they end up doing with their duo here, as we're going to be tuning in with SBG, taking some pot shots, trying to get a confirm on to STG. So the two squads going to be duking it back and forth. Looks like Robsy is going to be pulling up in the front lines, making a nice little crash, closing the gap with the M4. Going to be cooking a grenade. Looks like the revive was successful in the back line. But Robsy, you can tell they are hungry for these elims.
I can't believe you're calling him Robsy. I didn't know you were close like that.
Damn, Robsy. What do you call him?
Robs? Yeah, I'm not close like that with Robs. I wish I was, but he's just...
Oh, Robsy.
Yeah, he's just Robs to me. It's like, you know, Jason and his boy
The Z is big.
Jim.
You know, the Z is capitalized. So you gotta make sure you
Z.
oh,
okay.
Z.
Okay, that might be it. Okay, so you're not close like that. I'm happy because I would have been really jealous, Dave, if that was the case. But SGG,
I am close. We text each other pretty often, but we'll get back to that, Max, man. Not trying to make you jealous over here.
Too late.
SPG still locked and loaded up against S2G.
Yeah, it's interesting how you would feel like at the start of this fight, SPG were in control of the fight. They were the one initiating the push, but now, in a nice little twist of fate, S2G just flipped it instantly, where they got this nice little spread, high ground position, and it's really stopping S2G from spreading out, and they're kind of locked in that compound. That means any nades or mollies that might be coming through will be a major issue and hit to the team. So, yeah, S2G, I like how they've been trying to turn this one around. SPG does one player that's really far north, downhill, so he's not going to help the team at all from that position almost, I feel like. No, he's not low ground, he's actually high ground. He's on the outskirts of La Bandita, my apologies. He's going to be up there though. SGG Silas gets himself the first one there. And looking for the 1v1 again, it's going to be Robs. Your boy Robsy here picking up one, instantly going for the flush onto Forest. One of the sub players for the team, and they're just flushing elimination after elimination. But I saw in the distance here, Dave, NIGMA Galaxy looking for potential third party.
Yes, sir, and they need these points. Freaking the kill feed. You can see them trying to capitalize from that high ground over there. So SPG need to be cautious now, the angles that they expose to the elements. But SPG, 3 elims. This is exactly what this team needed. Remember, this team dead last on the overall leaderboards for the teams competing here today. And we were talking in the pre-show, these teams at the bottom, they need to flip that switch. They need to look for these early game elims to even have the potential to make the close in the gap on the leaderboards. And, well, NIGMA Galaxy putting in a lot of work from above as well.
Oh, great sprays from Narvalo and the team. Though, the smokes, kind of using a lot of utility right now, so they might want to try and hold on to it. A lack of utility on Miramar can spell disaster, Dave, as we've seen many times in the past. If you don't have it and it's a field finish, you might just be in deep trouble. NIGMA Galaxy, though, I'm surprised they're struggling as much as they are, knowing they're so far away and have a high ground position. But Gladiators, they want a piece of the NIGMA Galaxy, it seems, as Tixi, Kitsune going to be the ones leading the charge. But Lord, it's got a little bit of a high ground position, so not an easy push for Gladiators to pull off.
Yeah, and did they just pull off of the Coops revive? I think so. Coops was in the bush, almost picked up, but then we saw the Gladiators, in the distance applying some pressure. So Coops is still bleeding on out. Almost taken out. I'm looking for the pickup. Okay, looks like the pickup is going to be happening right now. Oof, I was starting to sweat here, Max Ben. There we go. Coops back up. Love to see it.
Like the last 2 games, Coops is like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. He's sent to the cemetery, but you bring him back, I mean, he's even stronger after that. It's like Blue Eyes White Dragon Drop PUBG Mobile. That's what he does, but Gladiator still, very spread, which is, I said, is kind of like the Gladiator's way when it comes to Miramar maps. But they need to try and regroup a little bit quicker. I know that was a pretty big issue they had in PNPL EU. And hopefully they're going to bring those learnings over into the Lidoma PUBG Mobile International Series. As also, other teams slowly going to start to regroup, slowly going to be starting to eke their way into the circle. Because with Phase 3, about to go into Phase 4, so you know that not too much space is going to be available. It's going to start to speed up very soon. But SPG were able to get the full team back up. And Gladiators with 2 players locked in La Bandita here, Dave.
Ooh.
Matic and Meku. Oh no, Kitsune and Matic actually is going to be.
Yeah.
Not sure if they can make it out alive of there, because without cars, that's going to be a rough transition.
Yeah, one of the downsides of their split right now. Looks like they're going to be pinned down.
Whoa.
Oh, got them both here, Max, man. I don't believe they'll be able to get the pickup. So I'm looking for the confirm with the MG3. But that is just, that hurts. That hurts to watch, because a lot of fans right now are cheering for the Gladiators, who are currently in 6th place after match number 1. Looking for the come up on the overall leaderboards. And that's just going to set them back a couple more pegs. So we'll see what ends up happening with them. I'm looking at the kill feed here, but shout out to everybody in the chat. Spam those hearts right now for your team. They need the love. And now here comes the collapse from SBG, looking to get the flush, but oh no, oh no, how the tides have turned back right now, Maxman. Dixie putting a lot of work from downrange.
It's Gladiators, man. You'd never want to doubt the Gladiators. They can pull it back in just a blink of an eye. Trying to go for the res, going to try and send the card downwards, and the off angle is going to be there, but it's not quite enough for the Gladiators. Only Tixie will stand strong, and he's instantly getting the hell out of La Bandita, as he just wants to try and play the long game, try and get a few limbs or maybe placement points later on, but still SBG, I feel like they shouldn't lose Narvalo on that transition. Like, you get 2 knocks, that's great, but then sending it in La Bandita the way they did, I feel like was just way too risky for little to no reason.
SBG. SBG. Let me see the SBG hype in the chat right now as they are looking for that come up. But the team that I had my eyes on when we're talking momentum, baby, has to be the MADBULLS after their massive game number 1. Looks like they're going to be locking horns right now. Is that GETSO Esports? Who's that? Who's that? Oh, grenade battle. Who's that? GETSO Esports. It is. It is. MADBULLS win this one all day, though. No kills yet for the team, as they are going to be divvying up the meds. Teamwork makes the dream work here. They're going to be on the edge up in the north, and I do see a team on the mini-map also kind of cruising around the area. And guess who it is? It's SBG!
It's SBG. They're not going to slow down anytime. SBG! Support them in the chat, boys. Let's see this SBG hype train, as they're currently on a kill train, it seems, in this game, getting himself as many as they possibly can. Tixie's going to go down for Gladiators. That means the team is going to be out.
Rip.
Chances are, Dave, they're going to be slipping down from that sixth position they were in previously. So they're going to have to bring back the heat in the next game over on Sanhok, which is a map where they tend to do relatively well. To Liquor, popping off of the team, going to get that flush. That's their first elimination this game. And GETSO, do you still want a piece of them? Well, you don't really have a choice because SBG's right behind you, so you're going to be forced in this fight.
Oh,
he's inside the building. Does get the res onto Flicker though, and now it's going to be 3 players here taking a fight and no chance whatsoever to survive. That's going to be it for GETSO, Dave, as they go out in 10th.
Get so thirsty right there. That vault through the window. That vault through the window, definitely the thirst meter was off the charts right there. But they'll learn. They'll learn because, you know what, they have some room to make mistakes after game number 1. They're in a good position on the overall leaderboard. So let's tune in with Crash Gaming, who are looking for that come up. Kevin 88 with the spray down over there. So it's going to be Crash Gaming trying to hold down the compounders. Clear Vision are looking to make the breach here, Maxman.
Yeah, just one molly. I'm not seeing enough utility thrown by Clear Vision right now. Just one molly, and Kevin cannot hold an angle. Wait, 2 angles going to be held, actually. And it's going to be NASR with a third party from a distance. Get himself 1 knockdown onto Crash Gaming. And that's going to be just slowing things down so severely for Crash. They just can't defend anymore. And Clear Vision somewhat helped by from afar by NASR. And yeah, I don't feel like Jafar can do much against this one here. That nade could be huge, though. Just get a little bit of damage onto Psik, but more than that, I'm not too sure here. With the UMP, he's got an M249. Might want to get the M249 here for this clutch. Might want to swap the weapon, but he tries to maintain the UMP, and it's just not meant to be. That's it for Crash. There's now 8 teams still up and running about.
That's it for Crash right there. Jafar, the last one, standing, taken out. And now we're going to be tuning in with NIGMA Galaxy. The Coops cam right here. Coops taking some long-range shots right there. Just peppering their opponents, you know, taking out the utility, the helmets, the armor, forcing them to dip into those med reserves. But over here, NASR Spec, prone on the roof with the scar, baby! Getting some elim points. Oh, man, it's like slicing through some butter, man. Spec making this look so nice from this position. And I love how Spec has the little tree, you know, blocking the covers from that right-hand side. So, love the heads-up play from Spec.
So it's like the level up version
Trio
of a NEXTRÜYA with a Tixie, the plant. It's just
that's Tixie growing up right there in the tree.
Adult Tixie.
Adult
They grow up
Tixie.
so fast. Can't believe it. They're blocking out vision. They're actually bringing utility
Like
to
yesterday
the
was a little
game.
plant.
What's going on?
So Quest, we saw them in game 1. They're good at getting positions, Max, man. Well, that's about it. You know?
I was expecting a follow-up. It's like, they're good at getting positions. That's pretty much it. You know, it's still pretty deep.
I want to see something else. You know, I want to see how
I
they
agree.
hold it down. You know, I want to see how they rotate if the zone doesn't favor them. You know, game one didn't really play in their favor. And you know what? They only had 3 elims after game one. And I was really impressed with like their macro ability to hold down the shelter. So I'm really curious to see what they pulled out here on Miramar. That's all, I guess, to kind of add more context to it.
Or rattling boys. Clear Vision is not allowed to make it anyway further. They do stop eventually. KONINA Power, Agora's going to be showing his head, almost getting it blown right off, but boy, oh boy, the snipers, the lads on this rooftop, you cannot escape their gaze. NASR just picking up a limb after a limb. If that car explodes, Clear Vision's dead. There's no way. Get it. Boom goes the dynamite, come out.
Now they're all on the roof.
Boom
Now they're
goes the
all
buggy.
on the roof.
The roof boys, you know? It's a roof piece. It's nice. Gives you
Well,
good
and
information.
look at the terrain. It's just so open in the center, and we can see on the mini map just how open it is. There's a couple little hilltops. Oh no, we need a power. No, don't pull up there. Oh man. They didn't see in the lymph feed. Okay, so they have a little ledge to work with, so the sightlines are going to be blocked for the time being. And I believe NASR are going to have to turn their attention eventually to the 360, as there are going to be other opponents in this circle looking in their direction. But Quest, I was talking about Quest. This is their moment, up against Shockwave right now.
He said he wanted to see more. Hopefully we're going to be some fragging power. That's what they're currently lacking. Because if they do win this fight, they've got such a good position, which we know they're good at understanding which positions are strong in each circle. You need to win this fight. You need to win this 4v4 versus Shockwave. Shockwave, you know, they want to take that fight. They want to push it, but they're just not sure how. It's so hard to just breach this kind of dip position. The moment you push over, so many angles, so many eyes are going to be looking your way. Our Quest just keeping one player right under that ramp. The moment you go a little bit too far, because I don't think they know Dai's there, Dave. So if you go too far, you're just going to come in with the sneaky backstab, the ninja play. So that could definitely put a bit of a slowdown in the plans of Shockwave, as they're still looking for the push, but they're just looking maybe for that opening nade knock to just push on in onto Quest's location. But things are definitely taking their time as the circle shifts. And now, well, you don't have a choice. Shockwave will have to bring a minute or so.
Love the angles from Quest too, but it really comes down to them being able to hit their shots. They are somewhat separated. They got a couple smokes out here on the playing field, trying to group up just a little bit. But I'm really curious to see how they take advantage of their angles as Shockwave. They're probably gonna have to crest over the hill, exposing themselves first, you know, with their heads. So Quest should be able to have the opportunity to take the first initial shots here.
Terminus is getting such a nice angle, actually. That sort of really smart play. He's just denying a lot of strong positions. Like, that could not play under the ramp anymore because Terminus is in such a strong position. So that's such a good setup from Shockwave. Though you have that ramp, Dave. Get a car, drive up the ramp, and just jump across the ravine. You know, just get the hell out of there.
Talk about driving. KONINA Power trying to crash NASR.
Yeah, they went down from the rooftop, it seems, and they're just trying to get in close quarter combat here with KONINA Power. That's 2 down and looking for the final player. On the left side of the rock, he doesn't know Spec. He's on the left. He's on the left, and there you go. Switches over. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get one. Does get flushed away. NASR down to 3. That breach could be happening. They're not as safe as they used to be.
Not as safe as it used to be, but 6 elims going their way so far. And we're going to be popping back over to the Quest versus Shockwave. Lockdown here on the edge of the east side of this circle.
Wait, what's Quest doing? Okay, you got in the car for a second there, Conte. I thought he was going to get knocked almost instantly, so just don't do that. There's some really risky plays, but it seemed like he wants to try and get a bit more aggressive onto Shockwave, get himself a little bit of elevation, maybe keep track of Terminus and his teammate. While now NIGMA GALAXY looking for a piece of the MADBULLS, holding this little ridge line. So many big Form 4 fights. You've got Quest versus Shockwave, you've got NIGMA GALAXY versus the side of MADBULLS. Thing is, you need to come out on top as a 4-man team in these fights here, Dave, if you want to be able to compete for that chicken dinner, because you have teams towards the center and the south that are looking in such a strong position, like your NASR, that you're going to need a lot of players to make those breaches happen. A Shockwave, the fight has initiated. Da will fall down first. No one's going to be close enough to go for the res. Shockwave here, Dave, need to go for the engage.
Yeah, Shockwave with a little 2-2 split with that road being the divider between the teams, using the initial knock to try to push up just a little more, and they did it at the same time, so the communication from the squad is definitely on point. But
Whoa!
Quest are just holding down the hard cover behind the buggies, behind the smoke, behind the boulder, and now the tides have turned, and Quest looking to make the pull-up right now here, Maxman.
Oh, Alhaji, that nade was everything they needed and more. Kante just trying to scout, get some information on that buggy. It is going to be smoking though, so you might want to not go for that risky car rotation anymore. He's going to try and go for that res under. There's no way this is going to work out. Is he going to get that res on Alhaji? No way.
We're getting it. We're getting it. That smoke over there is blocking the sight lines, as we can see. So the revive is going to be successful. Oh, pulling off of it. Getting a little thirsty right there, Maxman.
Yeah, he got denied. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get it. That would have been huge. Now he's got to try and go play on the ramp. Unfortunately, you can't run it up. You don't have a car, but he's going to have A's on the side. Can he get it? No, he can't. Aza gets it done. Quest are going to be taken away, and Shockwave, I believe, surviving as a four-man team here, Dave, have an option to maybe close off a clear chicken dinner here.
Yeah, and that's what's important, is that they still have the option over there. So we'll get back to that, because now NASR is going to be forced to take an engagement over here. It's going to be SPG kind of peppering them in the back lines in this open terrain. And the fact of the matter is, NASR have been holding down that angle, kind of putting a stop to the Enigma Galaxy push, because the sightlines would be exposed. But the MADBULLS pulling up in some monster trucks right now, Maxman, trying to get the runovers to open up this engagement. Coops is still alive in the back lines. What can Coops do? And Hamoni from the truck, the lean peak taking them down and out.
The lead peak from a bloody monster truck, Dave. That's an absolute Giga Chad defense. They tried to go for the breach risk too, but it didn't quite work out for the MADBULLS. NIGMA Galaxy stand their ground. They need to heal up, though, because they're going to have to move very, very soon, a little bit further in the circle. SPG versus NASR, though, Dave, is another interesting fight. They both have to move in. Robs currently has got that anchor point secured for SPG, but NASR, what is your game plan? Do you push onto Robs, as he's currently standing as a solo? Great knockdown onto Victor. Can they get a Kashi too? Kashi knows he can't go for the res, so he's just going to try and zoom his way over to Robs. And because of that smoke, he might actually just make it. Two players of SPG are now in position, but NASR, a bit slow to pull the trigger, are also going to go for the engage with a party bus. Xenox going to be there on the forefront with his team, going to go for the spray down. J7 is going to join up in the party, get one onto Akashi, and it is just not meant to be. That's Coops from the boys of NIGMA Galaxy from the side. Secure it, and SPG still stand strong in this game.
Coops for two! I did love the aggression from NASR, though, the pull up right there, so shout out to them. But going back to the fight that we were talking about with the bridge, Shockwave still 4 up, the only team with 4 up, but can they take out the Coops? That's the question. Can they take out the Coops?
My criticism of last game for Shockwave, not controlling enough, not aggressive enough. But here you have the perfect opportunity to take it slow, but the moment you have to be aggressive, you need to strike hard. You need to get every single elimination and angle you can. So this could be looking at a good old French Shockwave chicken dinner. SPG were able to heal up from their wounds in their shed. As Coops still has the perfect angle. Like, SPG can't go anywhere right now, Dave. They cannot leave that shed. The moment they do, their head is blown right off by Coops, or maybe even Shockwave. Terminus has got also a pretty strong angle. But two French teams in this top 3 is the French powerhouse. Looking good here.
Oui. The SPG team, though, the duo, I don't believe the position is in the zone. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the issue. So they're going to get taken out here.
Shockwave could regroup, though, pretty easily. They got one play in the center here. Looking good, Lord. You want to pop those cars, though. I mean, that party bus
still
was brought over by NASA, still up, as you say. But, there you go. Terminus gets it.
Okay, so yeah, they're most likely going to get taken out here, but still GG. I mean, they got a bunch of elims this game and a 3rd place finish guaranteed. And there's Coops in the feed. Tons of angles, tons of sightlines. It's going to be pulling back. Oh, the buggy is going to be in the blue, so Coops will take a little bit of damage. But like you said, Shockwave with 4 up. This is looking like their chicken dinner, but we still got NIGMA Galaxy 3 up. Strong contender in the lobby right now, Maxman.
Yeah, I want to see 8 eliminations going away off Shockwave right now. Though, if there's anything for Akashi, maybe go out to the blue zone. Because you know it's only 5 games. 1 elimination is a pretty hefty amount. So go out to the blue, there you go. Denies it away from Shockwave or NIGMA Galaxy. That can make a difference later on down the line. But now a 4v3. Shockwave know it is from a single team. And they get a great opening knock onto Lord. And if they go for the res, maybe this is the option for Shockwave to go for the push and punish them. But Coop's still trying to hold the forefront of the team. The ridge line has now been abandoned by NIGMA GALAXY. They cannot hold it anymore. Az are just trying to gather information while he's just rocking about in that buggy. But Lord will not be brought back here, Dave.
Well,
it's going to be a proper 4v2, it seems.
Maybe, though. Maybe.
Well, maybe.
Maybe. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. But the vehicle, I mean, just the fact of the matter is the vehicle is forcing them to pull off of this here, Maxman. So now 2 of them are down.
He's got the shotgun though, hits one potentially onto Aza, relatively low, but the angles are too much for him to bear, and Shockwave, as controlling as ever, finally secure their first chicken dinner here for the grand finals of the Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series. The French chicken dinner, always good to see, Dave. Oui, it's the French time.
Love the vehicle play from Shockwave right there. I mean, just keeping that pressure on. They didn't exactly know where the opponents were behind that dip, but that pressure was all that was needed to force them off those revives right there. So really a heads-up play from them.
I feel like we're going to have a very happy NEXTRÜYA joining us once again back on the desk. How do you feel about that game, NEXTRÜYA? Good times for the French squad.
Yes, I'm very happy. I'm very happy with Shockwave. They've been such a great team this season so far, and they're continuing that domination here on Miramar. What a great spread, first of all, in those final circles. We got some great drone footage there, you know, that bird's eye view of the game, and it was looking really nice, really spread out, really evenly and consistently across the zone. So some great control being brought in there, and pressure, as you said, Dave. We love to see that kind of pressure being put on them. Great communication from a great team, so GG's.
NA showing up strong. Like, you got Coops until the very end. You got NASR looking good. Normally you don't have NA as a region, but they're here in some way, shape or form, able to show up really strong and play, especially, I mean, playing the rooftop, Dave, for the long time, they were just denied so many teams like SBG. They were able to let the players KONINA POWER to. Like, it is not an easy position to play because you got different angles that could be an issue for you, but I feel like NASR really played it like down to the T in a really, really strong fashion.
Yeah, and I believe the rooftop, not only did we have one grown-up Tixie tree, but I think 2 on both sides. So, I mean, those trees, that foliage, definitely coming in clutch when it comes to cover. I mean, we saw it allowed Spec to be prone for a good majority of the game to just, you know, pepper down range those shots. But NASR, I think, this last game kind of just maintaining their placement points at the top. I think the biggest takeaway for me, yeah, Shockwave, GG's, they're already in 4th, but I think when we're talking about movers and shakers on the overall leaderboards, it has to be NIGMA GALAXY because, let me remind you, coming into this game, 7th place. I think we should see them climb up here quite a lot.
Yeah, looking at also the most valuable player here, it is going to be Ustars. I'm not sure about the pronunciation on this one, but this guy...
No, it's Star.
Oh, Star. Yeah, do you say the ZH? I don't know.
The U, I don't know, but the U has that thing over the top which makes it invisible in PUBG, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big brain NEXTRÜYA. This is why we have NEXTRÜYA, because she brings the info that we have no idea about. But okay, we have Star then going to be the MVP with a decent actually conversion rate, I would say, from damage into eliminations. NEXTRÜYA here, so NASR really that roof play working absolute wonders for them.
Yeah, it really did. I was surprised by KP's push. Actually, it was bold. I'll give him that. You know, you have nearly a full squad up on those rooftops, up on elevated ground anyway, plus on the rooftops, and you went, you know what? I think we can do that. We can, you know, just take a full send across open ground and just do it. It'll be fun. It'll be great. We'll do it. And I don't remember it going in their favor. Did it go in their favor?
Maybe.
I don't remember. Oh, no.
That's my answer. I was casting the game just minutes ago. I am maybe.
Listen,
maybe
I'm the math guy, all right? All I know is a chicken is 10, and in game 1, they had 11 kills, so that's 1 additional point. That's why I'm here.
Okay, so I do want to bring up one point here, and I'm going to throw it back to you, NEXTRÜYA, once again. The Terminus has really, especially in that fight versus Quest, him and Aza were the 2 players to set up the team for success, because I feel like if you don't see Aza and Terminus go for those nice off angles to lock down the entire dip on the road versus Quest, I don't think they win the fight. And I feel like Terminus in particular was a really good initiator for that fight, so I would say deserving as like a second MVP award for this game.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it was looking really, really nice from them. Angles are such important things when you're coming to those kinds of circles that have so much open ground. You know, you only got a couple of hay bales, you know, all that sort of stuff. You gotta get those off angles ready to go. As we see the results of Shockwave's, you know, just really, really good work on that Miramar coming in, and they are 17 points for this match.
Yeah, nice way to close off the gap. You're going to have two French teams in the top 3. It's good times for us, NEXTRÜYA.
Oh, it is.
To see them perform in this game, NIGMA GALAXY. Also, though we are seeing NASR currently and MADBULLS still bringing the heat, especially NASR that got himself a top 3 last game and now able to actually get themselves, at least in terms of point last game, and here get himself a 4th place, another double-digit game. So chances are NASR might be now a current top 3 contender, potentially even in 1st place, not too sure, but definitely must be pretty close on the overall rankings. Though at the bottom of the table, ignoring the teams though we're not playing because of the game update, Gladiators, you know, they fell off a little bit. So they had 2 games that were like kind of meh. The first game was decent-ish, but this one does make them slip down here, Dave. We need to see strong result after strong result for the next 3 matches, or otherwise Gladiators might be out of the conversation already.
Yeah, listen, that's your team, you know, so give them that pep talk during the break. They need you in the locker room, Max Man, to really hype them up. They still got 3 more games to go, so they're in the running. We've seen this team last week, a really strong contender. They know how to hit them shots, so I'm not going to count them out yet, but if they have another poor performance, that just might be the nail in the coffin. But here's the overall MADBULLS on top. Now, the MADBULLS crashed, though, that last game with the double monster trucks. I love the initiative from them. But they got taken out by NIGMA GALAXY here. It was crazy. It was a crazy push.
I feel like just pushing with 2 monster trucks, there's that extra fear factor, like, oh, what the hell? Okay, I'm out of here. And actually, NIGMA GALAXY, it kind of worked out for them, especially because you can shoot under the monster trucks, and also I think Hamodi at one point got in the car and just was above the smokes. That's a really cool thing, though. You see this meta of cars, and you can just go in that perspective, look above, and you can see above the smokes. Monster truck, you don't even have to like angle your camera properly. You're just by default above the smoke, so you can see everyone where they're standing. So I'm telling you, next update, the monster trucks, NEXTRÜYA, we know they're going to be on Erangel, they're going to be on Sanhok. The car smoke meta might shift pretty significantly.
Yeah, it absolutely could. We're going to be seeing a lot of things. I think as well, we're going to see driving accidents, right? Because those monster cars, monster trucks can go over pretty much anything. I am so ready, Max, for those trucks to just be yeeted off the Sanhok cliffs. I am see. Because it will break your fall.
That's true. I do wonder also if the monster truck, you can drive up the cliffs. No, on Miramar. I've only seen it with a buggy. Maybe that's the car that can also do it. I haven't seen it yet, but we'll see if we can see some spider action from those guys too. But yeah, I think the meta is fair to say, Dave, with like the weapon changes, the car changes, some of the fixes too that's going to be happening. The meta is going to shift pretty significantly. So this Lidoma event, we know, is going to be locked in the previous update. Next event, though, we can see some pretty significant adaptations made by some of these teams.
Yeah, and the updates, talking about the updates, the only thing that I'm kind of big sad about, I know people will probably like it, is that on Sanhok, they swapped the Ronnie for the US. So I like the Ronnie truck, man. I liked the Ronnie truck. But hey, US, a lot more players are probably comfortable rocking that vehicle. So now the introduction of that on Sanhok might make vehicle play a little more abundant on that map.
Yeah, all I know is that NEXTRÜYA is going to be repping the Lamborghini on all of those maps if she has the possibility of doing so. Yeah. I don't like that smile. I've been trying to get that bloody Lamborghini for so long, and I never got it.
I didn't get it either.
How many times did you pull to get the Lambo?
I didn't get the Lambo.
You didn't? I
No, I didn't.
I saw your
I saw a tweet.
Did I get the Lambo? Wait, am I just got that many supercars? I just don't remember the Lamborghini in my garage. Is that where we're at now?
I saw your tweet saying you got. Maybe I didn't get it.
I'm gonna have to look at break. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, that's why I asked you what color your Lamborghini was at the start.
Bugatti, Max. Bugatti.
Oh, Bugatti.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she said I woke up in a new Bugatti.
That is true. Yeah, I did. In 2 new Bugattis.
Oh,
just a flex.
The flex, not one but 2, Max Man. You heard it here first.
I don't remember asking. Okay, I didn't want to know about that, but
2.
Yes.
2.
Okay. If you could, didn't even lend me one. Very, very unfortunate. I thought we had a good analyst relationship on this
Yeah,
broadcast.
I will after.
Okay, but no, on a more serious topic though, of course, looking at the chicken dinners, we had one from MADBULLS, one from SHOCKWAVE, currently standing strong at the top of the overall rankings, and 3 more games to go. We're going to have one of each battleground, so maybe a small opportunity for these teams to make changes when it comes to your Miramar, when it comes to your Erangel. But, I mean, Dave, right now, one Sanhok and you're done and dusted for that map. So you need to be good from the get-go on this map to see how things are going to go. And we got a few favorites. One that comes to mind for me is Gladiators, but I got to say some of the Turkish teams are especially strong on this map. So this could be their option to climb up in the top 3.
Yeah, let's hope so. I know they're not the Turkish team, but the Gladiators, you know, you're telling me that they're strong on Sanhok. So this is, listen, I'm not just, you know, bringing them up time and time again because this is your team that you said will win it all here today. But I'm bringing it up because I agree with you. Like, this Sanhok map is so crucial for the Gladiators because if they get another poor game, we might have to just count them out here moving forward when it comes to at least that first place prize, because right now, MADBULLS, 29 points. The Gladiators, 7.
Yeah, tough times indeed. But with that said, we're going to head on over to a very short break. But during the break, I'm going to ask the chat, tell us in the chat right now which team you think will be winning this entire Grand Finals event. And we'll try and interact with a few of you guys, see which prediction you guys had, and we'll talk about it live on air. With that said, we'll see you guys in just a few short minutes for our good old Sanhok action. Okay, and we're back. That's going to be it for our break, and we're ready for our Sanhok. That's going to be coming up very, very soon, so do stay tuned. But, NEXTRÜYA, I'm going to jump right into it with you to kick off this desk segment. Sanhok, you know, the only time we're going to be seeing that battleground for today. A lot of expectations. We talk about Gladiators, but is there anything in particular that you're maybe expecting to see or would like to see from some of these teams on this map?
Well, you said before break, Max, that, you know, the Turkish teams are really good at Sanhok. They tend to dominate. So with that in mind, I really would like to see S2G. Where have they been the last 2 games? Certainly not in the top 5, unfortunately. So it'd be a great opportunity for them to really bring it back in the Sanhok. So that's one of my things. Otherwise, you know, I'm right with Dave. The Gladiators need to step it up. That's another team that are in the danger zone at the moment. So one of those 2 teams, I think, really should be pulling the Sanhok off, putting it in the bag and taking it home to maybe have a chance at some of those top 5 positions later on.
Yeah, I think there's a very interesting drinking game idea, which is every time we talk about Gladiators, you know, you just take a shot. And tell you're not going to be in good shape at the end of the broadcast day. You're going to be in a pretty dire state, I might even say. But yeah, Gladiators, as you said, looking like one of the favorite. Though, Dave, I'm going to bring up an interesting team to the table here. And it's going to be KONINA Power, because I know during PMPL EU, KONINA Power is one of the few teams that were dropping over to the eastern side of the map and would always get pretty fun in the game because of their very easy rotations. And I feel like as a whole, this applies to many teams. There's a trend on Sanhok where the east coast is very often just left open. So I feel like teams, especially with having less teams available compared to the original 18 teams planned, the eastern coast could be a very easy game plan for these teams to just, you know, get easy placement points at least here.
So you're talking KONINA Power, easy placement points. Right now they only have
top
2.
3.
Right now they only have 2, Max, man. So
I want to see top 3.
Top 3 from KONINA Power on this Sanhok game. I like the prediction. Pretty bold one because you know, they have kind of been down in the slumps here. We did see the attempt last game for them to pull up onto NASR Esports, but they lost 2 in the backlines and, you know, kind of folded from there on out. So hopefully they can come back. Currently in 10th place, so it's definitely doable with their 4 total points. But back to NEXTRÜYA's team to watch, S2G. They have 1 point. Like, how?
Ouch.
You know, 1 point.
Ouch.
1 point.
My prediction's not working out. The caster curse is back, it seems, which I'm not a fan.
What?
But
Sorry to tell you.
Have they been playing as a 3-man team too? I don't remember seeing them as 4-man.
Might
I
have
feel
been,
like
yeah.
this. No, there was Razy missing. I remember there was Razy missing, and Razy has been like one of the reasons why not only S2G qualified into the grand finals of PMGC, but also got that clutch versus 4 Angry Men in the last game, also of PMGC grand finals, to allow them just 100% secure that they were going to be the world champions. So now having Razy on your side after such recent success is definitely hurting the results of the team here. So, I mean, 3 players too as a whole, we know NEXTRÜYA is not going to work out for them, but what's been interesting is the fact that these teams that don't have a full squad still get involved in like these early fights. So in my opinion, if you're coming in as a 2 or 3-man, stay close quarter all together, no stacked as a team, and just trying to get to the late game. Like, avoid every single fight. That would be at least my game plan if this was the situation I was in.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. The only kind of thought I'd have that though is it does depend on the mentality of the team, what their mentality strategy wise is. If they feel like they end up just freezing up later on in the game, if they keep to themselves and avoid teams, that is not going to help them later on, and they're just going to go out kind of last anyway. So it does depend. If they're okay with that, then absolutely just stick to yourselves. Don't go after the fights if you're a duo or a trio. It doesn't make sense. It just depends on the mentality and what they're comfortable with. But yeah, totally. I'm kind of with you on that one, Max.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting to see how these teams are going to try and adapt to that a little bit in this following match. But I always, Dave, every time I come back to you, I want to bring up the topic of the NA players. There's only 2 players. I mean, to be honest, they had 1 play in game 1, they had 2 in game 2, maybe 3 now?
Maybe?
I don't know.
The production team are doing football is dirty, though, because Footballists, they actually are playing here tonight, and they're in 16th, so they're behind MELISE and NEXTRÜYA, who aren't even showing up. So 0 points for Footballists with the duo.
Ooh.
Hopefully they could, you know, I like where they're going, though, Max, man. I know you're going to ask me a separate question about NA because you want me to be the NA fanboy and all, which I am. You know, we know Coops is the dominator. But going back to last game with football is, I do appreciate kind of what NEXTRÜYA was saying, that they're trying to get involved. You know, they're not just like, hey, we don't have 2 members, so let's just, you know, rotate from compound to compound, not getting into any fights, any action. They're actually putting themselves in positions to get into a fight. Has it been working? No, of course not, because it's a 2v4 early game. But the fact of the matter is that I do appreciate them trying to stick with their guns here.
Yeah, I would prefer, though, and I feel like we're all in agreement on this, that they stay as a 2-man, because we did see that 1-1 split earlier. Gladiators like kind of sniffed out their location, just like, okay, we're going to push one player. They almost got one of their squad player flushed instantly. I don't remember which player it was, but they almost lost one instantly. I want to see them just regroup. You know, it's not worth taking those angles, because you know that typically on Miramar, I mean, something that we talked a lot about, Dave, with those 2-2 splits, and the reason why 2-2 splits are so strong is because if you have like a 2-1 or a 1-1-1 split, or a 1-1 split in that case, you're not going to get that res. So you want to maybe just tighten up the bolts a little bit here, NEXTRÜYA, fair to say, and you just really play as a squad, as we said, because those knocks early on, a lot of times teams are going to get the knock and they're going to rush you to get the flush, so you want to avoid that at all costs.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally. It is something, once you got the knock, you're going for it. So that first knock is really key to avoid, especially, I think, like Foot had, where they had like a really open ground around that compound. So they should have stuck together as a duo in that compound and just sprayed down the Gladiators as soon as they saw them, and that might have deterred them a little bit. Being the Gladiators, they probably would have just still pushed anyway, because that's who they are. But if it was any other team, that probably would have kind of deterred them from making that push, and Foot would have been in the game a little longer. So yeah, don't totally stick together if you're less than 4.
Exactly. Words of wisdom spoken by NEXTRÜYA, as always. But I'm going to go on to the prediction topic, but not your typical prediction topic, okay? I want to know
okay, I'm listening.
Which island is going to end on. NEXTRÜYA, you're up first.
You know what? I'd love it to be the east one. We get so many of those North Island sort of cliff games, but those are so much fun. And I think when we have lots of regions here playing together, honestly, I think we're ready for that spice. So I'm gonna switch my initial thing and go to North Island.
North and West Island. Okay. How about you, Dave?
Yeah. Before I answer your question, because you know I gotta really think about this one.
You've got 3 options.
Yeah. Okay, south. I want to end right on top of cave. You know, cave, boom, circle, boom. I want the players to be forced to go into the cave, and if they're not in the cave, they lose. You know, just like that, Max, man. What about you?
I'm going to go with Southern Boot Camp. I don't know why. I don't know if it's been a weird trend throughout the past year and a half of PUBG Mobile Esports, where, like, easily I would say 35 to 40% of your circles end south boot camp towards that road trifecta that goes like from Painan to the western side of Quarry and also boot camp, and it's just a very infamous position where the circle just tends to go pretty repeatedly. So I feel like it could end over there, and I feel like a lot of teams kind of broke the code and read these circles really well, because they just started going there the very start of the game. One of the teams that we could take as an example is Virtus Pro, that during PNPL EU and even I think last week a little bit would go for those kind of trifecta positions on the road, so it'd work out. But talking about trifecta, NEXTRÜYA, going back to Gladiators, boom, take a shot, there you go. Trifecta, I mean, it's just such a good one, because no matter which island you predict is going to go on, trifecta is always going to make that rotation so much easier.
Yeah, exactly. It is such a central location, and I think it's one that's actually a really good place to land, because you don't get the traffic. It's not a hot drop. There's not enough loot to go around to make it a hot drop, right? It's more of it gets warmer towards the mid phase of the game. You got teams starting to rotate, and they go, wait, this is a really good central position to catch those rotations. So it's a good spot for the Gladiators to actually hang on to right from the get-go, and they already have control, and being the Gladiators, it's going to be very hard to take that away from them. So it's a big brain play from them, I gotta say.
I have seen, though, I feel like, especially last week, and also happened quite a few times during PNPL EU, teams know Gladiators like that split, but they don't drop there. They have a player split. They have maybe one player close to trifecta, and then a full team would just breach it and take control of trifecta very early. So, Dave, Gladiators, you're talking about them quite a bit on this game. They're not 100% safe. Teams have already spotted out the weakness of their rotation plan, and no, potentially, this would be the opportunity to strike down Gladiators. They're not looking safe. If they have another bad game, I'd say top 3 is maybe out of the question here.
Yeah, for sure. And teams to really watch out for when we're talking about teams looking to strike down the predictable opponents has to be those teams at the bottom. You know, it's do or die right now. We got S2G, Crash, Arab, Golden Galaxy, even KONINA Power, who desperately need points. So, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, grand finals. Let's get into the Sanhok map. Thanks, Max, man. We'll catch you after the break, but we're with Mustache Dave and NEXTRÜYA to bring you all the action.
I am so happy I'm starting on a Sanhok because this is my favorite map. I am so ready to go here. Ooh, I'm ready, Dave. Ooh, and the path could be rather favorable to both of us here if it goes the way of the playing path.
Let's go. I'm hoping for Steve. I got my fingers crossed. And over there in the northwest, we're going to have 2 teams. I believe the Gladiators being one of them. So Gladiators in that mid pack. I'm looking for S2G. Where's S2G? I'm going to be looking at them on the come up. But the MADBULLS. Okay, so the MADBULLS in ruins. See a couple of questions in chat real quick. A little housekeeping. First place. $2,000. That is the cash prize. The total prize is $5,000. So $2,000 goes to first.
Nice.
$1,000 goes to second. Oh, because SPG and SPG.
Yeah.
Oh, I was looking for it. Oh.
All right.
Blow up right there. Was that a gas can?
That was a gas can. Akashi, come on. There's gotta be something.
Robs. M4. 17 bullets
Jump
with
shot.
pre-fire jump shot down to 1 bullet and missing. 1 more bullet would have done
No.
him in. And oh, the reload. No way. This early game hot drop action. Oh, it's not looking too good for SPG.
They're playing Ring Around the Rosie at this point. Hamzy just following him around, but this could be the opportunity to get in the doorway like that. They're gonna see you. Yeah, they're gonna. What? Okay, interesting. Now he's too low to get that res because he can't. Let's wait. Oh, and he gets it.
It's a kerfuffle.
Nice.
Hamzy not able to get any heals because it is early game and both these players are just looking for the elims to seal the deal to give them a little bit of breathing room. But Hamzy kind of caught off guard right there with the gunfire in return from the last remaining member of SPG. But over here on the outskirts, take advantage of the situation. KONINA Power getting a nice little surrounding here of both SPG and S2G.
Yes, in Diddy. Yeah, this is a nice play. I think we saw this from them last week, though, if I'm remembering correctly. In last week's EU final Sanhok, they did a very similar thing, but I think that SPG got the upper hand that time. GETSO as well looking to possibly storm this area from the same side, so KONINA might have to put a hold on their push to go ahead and grab those kills if they can as well. But what's interesting as well is ARG. They are in trifecta. We were just talking about that before game. So odd though that they're leaving it. I guess there's not enough loot really, but that's gonna just let the Gladiators come right through anyway.
Yeah, ARG in 11th place on the overall, so I definitely understand why they don't want to be content in a nice little position. You know, they can't just wait for the elims to come their way. So I believe they're on the hunt right now. But looking at the Paradise fight, like the team that definitely has the most to lose has to be S2G, who are almost dead last right now. So it looks like they did get at least 1 or 2 elims in the pocket, but now KONINA Power looking to sniff them out.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, very nicely done. That's going to be 2 eliminations on the board for KONINA Power. This is exactly what they needed. In fact, make that S2G getting taken out. So how did SPG... Okay, I know we left the building, but SPG are still alive. I was not expecting to come back and see them still up and up as a duo as well, but now they've still got KONINA Power to take into consideration here with the DPS as well.
Knock, 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 knock. DBS at the door. One more pump would have done it, but SBG holding it down right now. Nobody can take him out.
GG.
As I say that, GETSO saying, get yo out of here because we're looking to take this position for ourselves. Everybody's coming to Paradise. Like, that is where the party is. KONINA Power. Their squad mates going for that spray down through the window. This is going to be Quest Esports moving as a unit right now, just destroying KONINA Power.
Wow, we've had like 4 different teams come in within a 2-minute period, and they just keep falling to each other one by one. Poor KONINA, now they're just down to Eugene. But we'll have to see where he's going. But Quest got 4 eliminations on the board. Is this their game, Dave?
This has to be Quest in their game because last game they kind of let it slip through their fingers with the little bridge troll play up against SHOCKWAVE. So right now, 4 elims for Quest. Quest currently in 9th place overall heading into this game. So we'll get back to that because we got to tune in with the Coops cam. Coops. It's like Frozen from MADBULLS. Setting up a defense. I see a grenade cooking. No, Frozen. Tossing that grenade and Coop saying, nope. I am out of here with a quick little U-turn reposition.
I'm gonna go see what they're eating across the road. Thanks, Frozen. It's not that you're a bad cook. It's just a little explosive for my liking. We're gonna be moving back up onto the hill. And actually, Frozen is in a bit of a tough spot here. That compound has such open ground that he's gonna have a hard time crossing that road or getting away with that angle that they have now on them. So we'll have to see how that unfolds. ARG, on the other hand, might have sightlines onto MADBULLS. They certainly know somebody's there by the looks of all this dancing around this rock. We'll see. We'll see how this one turns out. But yeah, Lord got that angle over onto Mad as well. Frozen just waiting for some help. And here comes the cavalry. So we'll see. We'll see how this one turns out. It certainly looks like they're brewing to have a fight because they can't pick up Frozen. That's only a 2-person bike.
Yeah, exactly. And then ARG kind of in the area in the mix. We'll have to keep tabs on them. But we need a power. What can we do? Solo and a dream to survive in the blue right now. It's not going to be hurting too much, but it is still going to be applying some pressure. Closing the door. A duo of Quest looking to make the breach here.
Oh, he's 1
looking
HP.
To make the pull up. They're just not using their numbers to their advantage out here in NEXTRÜYA.
Yeah, look, there he goes. He's just gone down to zone. He was
from behind.
About
but still,
time.
Just the sloppiness right there from
that
Quest.
was weird. That was weird. After going after KP and decimating them so quickly to just kind of half do a 1v2-ish, kind of. That was a bit odd. But hey, it worked somewhat in the end, so they're going to be just rezzing up and getting in. But they're going to be blocked, Dave. They got SHOCKWAVE on that hill just looking at them. And we also have GETSO who are looking to make a wraparound still in the blue. Oh, and that's very dangerous. Fleek. Yeah, that was easy. Yeah.
Got him. I like the call out right there because GETSO, they were looking at third party, get the backstab on the squad, but instead recognizing, okay, let's just try to gatekeep them. So they got some vehicles, they went into the safe zone, and now they're going to have the opportunity to gatekeep the Paradise tail end of that one, as we are going to be pulling back up with the standoff that we saw earlier on. ARG, NIGMA, and MADBULLS. Looks like Frozen also going to be down on their knees, but here comes ARG with the pull-up from behind on the other duo from the MADBULLS. And the MADBULLS are just getting picked apart from all angles right now in NEXTRÜYA.
They really are. Poor Tulika doing his absolute mostest, getting one. So he does, I mean, fair play. He got a point for his team. That's what you gotta do. And 6 gonna be falling down there. But yeah, nicely done from ARG. That was very well orchestrated. That push was very well timed, I must say, with NIGMA Galaxies as well. So got very sandwiched there and in the blue, as we see GETSO making their play. No eliminations on the board just yet, but they do have one of Quest down.
Yeah, the biggest takeaway right there for me has to be the fact that MADBULLS, right, were taken out. So that's going to open it up, that first place spot, that $2,000 here.
Absolutely.
This game for teams like SHOCKWAVE, NASR, NIGMA Galaxy, and even GETSO to try to play the come up, on the overall leaderboard. So very interesting right there that the MADBULLS were taken out.
Yeah, that's just, as you said, really opened up a lot of things. Lost, falling down there. Shockwave making the most of MADBULLS' demise here.
This Sanhok map is actually nuts. Like, it's been nothing but action since the drop. And
it really has.
It's kind of just hitting me right now. It's kind of crazy. Shockwave in a little engagement. We got the Gladiators and ARG. Like, there's just so many fights erupting. And it all started with the Paradise. But Maxman in the chat saying, will we see the heal strat? Remember, we were playing on old settings, so that is a possibility. But we'll get back to that NEXTRÜYA because ARG are making the push.
Aren't they just? Oh, back and forth and back and forth. My screen's frozen. I'm gonna be very honest. My screen froze. There we go.
The classic back and forth, though.
Yes,
I couldn't agree more. The classic back and forth definitely got the job done. ARG coming in on top. What an upset right now for Maxman. Send him some tissues because the Gladiators, oh no, they needed a big performance this game. And looks like they're getting picked apart from ARG. But talking about big performances, Crash Gaming. Crash Gaming, 4 up. Still alive, but the problem, NEXTRÜYA, to me, is how passive they're playing because so many kills have already been had in the lobby. We're only down to 9 teams now.
Yeah, that's really true. There's not a whole lot to go around anymore. The other issue I have is I touched on it a little bit earlier. Is there's a fine line between playing conservatively and playing passively, and that has to do all with mindset, right? So, if they're so used to just having a very easy, very quiet game, the minute they get up against a team, they're gonna get flustered. It's too quick of a flip of action for their brain, even just physically, to respond to. So what you end up having is a team that goes, I don't know what to do. This is different from what was just 2 seconds ago. Oh God, that sort of thing. So it could be not working in their favor, but they look actually like they actually want some action. They want to get some kills, as we were about on to clear this time.
Yeah, they're saying, oh God, right now. We're getting pushed over here. So let's see if see what will happen. Crash Gaming up against Clear Vision right now. Both teams desperately need some points to gain a foothold on the overall leaderboard. Jafar looking for the ultra wide off angle. Might actually pay off for them, as it looks like Clear Vision are going to be somewhat at a standstill for the time being.
Yeah, Boomer has zero clue he's there, and that's going to be the perfect angle to shut him very quickly. If that angle, we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. Not only that, you have to account for the third-party potential in the area. But talking about the third-party potential, we're looking at ARG once again trying to gatekeep. Oh, psych, we're going back to the fight because Boomer, DBS, let's see what we can do. 12 more slugs to go. Not able to let that one rip right here. And Crash Gaming are coming out on top so far.
They are indeed, yeah. It's going to be a great few points as ARG and Quest still going at it in the blue. These guys just won't give it a rest, but do get rest because CG have said, away with you, out of the jungle, we want it. So they're going to get a nice few points. That's a great thing to have because lower down on that leaderboard, we still don't see that many points amongst teams. So even 1 or 2 kills is going to be the difference between moving up a placement or not.
They're definitely getting that rest over here. Who else is getting the rest? Quest. Quest, they're getting the rest right there.
Chihuahua.
Yeah, pretty solid fight though from Quest. They were involved for the majority of this Sanhok game, so you got to give it to them. But ARG, they just, they took that break, and Maxman in the locker room said, ARG, you guys got this. You got this. Sanhok is your map. And I think last time we checked in with them, they had like 7 elim so far. We do see them all the way out there in the blue, so they'll be strolling in here very shortly. But 2 big teams here that we got to look at. NIGMA Galaxy and NASR, both teams still fully up, healthy as ever, with some pretty solid positions in this next zone.
Yeah, they really do. Also, kind of seeing a reach of the Miramar that was just offensive go. We have NIGMA Galaxy on that one side. But you also have SHOCKWAVE. They've got a little bit of a zone there outside zone for a moment, but they still high ground. There's a bit of a hill in zone that they too. So we kind of see that Miramar start to happen again, where these two big teams come together side the zone, push everybody either to the off the map completely. So we'll have to see how this one goes. Shout out to Quest again, because GETSO did not get those eliminations easily. They're down to 2, and they had to come in through the zone. So I will give it to Quest. They had a great game.
Shout out to Quest, and right now it's going to be Shockwave saying shout out to Yafar from Crash Gaming, giving them a potentially easy elim over here. Kevin jumping on top of the boulder, getting some additional sight lines, but at the end of the day, Crash Gaming, yeah, they have some boulders and some trees to work with, but now they're going to be stirring the pot here and getting the attention of a couple teams still alive, so they need to really hunker down.
Yes, indeed. Nice smoke. They're inside a zone, so technically CG, after this res, they really need to make that push clearly, decisively, get in front of Shockwave, because once Shockwave get in front of you, you're getting gate kept. NASR are going to be making it a little bit harder for CG, though, so they're going to have to look at 2 different angles, and that's just never good when you're trying to fight.
Yeah, NASR are definitely playing for that shmoney here, because we see them down in the south playing nice and slow, with only 7 teams alive, but they're just going to be holding down the compound and talking about holding it down. Kevin kind of getting caught in the mix here, so Shockwave really spread out right now, all things considered, Neptura.
Yeah, they are. That's an interesting play coming in from them. It's not too far. It's still doing it. Yeah, we are seeing much more spread out Shockwave than maybe we're used to seeing, especially with... Who is that?
Ooh! That's a kaboom.
That did. I was gonna say he's on that thing, but made it all worthwhile. Taking out 2 with the nade, and now it's just a booty. Gotta do something. Ska gotta heal up. Is he gonna go out to the zone? I hope not. No, he's not. The go just got to make his...
That's a buy one, get one free, and a booty. Let's see what a booty has to say, because a booty is the last one alive. Hopefully they've been clipping these coupons, and the next zone did pop. It does not favor a booty. 1v2 DBS. This is what you need, a booty. Almost coming out on top of that one in the 1v1, but a booty shaking it off, and we'll see you in the lobby. GG's.
That wasn't even Shockwave doing that. That was NASR. Oh, okay. I thought that Wave getting that. Hang on.
Hang on. NASR making the pull up on the Shockwave, actually. So NASR being forced to push out their compound, now getting involved. The spec-in shot from behind. 1 HP from downtown. Lord of mercy. Taking them out from NIGMA Galaxy.
That just shows you the range that NIGMA have, the sight lines that they have way across the zone. They saw that up on top of that hill. Forced to be... I tell you what, NIGMA Galaxy got a great here. Unfortunately, not quite in zones. They're going to have to get rid of this high ground, but now GETSO going to be the next victims, potentially. Oh, one does seem to make it, though. For how much longer, we don't know, because Shockwave on the other side. GETSO playing a dangerous game here.
W zone right now. What a match from start to finish. Nothing but high octane action.
For sure.
ARG, I don't know how many players are still alive, but we do see one out there. Still trying to survive, but now it looks like NIGMA Galaxy has their ticket. Looking to punch it. This is going to be the solo. Lord with another point in the bank. 7 so far for NIGMA Galaxy. Remember, we talked about the MADBULLS getting taken out really early on, opening up the overall leaderboards, and well, NIGMA Galaxy are taking full advantage of it.
Are for sure. And I do have to say, Gladiators still got a solo in here, still got skin in the game, skin in the zone, which is even more important. So could still see some interesting things from him. He's going to have to be very careful, because once they know he's there, he is gone, because they just have a better position. But he could be very sneaky if he times his pushes or his third parties well enough. We could see some extra points going to the Gladiators.
Yeah, Freak needs some ammo right there. You definitely have to assume they're calling for some ammunition, as I did notice they only had like 4 more bullets left. But a 4 B1.
Uh-oh.
B1, Neptura.
Yep. Oh, look, it's my Bugatti.
The win, right? Uh-oh.
Yeah. Ooh.
There we go.
I'm
Groza.
sorry, Tixie. I caster cursed you. Rip. But
Shockwave,
hey,
though, showing up
Yeah.
still when we're talking placement points. So I'm not exactly sure how many elims they have, but regardless, second place confirmed 6
Yeah.
placement points. So they're maintaining.
Oh, and it's game over. Snowixy can't do nothing against that, surely. Yeah, there we go. Good to go. And it was a of Miramar pretty much, but except Nigma said, not this time. You'll not be getting a back-to-back. It is ours. Very, very well done from Nigma. What a dominance to be reckoned with. Hang on.
Oh, that grenade must have got you too,
I'm
Neptura.
back.
There we go.
I forgot.
What a game.
Yeah, I was just so into the action, I forgot to turn the camera back on. So, just a fantastic game. Max, what'd you think of it?
Well, it was a NIGMA Galaxy walk in a park. What can I say? I mean, the roof meta is always strong. At the moment you clear one cardinal position, you can just shoot at everyone on the other side. And really, I mean, the awareness of Lord, especially on that rooftop, was so good because you've seen that entire fight happening on the eastern side, and he's like, "Oh, just wait for the fight to end, and then I can confirm that elimination on that spray," which is exactly what they do. And I mean, yet Nigma back to back as second place and now chicken dinner. We saw it was close towards the top, but I feel like Nigma might just be topping the tables right now on the overall rankings. But it's been non-stop action this entire game day, from the hot drop we had in Paradise Resort until the end game finish where NIGMA Galaxy started just popping off on every single team around them. Like, it was non-stop action here.
Yeah, for sure. And I love it. And I feel like that's going to be the theme for the next 2 matches as well, because these teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboards are starting to realize, like, hey, we got to start getting some kills. You know, if we don't get kills, we're not gonna get the money. You know what I'm saying? Because we are missing a couple teams here, as we discussed in game number 1. They did update their PUBG Mobile, so they're not going to be able to compete here tonight. And what that means is that there's just less opportunity on the battlefield when we're talking about how many points you can acquire per game. So I believe these teams starting to realize that, and that's kind of what we saw in Paradise this game. I love it, Maxman. I was like, oh yeah, let's go. So I assume it's going to continue.
Yeah, I really thought that we were going to have our ex-Game Lord roster doing well, but it was just too much at one point. Though it wasn't enough, apparently, for Snowix, as he secures the MVP award of this Sanhok, and the only Sanhok game of the day actually here in Neptura. 5 elims for 837 damage. I mean, Shockwave, it seems like I was very critical of them at the start of the day, and even last week. They're a very macro-based team, but they've been bringing in the eliminations, and they've been taking down some very aggressive teams here in Neptura, especially. So I got to say, that change of pace has been exactly what we needed from the squad.
Yeah, it's looked really, really nice for them so far. And it's nice. Yeah, look, we got a pretty nice set of players for the match. I mean, GETSO are in here. We got 2 from Shockwave, and then, of course, Nigma Lord there. I think we all saw the 363 meter distance.
Yeah.
I think we saw that.
Crazy.
We know exactly which kill that was. GG's for sure. Yeah, I think it was just such a fun game, such a good game as well. We had lots of different teams doing very well. It wasn't just one team dominating until, of course, we got to those final zones, which tends to happen anyway. So yeah, it was a really interesting game just in terms of the action and who was performing that action as well. So very big GG's, great game.
And I mean, Dave, we're looking at that double nade knock from Ska. Like, that just almost unlocked everything for Shockwave to maybe, because the thing is, Ska gets that double knock. If they win that fight right after that and don't suffer any casualties, maybe they compete versus NIGMA Galaxy, maybe they get the win. But Ska at least gave his team a living chance to secure themselves a decent game. As we look at the points, still get 13 on board here, but NIGMA really take the cake at the end.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff right there. I have to guarantee that Nigma, they're going to be taking that first place spot because, as they call mathematician Mustache Dave, that's equivalent to 2 chickens. You know, 20 points is equivalent to 2 chickens. So making up for lost time. But Shockwave, Maxman, consistent here tonight. Hopefully they can continue with that in the next 2 games. But I have to say, the biggest come up, I know Nigma, huge come up on the overall, but I feel like the biggest come up this game has to be the ARG team.
Yeah, Arab Golden Galaxy definitely bring in the heat, and I'm happy to see it because they were definitely silent in the first 2 games, fair to say, here, Neptura, but they definitely got some decent eliminations, 7 total, 3 placement points. But especially, one thing that I think is scary for all these teams is sure they haven't got a chicken dinner yet, but GETSO is consistently towards this like top 5 position when it comes to points, like another 7 points on board. I'm telling you, GETSO are in a position where if they do get a podium finish again at the end, or if they even get a chicken dinner in the next Miramar or Erangel, like, they might just steal the game away and be first place on the very, very last match.
Ooh, 2 points. Hang on a second, it's Shockwave.
Hey.
It took a second. Shockwave on top, just the Galaxy. So even though NIGMA won with a big game, it is Shockwave on top. That's surprising.
Yeah, looking at that. Europe coming in strong here, Dave.
Heck yes.
Shockwave and MADBULLS in the top 3. Of course, got NIGMA Galaxy with their boy Coops. I always gotta bring it up eventually. But yeah, it's really close competition between Shockwave and NIGMA Galaxy. Not an impossible gap to close, though. Fair to say here, Mustache Dave, that every team that's in, like, I would say this top... where would you put the limit right now? I mean, you still got 2 games, right? Which is still a hefty amount of points, but where would you put the limit of teams that can't really reach a first place anymore? Like 8th, 9th, maybe around there?
Football lists in 16th with 0, you know?
That's definitely out of the realm of possibilities. Yeah, yeah, fair point.
But to answer your question, it's, 2 more games to go, so it really depends on this next match. But I'm thinking around the 6th place mark. It's like 15, 13. We're getting too close for comfort. So unless they can really have a nice game in game number 4, then yeah, to answer your question, that first place spot, it's going to be looking slim to none.
The thing is, even teams, I would say, in the middle of the pack, Neptura, can make it up there. It's just you're going to require a strong back-to-back performance. If that's to, top 5, top 3s, or even potentially back-to-back chicken dinners, that would be the best scenario you could ask for. But any team can still have a chance to compete at the top. But the teams that have been consistent throughout today, especially GETSO, has been a silent killer in this lobby so far. So it's still hard to predict. I feel like after the next match, it'll be a lot easier to know exactly which group of team will be able to make it up there. But in the middle of the pack, you need to strike right now. One game is not going to cut it anymore.
I think it's really difficult if you're in the middle of the pack as well, because you were just talking about those top teams, right? Those top teams have the momentum of the last 3 games backing them up, right? They've had a very good last 3 games. So they are not going to go down easily, certainly not as easily as they might have done in game 1. So these middle table teams have such an uphill climb to actually make. The only exception, and everybody get your shots ready right now, is the Gladiators, possibly, because let me propose something here. We all know the Gladiators like to play under pressure. They will not perform until finals week and then win the whole thing, right? Could they do that in one evening? Generally, you see that over a few weeks or a few days, but one evening could be. I'm just saying it's a possibility here.
The copium, right now.
Yeah, just say copium. Okay, fair enough. Okay,
No,
we know they have what it takes to potentially do it, right? But I do have to say, they definitely, it doesn't look like the usual Gladiators we tend to see. Like, even just that 1v1 that we saw Tixi taking towards the end of this previous Sanhok game, actually. Even the strafing was a little bit weird, if I might say. So maybe they're just not in the zone. They're like, it's not PMPL, it's okay. Not taking it as seriously. But I feel like there's still, as you said, an opportunity for them to be up there. There's 2 more matches. If you're at the top, these 2 matches back-to-back, no, who knows? Maybe Gladiators can bring it back from the brink of death, but it's definitely going to be a tough one because they tend to lose maybe a player here and there relatively quickly. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, Dave, maybe copium, okay? But we're still inhaling the copium fully, and still we believe that it can work out.
2 more games to go. You keep inhaling because Coops is just getting warmed up, man. Coops getting warmed up. NASR Esports warmed up, ready to go, lock and loaded. So, NA coming in strong here in this tournament somehow, Max, man.
NA? Well, I thought we had MENA, Turkey, and Europe.
Yeah, they're not even on the list.
There's no NA. I don't know what he's talking about, man. He's just no idea. But yeah, they're definitely...
Coops is cooking, all right? That's all I'm going to say. Coops is cooking.
Coops is the NA region and is lonesome. He brought the NA region over to Arabia, and it's been a fantastic transition over, it does seem. But yeah, so as we said, many teams otherwise in the middle of the pack can make it happen. We're going to have Though now, Erangel, Miramar, and the cool thing now, NEXTRÜYA, is that this is not the first time we're going to be seeing those battlegrounds today. We talked about the Gladiators fighting Clear Vision in Northern George Bowl. Other fights were happening around the map, like in Ruins, we had a hot drop happening over there. So I expect the second iteration of this map to be a lot smoother transition on at least the early game part. So I feel like we can expect teams that are maybe just more consistent to have an easier shot at, hopefully double.
I think it's going to be spicier as well, honestly, because generally you have in any tournament the first couple of games, whether it's the first games of a tournament or the first games of a tournament, every lobby, every scenario is always different. So you always have those first couple of games where everybody's kind of playing, kind of dancing around each other, but just trying to feel out what the vibe of the tournament is. Right now, we've had all 3 maps under our belts. We're coming in for round 2 on Erangel, and it's going to get a lot spicier. They know what they're playing with. They know how the teams are playing tonight in particular. So we're going to see a lot of teams take advantage of everybody else.
I can tell you what we're going to put under Oh, there's no video.
Hey!
I didn't know. We're back. We're going to be jumping right into our next map, and it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be able to hopefully climb their way back to the top. Only 2 more matches, so no more wiggle room is going to be remaining after this one, Dave. If you are in the middle of the pack, you need to get 2 strong back-to-back performances, or otherwise it might be down to like 4, 5 teams at the top to try and compete for that first place.
Yes, sir. I'm talking footballers. I'm talking S2G, KONINA Power, Crash Gaming, Clear Vision. I'm just naming the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. And you know what's even worse for these teams at the bottom is we got teams that are just firing on all cylinders right now. We got NIGMA GALAXY, SHOCKWAVE, and even MADBULLS. So they're just going to be some people in chat. I'm not saying this, but people in chat are saying the bottom teams are feeder teams today. I didn't say that. I kind of agree, though. I kind of agree.
Point fingers, Dave. Can't do the chat like that. Come on. Well, they're
NEXTRÜYA
just
told me
chilling.
that.
There's NEXTRÜYA, okay.
NEXTRÜYA said that, not me.
That's what happened, man. That's what happens when you put in the box above us, and then she just gets too confident and she says stuff like that. We're so sorry, guys, but we shouldn't put her in the box up there. Let's just get it going to her head. Any teams here, NEXTRÜYA, any teams, NEXTRÜYA, in the middle of the pack that potentially see potential there, or you would like to see Initiator come back in these last 2 matches that comes to mind?
I've been muted in the entire time, so have fun trying to lip read chat. I do apologize, but you know what? A bit of exercise for you. It'd be fun. Honestly, Mac, not entirely sure. Coming into Erangel, honestly, I know exactly. I want MADBULLS back in. They won the first one, and they kind of in the last 2 games. So they need to bring it back for this Erangel. MADBULLS all the way, I think.
I mean, because they have been, as you said, slipping off a little bit. They got, what was that, 23, 24 points in the first game, and now they're at 30 points, so they got just single digits in the last 2 matches. Actually been slowly slipping away, and you know that NASR, I mean, we've seen it, Dave, with their performance so far, especially playing that rooftop meta in Miramar and Sanhok. Willing to take that position away. Only a 3-point difference right now. So NASR currently with almost a full NA roster here could be also the team to snatch away that first place if they do get 2 other consistent games here.
Yeah, they're definitely looking good. And they got 18 kills. First place is at 20, and NIGMA GALAXY actually with the most kills so far with 22. So when it comes to like fragging out tonight, it's a pretty close race at the top here, Maxman. So I'm kind of going back to my original point moments ago, is that these bottom teams, man, they need to do something. They need to do something because things aren't looking too good right now for them.
Yeah, like KONINA Power. I mean, unfortunately, I said it, this was their 1 game, Sanhok, where I was expecting them to potentially get maybe a top 3, if not a chicken dinner. That would have been the perfect situation. Of course, the circle shift wasn't quite in their favor. Southern Western Island, KONINA Power are known to struggle to cross islands away from the eastern coast. And here they just got involved in that bootcamp madness, which you probably want to try and avoid, so it didn't quite go their way. But I would still want to see CLEAR VISION ESPORTS. I don't know if you would agree here, NEXTRÜYA, but with their roster, I would like to see a little bit more presence. They had a really good start of the day with that first match, getting himself that 2nd place. That split was a bit overzealous, but they got there, which shows that there was at least strong macro backing up the team.
Sure.
And after that game, there's been pretty much nothing. Like, they're standing on 11 points. So yeah, after that 2nd place, they've got nothing the rest of today, pretty much.
Yeah, that is odd. That's a kind of a weird thing to see, because generally, okay, a team can do kind of a preferred map and do better on Erangel, but to do nothing for the other 2 games, that's an odd one. So again, just like MADBULLS, I hope we can see them come back in Erangel. It's entirely possible. We'll see. They just have to, tighten up those rotations a little bit, or those splits rather.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they can make it work out. I feel like there were only 3 players in the first game, so I don't know if they've been having 4 players since then, but we know that having a 4-man team definitely better than a 3-man team, or a 2-man team, or a 1-man team, Dave. What do you think of that? Quick math. Yeah. It's too much knowledge for Dave to deal with.
Too much knowledge, man. Too much knowledge. I'm
4
just still
players
thinking,
better than 3.
I'm at a loss of words still for ARG. Honestly, when I'm talking about the overall leaderboards, Maxman, I was looking at the numbers. They had a really solid Sanhok game, and they're still in 8th place, overall. So maybe that was like the turns of the tide for this team, ARG. Maybe if they can continue on to the next 2 games and kind of just ride the momentum train. they can come up maybe top 5. I really liked what we saw last game from ARG.
Yeah. We saw what this team could bring to the table, like in PNPL Africa, and they've got a lot of strong individual players, so I feel like there's still some wiggle room for them to do well. I mean, 13 points is definitely in a position where, no, 2 strong results, they could catch up to Shockwave with 40 points right now. So at least one big chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations would definitely close that gap and would put them back in the race, because right now they're not really there, I'd have to say. So yeah, I feel like Golden Galaxy is definitely one of the teams. I also would like to see, and I don't know if you're in agreement here, Niptera, more from Quest Esports, which had a few eliminations. They got 8 total so far, 5 placement points, and we saw what Al-Hajj could do in the past in PNPL Arabia, but it seems like this team has just not been able to perform, if it's regionally in PNPL and also here in this Lidoma Pubg Mobile event. So I don't know what's happened, but it doesn't seem like the team synergy, at least is what strikes me, has been as strong for this team here.
Yeah, it's a real shame because we saw a bit of a glitter coming in from them on that Sanhok game. They really put in that work and they defended themselves quite bravely in the blue zone. Against GETSO, I think it was, taking out half of GETSO in the process. So they did a really good job with just not getting that consistency in it. Yeah, you're quite right, Max. It's most likely due to that synergy. There's starts, maybe a little hesitation, a little unsurety about where to go next, what to do. Maybe the strategies just aren't down enough to really get behind it properly. So we'll have to see. But it's certainly a shame to not see it all the time because we certainly saw it in Sanhok.
Yeah, exactly. Though we're going back to Erangel, as you know, and we saw that MADBULLS did really well that previous game of Erangel, and I'm wondering, can we see maybe more presence from MADBULLS once again? As stated, Dave, right? They started to slip away in the last 2 matches. If there's any time for them to bring it back, it's on the map where they got that previous chicken dinner, right? And especially the presence that we saw from individuals like Flickr, Zerich2. Like, this is the moment they need to bring the heat to make sure they don't slip out of that top 3.
Yeah, I'm hoping for them because MADBULLS have been pretty good all evening long. Just one bad game, and that was that last game that we saw them not really get too many points. I think, it was 2 points altogether. So when we're talking about teams within striking range, only 10 points behind Shockwave in first place. So MADBULLS can 1,000% bounce back. And when I say bounce back, I mean like take that first place spot here with 2 more games to go, because they've been looking good here this evening, and I'm looking forward to them. If I had to pick a team to really come back, it has to be MADBULLS.
The thing for MADBULLS, I didn't even have time to touch upon this topic before the break, actually, is that MADBULLS are known throughout the entirety of PNPL Europe Spring 2023 to be a very southern Western Island focused team. Like, they drop around ruins, they instantly rotate around that location. So I was thinking, okay, southern Western Island finish. It does spell a pretty good run of events, potentially, for MADBULLS, but then you had the strong angles from NASR Esports, you had Shockwave trying to come in from the Eastern Edge that made it a bit hard to transition in. Also, players on Gladiators got a little bit involved in that entire ordeal. So MADBULLS had a clear opportunity. Unfortunately, it was just not meant to be for them to go there, but hopefully they can just line up, plan properly for this Erangel and get themselves that chicken dinner, or at least a top 3, because right now, as we said, they've been kind of falling off, especially that previous game. So you don't want to see them fall out of relevancy anytime soon. Though, yeah, we touch upon pretty much all the teams.
Yeah? Let me ask you something, all right? Because
let's go.
Who knows how much time we got? But let me ask you something. GETSO Esports, are they getting some chicken? Are they GETSOing some chicken here, man? That's my question for you, Max, man. What are your thoughts on GETSO?
I'm going to say they're going to get a chicken dinner. I don't know which game is going to happen. Is it going to be this game? Was it going to be the last match? It's one of those two, easily. For me, GETSO's going to get one because I feel like they've been consistent. They're currently standing on 23 points. They're just now, what is that, 4 points behind? Quick math, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's 4 points behind NASR in 4th position. So I feel like GETSO, they're going to just still under the radar, get themselves some decent points. Maybe not double digits, but like 7, 8, 9, something around that ballpark. And then they're going to strike the end with that chicken dinner, and they're going to jump up in first. That is my prediction. I have not read the script, okay? I know there's a script out there of what happens, but that is what I believe to happen, Dave. So yeah, GETSO, I'm calling it, will get a chicken dinner eventually. What about you, Dave? Which team do you predict to get at least a chicken dinner in these last 2 games?
You know what? Do or die, S2G.
Ooh.
S2G. That's my spicy pick here.
Spicy.
They got 3 points right now. Ooh.
Yeah.
Going up against, they're not even a 4-man team, but you know what? Hey, if they
it's
do
now
get
or never, though.
Hey, Dave, if they do it, I'll have to find a bet. No, if you have an idea, I'll have to find something. Just have a little something on the line there, but
just send me a Bugatti, you know? Maybe Turk can send me one of her 5
an in-game
Bugattis.
Bugatti, right? An in-game one? Okay, sure, cool. I was like, hey, if you want a real one, that'll put me, I'll have to sell my flat and everything. I don't want to go through that right now. But how about you, NIGMA? Any team you like to see get a chicken dinner in these following 2 matches here?
Oh, in the following 2 Gladiators, definitely Gladiators. I think they might pull it out of the bag in the Miramar. I know. Listen,
Okay,
I'm a broken.
wait.
Gladiator. Are we talking about the Gladiators
let me reformulate my question. Any team do you would like to get a chicken dinner in these last 2 matches, except for Gladiators?
Oh,
because that was a given.
You can't do that.
Not fair.
Now that's
Okay.
a real question. That's
You know
a real
what?
one. Look at that.
You know what? Okay, we're gonna go with MADBULLS and SBG. Mom, SBG need to win.
Did I say you could pick 2 teams?
2 games. We have 2 games, so 2 wins.
I said pick 1 team. Didn't follow the rules, NIGMA. Unfortunate. You lose. Nice try.
Hey, listen, Max. Listen, I'm on top. I get to tweak the rules a little bit.
That's fair.
That's-
yeah. There you go. You've got power, and you're slowly understanding that. And I'm a bit scared of what might be following right after. But with that said, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into our final game of Erangel of this entire first season of the Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series. And it's going to be a very southern playing path here. Not fun times, NIGMA, for some of the teams. But as we know, for Gladiators, that Western Bridge is going to be under control.
And it's under there very much so indeed. Bye, by the way, Dave. Goodbye. Have fun with your popcorn in the spectator seat for this match. Let's see what Gladiators do have on board. Nice little split coming in from them, actually. We probably do see this a lot from them. We're just looking at other teams. So it's a nice little split, and they're going to be off by their onesies for now at least. So they're going to have a quiet loot phase. S2G doing the same as well. And nicely done, because we do see S2G having the island to them. So does this mean a quiet first phase, as in a quiet game, as in potentially a win? We'll have to see. Not if they try and use that Western Bridge, though, because that's got GG's name written all over it.
Yeah, and we didn't talk about it too much. We do have then Forest of S2G, the sub plen instead of Razor, which it didn't quite work out in the Miramar game. But no, it's cool, because I feel like this is the very first event here in NIGMA that I've actually witnessed Forest play for the team. And he's been a sub for, I believe, a hot minute.
Right.
Yeah, first time I've actually seen him play, so it's just interesting to see what he can bring to the table, maybe on this Grassy Pastures match.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be really excited to see what he brings to the team and how he plays with them. That'll be fun. A little bit of extra newness to bring to this game, since, you know, the map isn't new. We've had one of these already tonight, so we'll see what else they can bring. NIGMA, though, they're just going to be in Pachinki, it looks like. The interesting thing, Max, is we're seeing a lot of teams not hot dropping. I think the pressure's gotten to them just a little bit. There is no hot drops coming in from any of these teams. Everybody that we've had a focus on right now has been on their own. So either this is going to be a very passive first half or a very spicy last half, and maybe the two together.
It's actually interesting, because I had like a little bit of speculation that was happening on my lonesome, and I was maybe predicting some teams towards the bottom, or at least the bottom half, that could maybe try and hot drop and just ruin it for teams just above them, and they can escalate things a little bit in the rankings. Because right now, as we said, you only got 2 more matches. Your amount of wiggle room you have left remaining before the end of the event is very slim. So maybe just hot drop in a team. Not only are going to deny team opportunity to get eliminations throughout the entire match, so if you're lucky, they'll get 0 points in the game. You pick up 4 eliminations if it's a full team, and you're already initiating, kickstarting that comeback in the middle of the rankings to hopefully get in top 6, because we do have to say here, NIGMA, that top 6 is going to be the position you want to be if you want to get a semblance of prize pool.
Right.
The rest, I don't believe, get anything. If you're in top 6, that's where the money starts rolling in.
Ouchie, wow, yeah. So there's a lot of incentive to these teams to get that top 6 as soon as possible, and as substantially as possible as well. So we'll have to see how that works. But you were just saying about you know, those teams wanting to play a little bit of spoiler to some of these higher up teams. I would almost say GETSO and NASR as well. Those teams are in prime position to do just that, but they don't seem to have done so. They're just still playing their normal game. There's NASR right now on the screen, just rotating. They're over by Prison right now. I think GETSO are over by Milta Power, so they're pretty separate. There's no sort of fight coming their way, and no fight towards the teams in that top 3 either. So it looks like a very normal game, and I can't tell if I like that or not, Max.
I don't know, maybe it's the pressure getting to them also, as you did say. So teams just trying to make sure they remain towards the tippy top of the rankings, or if they're in the middle, they don't want to take any unnecessary risks.
True.
So
I mean,
Gladiators, a little bit split.
Ooh, a little bit. Yeah, no, I was just going to say, because especially when you actually look at the points, there's very few points between them. I mean, first and second, 2 points. Second and third, 8 points. So it is very, very close. So I could understand the hesitancy from some of these teams. Gladiators do not need any of that hesitancy. They're currently in 9th with 12 points, so they need all the points they can get.
Crash Gaming also in Primorsk, nice loot. We did see then Phase 1 circle very heavily to the western central part of the map, so it's not the worst mix with this playing path. So the only issue would be for teams that drop far east. Then you might have like some scuffles, some interactions happening as you try and get into the circle. But other than that, come on.
He aimed for that.
Dude, he's a real lumberjack in the making. Look at this guy.
He
But
is.
to the eastern side, I think, is where you're going to have some spicy goodness maybe happening in the early stages. Other than that, I don't expect this Phase 1 circle here, NEXTRÜYA, to be really of any major issue. I don't expect this to be a troublesome start of the game for these teams. So I'm just hoping a smooth beginning and hopefully a spicy finish for these guys.
Oh yeah, that'd be real fun to have a spicy finish. It's always fun, you know, because we are casters, we are part of the game. But you know what? We're also spectators. We're also viewers. We're part of the game. We are the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we are. You know, we're on stream. We're part of that stream experience, so we are part of the game. But I don't think Abuti's going to be part of the game for much longer, Max.
Yeah, he's not part of the realm of the living anymore, it seems.
No.
Here you go. He's confirmed. Matic gets that point. And they wanted point Gladiators here. We know that. NEXTRÜYA, we pointed it out a few times.
We did.
I feel like it's a team that you are pretty fond of, Gladiators. I think I understood over time. But yeah, first elimination nicely done as they're going to be swiftly moving their way in. But because they left the Western Bridge, that opens up the doors for S2G to just make their way into the mainland and actually have directly access to what I think is the super strong position in this Phase 1 circle.
Oh, it really is. I can't tell if that's kind of a mistake on the Gladiators' part there, because if they come up against S2G, they only have themselves to blame if they lose because they let them come across that bridge. However, fighting on that bridge is so long, so arduous, and then to get third-partied from behind would put just the Gladiators in a really bad position. So I can understand them moving away from it, but S2G, that's made their game a lot harder, them coming over and over free like that. You know, they're still full squad. They've had zero confrontation over it at all.
At all? That's
at all.
Very British.
Oh yes, at all.
The accent just popped off.
Oh, it does,
for
yes.
a second. I don't know. Sometimes it sounds Australian and it's random, so it's just how it goes.
It is.
English is weird.
Yeah,
it's GETSO.
Yeah.
On the move.
They are.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna say it's the American and the English. It gives off an Australian vibe sometimes. So.
That's true. It happens.
It happens.
As Gladiators also on the move themselves, just like GETSO. They're actually going to be trying to follow somewhere in their footsteps, I believe. They're moving around Quarry, looking for a position to call home. I do think it's okay they left the Western Bridge, though, because it's not a central position, and you tend to see these circles very often centered towards like Gatka Fields.
That's true.
Western side of Pachinki. So I'm okay with them trying to center up and find a better place for better tomorrow. But it's Phase 1 circle. You never know where Phase 2 is going to go. It's still in the air. We do know where it's going to go. It's going to go southwest. Oh, okay. That's a rough one, because you have a very small amount of land that you can actually enter the circle from. So like that northeast is going to potentially see some very early fights break out. Wow.
And the majority of the lobby are not in circle. I mean, you've got both the French teams. You've got MADBULLS, GETSO, NASR. ARG, they're all outside of zone. Some of them even out in the blue, let alone, you know, outside of phase 2. So this is going to get very difficult very quickly. That north and northeastern side about to get spicy as heck. I don't know that we'll be able to keep up.
I don't know. If you are a team that's not yet in a circle, I would be very careful. Like, get to a point of interest around the outskirts of the circle, scout really quickly, and maybe I would, like, personally, if I was in this game, I would rotate straight north, like next to the coastal line, because that's where you're hoping less teams would be. Because if you're looking at the plane path and everything, like, you can put one-on-one together.
Yeah,
that should be the point of least resistance in the circle. Quest, fortunately, not going to put much resistance up against Gladiators as Matic gets 1 and 2. They're going to try and go for the res as that gets confirmed, actually, by NIGMA Galaxy. So Gladiators not going to be able to reap what they sow. They're just going to be getting away with that free limb.
Yeah, they are. Oh, that's such a shame for Quest. They really got taken out. Unfortunately, they got caught out in that field on that rotation. That was not their plan at all. But now Lords had to actually form up because Hamadi got knocked there. We got some altercations with CG as well. Looking good, CG. They got a good spot that's going to be hard to keep because of its central location. You're going to get a lot of teams on a lot of sides, but at the same time, it could be an excellent position, and maybe they're going to invalidate everything I just said because are they getting in a car right now? No. Yeah. They were in a car for a second.
We love being proven wrong.
Oh, yeah.
You know, sometimes you have a whole theory and they just prove it wrong instantly. Navalo proves us wrong by the fact that he gets knocked himself by his jumping out of the car a little early.
Excellent.
Seems, which always excellent. What do you mean?
Excellent notion. No, that was not the right terminology. I retract that immediately.
Misclick.
Yeah, misclick. It was a misclick. Yeah.
A language misclick in action, but the worst thing for Caster.
Oh,
yeah, not sure. Hopefully they can get the res up on Navalo. Definitely not a player you want to lose early on, as NASR going to be peppering down on the location of the other team. Still Gladiators zooming about, looking for a little decent scouting position, I believe, which currently this little plateau would definitely do just that. But chances are we might be witnessing the early stages here, Neptura, of a quarry finish, which we all know those are really rare positions for these circles to end up. But when they do happen, they do make up for that spicy finish that we have been asking for the last 2 phases.
Yeah, and it's not only is it rare, it's really difficult because those ridges do not allow a team to really use them because they're so shallow and everybody's got so many angles. Oh my god. It is going to be a really tough finish for most of these teams. I like what Clear have done here. I was going to suggest it as well. Even when the zone goes this way, most people don't go to that west coast side. I'm not sure why. There's lots of dynamic places further north. But look, nobody on that western coastline. So Clear have a great run into zone right now. So we'll see how they can kind of use that to their advantage with maximum efficiency. But MADBULLS on the run as well, scouting around, and the Gladiators right behind there. Gladiators got a good position, Max.
I mean, we said it for Clear Vision, right? We said that the western coastal line, because of the plane path and how teams are going to move with that circle, it was going to be the point of least resistance. And it seemed like Clear Vision that showcased it, especially in that first Erangel, right, is a team that has really great awareness. And they're very good when it comes to understanding how to get in circle with minimal risk involved, and that is how they're going to get in a decent position though. S2G going to be exchanging a raffle of bullets with ARG, it seems. But so far, no one's going to really come out on top, just making a statement that we are positioning ourselves in a strong position. Do not come and take it away, as Six might want to be a little bit careful as he goes in his, not even a shed, it's a mini shed. He's just going to go in there. It's like those little houses you have when you're a kid, like those plastic houses you have in the garden. I had one of those, and they're very cozy, but also very prone to nade damage and mollies, which I'm not saying when I was a kid I was being thrown nades and mollies, but I'm just stating a fact. If you are in a war, don't hide there. It's not good.
Yeah, no, it's really not good. Oh, we got Getso, and we got GG. I think Tixie was trying to kind of fall back there for a second and thought better of it last minute, and now Getso are the ones leaving immediately, but Shockwave on the other side could see a sandwich.
Got to reload though. Bullets are going to start to be a scarce resource for some of these teams potentially, especially those who went onto quarry early. You're going to struggle to loot up teams you take down. That's going to be a potentially issue we'll see later on. Getso. I mean, Dave asked me, am I going to see a Getso chicken dinner? Maybe not chicken dinner in the making this game. Maybe the next one. No, said in the next 2 matches, so there's still some hope, but losing a player is definitely not going to go that direction. They still have Snoz, though, which, as I said, is a player from Turkey that I've been looking out for quite some time and seen him play outside of the region as hype, but why do I jinx it like that? Caster Curse in action. Tulika gets his head blown right off onto Snoz.
Oh dear, that was very unfortunate, Max. We're just gonna gloss. Oh, and he goes out as well. Oh dear, Frozen thirsting up that kill, but now GG on the behind as well. It's a really bad spot for GETSO, and this was not their plan. You can't blame them, but, you know, they went for that hill, they got turned off from there, and now Mad's right behind them. ARG in a world of hurt as well, though.
SBG, okay, you need to push as a team. I don't want to see that weird Narvalo split anymore. I want to see this team breach it, form an absolute unit, as we tend to see them in the past, especially during PMPL EU.
Oh, the
push. Now they're going for the push. 2 players going to be rocking up, and ARG don't want none of this business here, it seems, in NEXTRÜYA. They're going to go straight towards S2G, so they just can't seem to catch a break. Even NASR is above them.
Wow.
So yeah, I don't think there's any safe spot for them to move into. This is going to be a tough time for ARG.
Yeah, it really is. They've lost 6 now as well. There's no safe place for them to go to, so they're just going to have to battle it out. Hopefully they have the wherewithal, the mental wherewithal to just be aware and not kind of let it overwhelm you, because there's a lot to get overwhelmed about. This zone is just pushed all these teams together, but not together enough. Frozen can't get that knock.
MADBULLS are playing, I think, a little bit with fire. Like, they have a huge split right now. They're lucky no one got knocked, but the moment someone gets knocked, you're going to be in a pretty dire position. So I'm a bit scared. TQ, though, seems like he's going to be stranded on the roadside. I'm not sure he can really go and use the car anymore. Ace is going to belong the side. So, yeah, as we said, ARG not going to be able to really find any strong spot in the circle. And without any kind of scouting done beforehand, NEXTRÜYA, they didn't even know where they were really going. They were just crossing their fingers on the rotate, hoping for the best. But unfortunately, the best was not meant to be.
Yeah, it kind of feels, you're right, they did not scout at all, but they didn't even have time to. You know, you have, in these kinds of zones, you have to push as a full squad, or you're just going to be liable to getting, you know, picked out one by one on those scouting rotations. But NIGMA trying to defend their position. They've been here a long time, Max.
SBG woke up and chose violence this game. I mean, they're doing an exact repeat of the European finals last weekend.
They are. Oh my God, you're right.
They're just like, okay, we're just going to wake up in these last 2 matches. We're going to start fragging out, aiming for eliminations, pushing as a 4-man team. I wish we would see this SBG all the time, NEXTRÜYA, like a lot more consistently. But, I mean, these type of, not performances because they haven't got the points yet, really, but this type of attitude, at least, is what I want to see from the French behemoth.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's been a while since we've seen this. 3 games, in fact, since we've seen this. A week and 3 games, if you will, and it's nice to see them come back a little bit. I mean, let's be real. Max, they are a PMGC team. We should be seeing a lot more of them more consistently than we are, but Victor showing Hamady who's boss.
Yeah, I like how Narvalo is also keeping that side safe, but S2G, they're rocking up onto Narvalo, and he's going to go down. There's no way. He's got no coverage. Actually, he gets prone in time, but Silas is there to lock it up, and Narvalo, unfortunately, again, going to be the player to go down first. Now SBG don't have that side angle defense anymore, so S2G could just be a pain in the side if they want to slow down, or even just put a stop to this push. But because of the blue zone pushing in, they're going to leave that one. But now SBG have no option than to fight right through the team on Quarry.
Yeah, they really don't have a choice at all. And Narvalo was not really all that important for that fight with NIGMA, I think. But, you know, it certainly may cause some problems with their morale. You know, oh, we've lost one. That distracts them for a little bit. That gives NIGMA, oh, maybe not. NIGMA have no time to think about that because S2G are behind them.
Not a bad fight, actually, because S2G know that this fight is pretty unfolding. What if they just leapfrog that position and push right behind Coops and the entirety of NIGMA Galaxy?
Beautiful.
I love this one, but that's one. Looking for the double, doesn't go for the weapon swap. He does have a DPS in hand. We know how deadly that can be, but it's not going to be deadly if you're dead yourself. SBG get eliminated in this game. NIGMA Galaxy versus S2G unfolding under our very eyes. As Hamody, unfortunately, cannot hold on to the front line anymore here in NEXTRÜYA, but they do get a res.
They do.
Coops, Freak, and Lord still have a chance to bring it back and maybe even get the res onto Hermione.
Oh, but this 2-2 split could be deadly, you know? You still got Clear on the other side that are kind of limiting Hamzy's opportunities here, but still, that 2 on the warehouse, 2 below, could be deadly.
Looking at the DBS in hand here for Coops, looking for the push with those 14 bullets. You got to make them count right around the corner. That's one! Coops, he's looking for those limbs. He's looking for the points. Forrest is going to be also eking his way forward behind that crate. And for cheeky little first aid, you got to be nice and healthy to pull the trigger on that DBS. Right around, he's going to go for the double, gets a second, looking for the third, not quite able to be on the swivel fast enough. But where's his teammate? Where's Lord? This was your one time to strike, shows his side. And I think Gladiators took some sneaky shots on NIGMA GALAXY, unfortunately. Might just be the end of it all. That res on Freak is just not going to be happening anytime soon, Neptura.
No, it's not, and that's really unfortunate. They were looking so good, but it's just not to be. NASR as well, looking really nice on that push up. Very united front right there. Love this, though. CG getting around in front, potentially going to be just cutting off S2G completely there. Really nice macro, as we were saying earlier.
Shockwave also going to have that little altercation with NASR, it seems, on the more western edge of the circle. Lord was able to lead. Actually, look at that. Get himself.
My God,
he walks
no
right
way.
back in the molly. Oh, that's an unfortunate way to go out. Still, got, what was that, 4 or 5 eliminations? So not a horrendous performance, but definitely not going to be enough if you really want to close that gap towards the top. As now we're going over to Shockwave. Already 4 eliminations. Snoix not going to be able to be brought back to the living realm, as Azza and Ska going to have to represent the French lads in due fashion. But Gladiators, maybe, Niptura, maybe this is the one single game they needed. They got a strong position in the circle. NASR slowly pushing their way, potentially transformed in elimination points very soon. This could be the redemption match for Gladiators.
It really could be. I have to say I've been getting a feeling from the Gladiators this game. They just felt like they were looking for a win. Sometimes you can just sense it. You can see how they're playing, how they're moving is a little different from the game before, and that means they want to win. I did see that a little bit earlier in the game. We'll see if they can make that happen, because this zone has not been easy, and NASR are not a team to underestimate, so we'll have to see, but that nade is very good.
Yeah, they're slowly regrouping too. You know they want to get this fight. They want to clear their backside and get an easy few eliminations along the way. Molly coming out, just trying to slow down the approach and the ascent. But look at the nades. It's like a mini red zone out here. Gladiators raining absolute hell atop NASR. A single player survives and he wants nothing to do with the rest of Gladiators. He's getting the hell out of here. And unfortunately might be going right into Shockwave. So that's it for them. No, actually Star is able to make it a little bit further along than I initially thought. But now the cool thing about this for Gladiators, Niptura, no one is going to be a bother for them south. They can slowly approach in and just clear the teams around them. But S2G is going to be the next team in front of them.
They are indeed. And again, another team to not underestimate, even as a duo. But that's going to be a very nice sightline. That's just going to keep CG away at the moment. Just tell them, oi, don't look over here. Don't even think about it. Keep to yourselves. Stay in your lane over on the other side of the zone. Oh, Meku, please do not get those smokes going to push down. That is not the way I would do it, that's for sure. Oh, okay, never mind. Let's see how this works. It's
actually a very nadeable building, so I want them to get that. Exactly, get close enough. If Tixie gets the nade, that's exactly the way you want to play it. Though Shockwave, very aware. They see this fight happening. No, Gladiators aren't holding the ridgeline anymore. So I like how Shockwave are playing this macro performance over to the west. Though Gladiators, you need to push this one. Wait for the molly to wear off. Don't be too anxious to go for the pushing. They get the nades. That's it. That's how you play it. That's how you breach this compound, Niptura. Nade City all day, every day. Gladiators, 8 eliminations, looking for the double digit. And we know how streaky this team is. They could be aiming for that good old juicy chicken dinner.
They absolutely could be. I like the immediate spread back up to the ridge, though, not leaving that position alone for very long. But another team, full squad, 6 eliminations, is MADBULLS as Shockwave fall victim to them. So MADBULLS equally in it for the win here. We'll have to see who actually gets that quest as well in the top 5, Max.
Oh, man. I'm so happy, though. GETSO still getting himself some extra placement points, as we tend to see. They're just always there in the shadows. Getting a few extra points here and there when they can, but Gladiators, though, the thing is, how do you transition from their current position? Because then you got fields around you. You can do a little bit of scouting, which is what Tixie and Matic are trying to do from their little high ground position, keeping Crash Gaming in check. Crash Gaming's got cars, so if they want to send it to a more central, strong position, they can, while Yuzi from GETSO trying his best to hold his ground, but it's just not meant to be here, NEXTRÜYA. They're going to be going out. Now it's Quest, Crash Gaming, MADBULLS, and Gladiators, as MADBULLS and Gladiators still have 4 players each, so it seems like it might be between those 2 teams to aim for that win.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? It's very exciting how this is shaping up. MADBULLS again with a massive 1-3 split, but still is doable. It's very doable as long as Frozen doesn't get knocked there. It is possible for them to really use this to their advantage. It looks like Crash Gaming gonna have a really hard time of this, but honestly with this, I think, Max, and you know what, I want your opinion on this as well, is sometimes you gotta ignore zone, and you gotta do what you can from the very edge rather than think about your rotation in. And GG, they gotta do just that. They gotta get some knocks, get some way clear, and not really worry about zone right now.
I would agree, but the moment the circle's going to move away from them, they got to try and set themselves up. You can't give up. You still have 4 players. Your chances of a chicken dinner are still heavily, heavily present. So try and maybe get a knock here and there from the edge, that's fine, but you got 40 seconds and then you got to start moving in. Or even, I would move in it beforehand because you want to try and get into a decent position, but like, where do you go? If you're Gladiators, do you just try and play the fields and then you become super easy to shoot down? Frozen off angle is going to be deadly for you if you do that. Like, I don't know how Gladiators play this. This is such a tough transition for them in this late game.
It is, I honestly, and Tulika is doing a good job here. I would actually move up behind MADBULLS. It's the only place of ridge. It's not open. You do have to fight Mad, but you know it's still possible to do so. But Tulika actually moving up and being that front line has actually helped MADBULLS a lot, and so they're not going to do it.
Okay, they're going to cross the road. Seem like they will be going for the crash here onto Crash Gaming. No, actually, he's going to go on the one play of Quest. It's going to be Fahidan. Taking himself currently, that fight does actually get himself one knock. Oh, it's so bad for Gladiators. And they're dead. Just like that.
What?
They disappear.
Okay. Oh, and now here comes Mad. MADBULLS timed that perfectly, but we've seen them do this before. We're going to see them do it again. Look at that push coming in. Beautifully played just after that fight happened, so they are able to use that as momentum to come on in. And now we've got top 2, Crash Gaming, again in the top 2 here on Erangel.
Yeah, Crash Gaming, though, good game for them. Going to be actually their best performance so far today. Maybe could get 7 eliminations if they get every single one of those MADBULLS player. But MADBULLS, we know at the moment they have that one opportunity to spread out, control the game, be as decisive as can be, and to make sure that chicken dinner does not escape them. That is where they can shine. Flicker taking severe damage, getting knocked away by Wash. And the flush doesn't come through, but he's a little bit further away from his teammates, so it's going to take time for him to be res. So that's going to require another knock onto Zerich. Frozen moves away. The offense have been lost, but Jafar, Kevin still up. Wash gets knocked away. They can maybe get that res if he's able to just crawl his way in. The circle is not going to threaten them just yet. But this is their one opportunity to come back in the game. Those 2 knocks is massive for them.
They need to push.
Get another one on Frozen, maybe can get it.
Okay, I need to see at least one of Crash Gaming move onto the other side, right? The right-hand side to them. Go across that water.
Grenade.
Get that angle.
Just chucking everything. I don't care. Eventually, I don't care. It's a good plan, like it. Nice damage actually there. Didn't quite shut down the res, though. Unfortunately, Zerich, here you go, still going to be knocked on his knees. Still going to be a 3v3 scenario right now. They have to push it up. They have to get that utility out the smokes. You need to put smokes more wide on the left side. But he's going to play right behind it, so he's going to be okay for now, it seems. No one's in that building, but better safe than sorry, it seems. And Wash, I love this angle. He's going to spread a little bit further in the center circle position. Crash Gaming could bring the upset and steal it away from MADBULLS.
No, absolutely could. The problem that's really limiting CG right now is they don't have vehicles. You know, Mad are able to go all over the place because they have that cover, and CG just don't, so they're playing this really slowly because they have to. They're still playing this super well, sticking together, not being too silly, not over peeking, doing none of that. But Mad, they're just in a position where they can just lie low and wait.
I don't think you want to use the cars, though. I think it might be a bit too risky at this stage when you have 3 players, multiple angles on you. The thing is, MADBULLS, the moment they leave, they're going to have to go downhill, but if you get knocked, that's going to make that transition so much damn easier. Jafar biting the dust with that nade. The thing is, these buildings in all around the quarry position are so easy to connect. and they know how easy they are, so they have to get out of the building, back on the side. The molly's going to spread, it's going to eliminate Jafar. 2 more players, 2v4. MADBULLS looking to become the kings of Erangel. That nade was a bit scary, but Wash survives it. He's going to be on the forefront here. Wash taking severe damage, down to just a few HP remaining. Going to be taken down. MADBULLS need to get the final player. Can they secure this chicken dinner? He goes in the car. He's in hiding. He doesn't want to take the fight because MADBULLS are just so damn dominant that they get themselves their second chicken dinner once again on Erangel.
That has solidified top 1 position, at least for now. We don't know how the is going to go, but that is first place finish right there. MADBULLS did phenomenally there because that was such a difficult zone. So hard to kind of realize that when they make it look so easy, right? But man, MADBULLS, they really played that to perfection. Well done.
We saw for a few seconds there, even deserving of the Mustache Dave infamous nod of approval.
Yes.
What a game from the MADBULLS here. Let's get another chicken dinner. What are your thoughts on this match? Because there's so much to break down.
Yeah, pretty interesting game for sure. Both of you did a phenomenal job. Shout outs to you, by the way. Chat was going crazy. MADBULLS most likely reclaiming that first place spot, or at least stamping their name at the top and getting a nice little buffer between them and everybody else. But I want to shout out Crash Gaming. I mean, this is a team. They've been, underneath the radar here tonight. But we really showed up in that last game with the aggression. Maxman, I think you talked about it. We saw them just throwing the kitchen sink at the MADBULLS. I mean, they were tossing smoke, mollies, grenades, pre-firing through the smoke. So it was pretty amazing to see from this squad. They definitely needed that. And another team that had a pretty solid game, not necessarily with placement points, but I believe the Gladiators had like 9 elims that last game. Pretty unlucky with the crash that they had to do in that compound, that late game. But regardless, I think a lot of these teams now are starting to realize, like, okay, 2 more games to go. Now 1 more game to go. We need to pop off. And we can see right here, Tixie with 4 kills, 635 damage with that survive time. So I know they didn't get the chicken, but they're definitely looking in the right direction.
They are.
And Tixie, I just want to leave it to Unipturo, really. Like, Tixie, your boy, getting himself the MVP. Let's go.
I know. I didn't realize that, my plant just sitting on a shelf could be that good at a game. But no, I'm super happy with how GG played that. Again, they crashed a compound they had no info on. That's basically the death knell for them. In any game, if they lose a crash, it's because they don't have enough info on it. So shame, but they didn't really have much of a choice there. The zone really did not play into their hands. So it's a shame, but it makes me excited for that Miramar, because what are we going to see from them once we get into those wide open spaces where they have all the high ground in the world? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I was a little bit saddened because this was potentially the big comeuppance of SPG. We saw them looking super aggressive on the eastern edge. They were swinging. They were looking for fights against ARG, against the side of S2G, also looking to push on Quarry on top of, who was it, NIGMA GALAXY, I believe. I did like that approach, but then you have Narvalo, so you lose that potential of angle, of assistance and scouting, and then S2G become an issue on the side. So unfortunately for SPG, the Supra Bogus, it was just not meant to be this game, but it's still one game, maybe they can push themselves up in that top 6 to get a portion of that prize pool. But I'm intrigued to see how the rankings move, because as you said, Dave, with this performance coming in from Mustache Dave,
great. I did great.
He got a
too,
chicken dinner. Look at this guy.
Yeah,
Look at him. Absolutely. But from the performance of MADBULLS, chances are they're going to be in first place. And the question is now in that last game, is who's going to be able to compete with MADBULLS to maybe take them down?
That question for me.
Yeah.
If you want to jump in, yeah.
That is a great
I heard
question.
Mustache Dave and just let him have it.
Let's see. I want to say Shockwave. I do. But there's something inside of me is saying don't. So
go with your gut.
I'm looking at players, and I'm looking at teams, and I also have my eye and my mind on, like, who's going to be the MVP after today, So I'm going to go with NIGMA GALAXY, as if that was a surprise for a team that can really compete with the MADBULLS and try to knock them off that top place spot with only 1 more game to go, Max, man.
Yeah, I feel like NIGMA GALAXY is a safe pick to go with.
It's safe.
It's just pretty safe.
Pretty
They've
safe.
been doing it pretty damn well today. NASR too. I would still like to see the NASR chicken dinner happening eventually. Maybe here. I mean, their Miramar was good earlier. The circle shift at the end was a little bit rough to transition into, but they were again really damn close, especially with that roof play. They just love the roof play today, it seems. But I would like to see an NASR potential chicken dinner. So there's still a lot of teams that can compete, but clearly, as we said, the team to beat right now is going to be MADBULLS here in NEXTRÜYA. So the question is, how are MADBULLS going to play this game? Because they must know, right? Their position on the rankings is currently should be first, or at least very close if they're not in first place. And how is their approach going to unfold for this final game of the day?
Honestly, I think they'll play it a little bit more passive. I don't see them going for it completely. I think they're going to try and stay away from teams maybe, or try and get some long distance third parties maybe in the first half, maybe early second half of game, and then just go for it. They're going to prioritize zone positioning above all, and that means staying up as a full squad and not bothering anybody, not provoking people to crash them.
That's fair. Though I am looking currently at our private chat, and we're not going to show the rankings because we want to keep that suspense.
I'm on this chat.
Our private chat, the Discord chat. We're not going to show the rankings. We kind of keep that suspense. So even we don't know what's going to be happening. How close is it going to be? How many eliminations you're going to need? Are you going to need that chicken dinner to catch up? I have no idea. There's too many bloody question marks right now. So we'll have to see how things are going to be unfolding. But I think it's fair to say that potentially 6 teams have a very clear shot to aim for the top right now. And even if you don't get first place, Dave, I mean, $2,000 for first place is huge, but you still got 1,000 for that second place. So even just a second place, I'll take a silver medal every day of the week. Like, it is a decent prize pool to get.
Yeah, for sure, because first place $2,000, second place $1,000, third place $800. So pretty solid. And you know what's even more beautiful is that this is just the start. We saw at the top of the show how there's a whole roadmap for tournaments very similar to this one, and this is only number 1. I believe they have 2 other ones planned, if I'm not mistaken. So this could be a good start for teams as well when we look to stage 2 and kind of getting that re-invite back to the finals possibly.
Could be the case. I'm just multitasking like crazy right now, as a host should be doing, just making sure everything's going on. Though we did see a little bit of a comeuppance. Yeah, we saw a little bit of a comeuppance from S2G, actually, with Forest doing well. Forest, as you said, a sub that I personally have never seen play for the team, but I got to say, just having a 4-man team in general, NEXTRÜYA, 4 bigger than 3, improvement, that's good. Math indeed, good stuff. But it seemed like they were just looking a little bit more confident having Forest there, and he had his good moments during that fight versus NIGMA Galaxy, so maybe they can just jump up in top 6 position and get at least a portion of that prize pool.
I think it's entirely possible. Instead, they were looking much more confident as a full squad. You know, they rely on that kind of confidence that comes from having that full squad, that confirmation, that sort of foundation, rather, of having that backup all the way around for a full squad. So it is nice to see them having that on their side. We'll have to see how that qualifies, or how that equates rather, to the Miramar. Generally they're pretty good on Miramar, so we'll have to see how that goes, but I'm super excited because we got still so many contenders for that top 6, as we were saying. So it really is anybody's game. It just depends on who's gonna go for those hot drops, go for the spoiler, or who's gonna, we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, as you said, NEXTRÜYA is going to be down to the wire here to see which teams can make it in that first place and who can be part of the top 6 to hopefully get a portion of that prize pool. And we're going to have the answer very, very soon. But we're going to head on over to a very short break. And after that, we'll be back for the final game here of these finals to see who will be the kings of the Lidoma event.
Okay, that's a new word.
The Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series lore is still unfolding under our very eyes, but we're going to be ready to crown our champions in just the next few minutes as we get ready for our final game of the season. It's going to be, of course, over on Miramar. Once again, my name is Max Man, joined with NEXTRÜYA and Mustache Dave to bring you the action of this final game. And Dave, he said it's so close towards the top. MADBULLS maybe setting himself apart from the rest of the lobby, but there's still so many teams contesting for that potential chicken dinner and maybe a shot at victory.
Yeah, MADBULLS, NIGMA GALAXY, they've been doing a really good job here. SHOCKWAVE, NASR Esports, I have to assume those teams are going to be at the top of the leaderboards, the top of the echelons. But after last game, the Gladiators finally getting some pep in their step. I don't know. I mean, one chicken with like a 20 bomb, they could win. They can win it all. Is it going to happen? I'll leave it to Maxman to answer that one. But they still have the potential.
Yeah. Is it going to be Pepe sad or is it going to be Pepe happy? I don't know. Or is it going to be Pepe steer, just like, oh, what the hell's going on? I have no idea. But a lot of different emotions are going to be going through the minds of these teams and players going into it. But NEXTRÜYA, as we said, so many teams able to compete. Gladiators brought up as one of the heavy contenders. But I'm telling you, right now, it's not only about that first place position, even though it is going to be about that first place, right? But you want to see also who's going to be able to climb up in top 6 because that's where the prize money stops. And a lot of teams are in the race for potential top 6 placement.
Yeah, they are. And that's what's so interesting is that basically the bottom for the middle of the table are super close still. You know, there is a big gap between them and maybe top 2, but between the 6th and 5th and 4th and all that, there's not many points at all, at least from what I can remember. So I think we're looking at a very spicy game because there's still a lot to play for, Max.
Yeah, so we just got the rankings because we like spoilers out here, okay? We got stuff.
Let me get that
checking if we can talk about it, not too sure. But I can tell you, right now, it is pretty much a 3-horse race towards the top. I think it's fair to say here, Dave. You've got 3 teams I'm looking at. You know what, screw it. I'm going to say it, okay? I'm going to say it. No one's going to stop me. NIGMA GALAXY, SHOCKWAVE, MADBULLS. 3 teams you're looking at right now to be first place. Teams that can compete, but right now, those are the 3 that we're looking at to maybe lift the trophy at the end of this game.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. I mean, you're talking about horses, but not KONINA POWER down there in 13th with 6 points total.
Come on.
Not to go there, but serious topic here, right? I know you two are going to be calling all the shots in the last game, but I really feel like these teams at the bottom, they've been having a rough day. It is what it is. It's a one-day tournament, 5 games total, so you really can't look at a scoreboard from one day and be like, that team, oh man, so bad. You can't, you know, because there's a lot of, you know, circle shifts. We had a lot of interesting things when it comes to some teams not having the complete team. So there's a lot of different factors here tonight, right? So you can't really hold it against them. But with that in mind, I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that with it being only one more game, they are at the bottom. Why not? You know, why not just drop on the Bulls? Why not drop on the SHOCKWAVE, the NIGMA GALAXY, and just put up a good fight and really show up here in the last match of the night? That's an option.
We said it a little bit earlier, right, NEXTRÜYA, that we could have teams if you want, if you're in the middle or towards the bottom of the rankings, if you want to have that big pop-off performance. If you're, for example, I'm looking at S2G, I'm looking at Clear Vision, Arab Golden Galaxy, SBG. If you're one of those few teams, you could be like, okay, who's in like 5th, 6th position right now? That would be GETSO, Gaimin Gladiators, Quest Esports. You could hot drop them if you know where they drop. I mean, I know Gaimin Gladiators, we know exactly where they like to drop. You could just aim for them, eliminate some of the players. If you're lucky, maybe the entire team. Get early eliminations, deny them points for the entirety of the game, so they're going home with a big fat bubble, as I like to call it. And you're already starting to close that gap from the very start of the game. So I feel like this strategies we could see that you wouldn't see until this very last match here, NEXTRÜYA.
No, absolutely. Especially that comes into play as well when you see that actually on this leaderboard there are quite a few ties. So not only could we see teams target the top 4, we could also see them target their neighbors, the teams right next to them, above and below, because they are looking very close. And if one does well and the other does not, that is just settling the score right there. So a lot of spice going into this game. There's a lot of flavors, and we'll just have to see which one comes out on top for this one. I'm liking the stew that we're cooking up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very tasty stew at the end. I'm not sure.
Exactly.
A little basil in there, a little pepper, boom, boom, a little lemon peel.
A little salt.
Okay, what's the magic
Coriander.
ingredient for you guys? What's the magic ingredient when we're talking spice and cooking up in the last game?
I thought you meant for like cooking. I was going to say curry, but
No, I was thinking of like herbes Provence.
yeah, is it like I was? Like,
let me narrow it
thyme and
down. Let me narrow it
everything.
down. Okay, let me narrow. Okay, it's coming. I'm putting a bow on top. Okay, it's coming to me. You know, boom, 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 boom. I'm talking your team that didn't get the chicken today. What is the spice to put on that chicken to get the chicken, have it pop out the oven and be juicy and delicious? What are we looking at here?
I want to see GETSO be more aggressive and as a stack, which we haven't seen happen too often, unfortunately. I mean, right now they got almost a 50-50 split of placement points and eliminations. I feel like that's been the issue. That's been the spice that's been missing. I don't know what the equivalent of real world spice would be to like
No, that's good.
get
That's
everything
good. I like
together. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
How about you,
Nice.
NIGMA?
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, by the way,
Thank
Max.
you.
Man.
I think it's memory loss for me. Just
4-4 team.
because
That team's memory loss is really hurting them.
yeah,
really bad.
yeah. No, they need to forget the last 4 games. If they're a team that's been struggling and not getting a win, they need to forget the last 4 games completely and just come in like this is game 1 and get that momentum back because they need to do it. So many of these teams are doing all the right things. Hypothetically, that's the word, hypothetically. They're doing all the right things, but just not enough, or just one little thing needs tweaking, stuff like that. But now at this point, unless they forget those last 4 games ever existed, they're not going to get past that mindset to actually fix it.
Yeah. It's weird, Dave. I had no idea where she was going to to go with the memory loss, but I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And it's important, too, because with the memory loss, it kind of helps with the tilt factor, you know, because think about it. You're a team, you played 4 games, and you only have 4 kills out of all those games.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about Clear Vision Esports. You definitely want to forget about your last games. And that's not just being toxic. That's practicing the synergy as like a squad and the ability to bounce back and not let a couple bad games affect your performance as a whole, right? So they still have one more game to go. They can kind of plant that flag and end this last game on a high note and be happy with the performance they showed up here tonight with.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the fact about forgetting your bad games, right, I think is really important. You could look at all of the best teams in the world, and chances are you've already witnessed moments where they had a really bad result. I'm talking like almost a 0-1, 2-pointer match, and then they followed up with a chicken dinner because they don't let those previous games be extra weight on their shoulders. And I feel like that is the mark of a really good team. And I feel like that's what described MADBULLS, because we saw it right here, actually. They had a rough Sanhok. They followed up with a chicken dinner right here over on Erangel. So it's definitely been working out. So I think that's a very interesting for some of these teams. But I would say, though, a surprise, in my opinion, when we're looking at some of the teams on the rankings here, is that currently in 2nd place, we have SHOCKWAVE, NIGMA. That you would have told me how they played after last week. The SHOCKWAVE would be in 2nd place with actually 25 limbs. They're currently, what is that, the 3rd best fragging team in this lobby? I'd have called you a liar, but they did changes that we needed from them after last week, and currently it might just be enough for them to compete for the very 1st place.
No, it absolutely is. And, you know, we've seen a big change in SHOCKWAVE in this season compared to last season. I think they've changed a lot of things. They've switched some stuff up, and they're looking really, really good. And even though the consistency sometimes isn't quite there, the adaptability is, and it's growing, because we saw last week not doing all that well, kind of scraped into qualifying here. And in a week, they're a completely different team. They got that consistency, they got the aggression, and they got the skill to back up that aggression. So looking very good, and I think they're a good team to follow if you're a team that's kind of struggling to get that adaptability. Just do what they're doing. They message them, DM them. I'm telling y'all, their DMs are open. Go ahead and bug them about all that. Just pick their brain, because they're doing some really good stuff.
Yeah, maybe not during the game, you know, just wait for the game to finish.
Yeah, wait until it's done.
Just want, like,
Everybody
watches
notifications.
I can't click on the buttons. I can't weapon swap anymore. But
hey, if they don't have do not disturb on, that's on them. That's on them.
I'm the kind of person who complains about the notifications, but I just don't use my don't disturb mode. Yeah, that's who I am. A pain to play with, unfortunately.
I will turn off notifications individually per app rather than turn on do not disturb.
I thought we were going to say per person, like, oh, that Max don't like him. Notifications.
That explains it. That explains a lot.
That's why she never replies to my DMs.
That
I get
explains
it.
a lot.
Hey!
Okay. But Dave, as we only have a minute, 30 seconds left, I want to have your thoughts, maybe even your prediction as to what you would like to see in this final game before we crown our champions. What do you want?
What do I, Mustache Dave, want? It's a loaded one. But if we're talking PUBG Mobile and we're talking the teams in this lobby,
Yes.
I'm going to say NASR Esports getting the win. Last
Good.
game.
Nice.
That's what I'm going to say.
No NA players involved in this conversation, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
No pure NASA Esports, a true Arabia region team, guys. No questions
Completely
asked.
unbiased.
Completely.
Last year, just nothing but facts.
Yeah, I would ask also the same for you, NEXTRÜYA, but it's probably going to be Gladiators, so I'm not even going to go that direction. But we're going to be keeping an eye out for, of course, NASA, of course, potentially keeps on NIGMA Galaxy here, Dave, as to see how things are going to be unfolding. But very close towards the top, it seems, NIGMA Galaxy, SHOCKWAVE, and MADBULLS. And really, see, as you keep on saying throughout the segment now, a lot of the teams at the middle can still make an impact, NEXTRÜYA, but it's down to this final Miramar game. We saw SHOCKWAVE secure themselves the game earlier. If they can replicate that here, SHOCKWAVE might just become crowned in an international event, the champions, which is something that I think a lot of people did not expect going into.
Yeah, it's going to be... If that is the case, I think that's going to do a lot for our region, a lot for the country, you know, and a lot for the team as well. They're going to get some big recognition coming in here. So, bye, Dave. See you after the game. Have a good popcorn fest while we provide the entertainment, as do the teams. There he goes. No, but I think SHOCKWAVE, there's a lot of pressure in that, but there's a high-risk, high-rewards type of situation coming in with them X-Men.
Yeah. It would have been very sad if we had a rehost and David's just there awkwardly for, like, you know, just
Imagine.
2-3 minutes while we rehost. But no, we're ready for the game, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss out on the action, though. As the day went on, unfortunately, it's very important for us to mention this, NEXTRÜYA, that we are now down to 11 teams, 43 players. Not a lot of kills to secure around the board. So, yeah, if that wiggle room towards the top is going to be a lot rough at the close, because even if you frag out, the points are just not there. So maybe placement point is going to be the way to go even more here.
Yeah, and I also think it might bring up an interesting... Well, Max, let me get your thoughts on this, because when I was, you know, I've been kind of part of the women's esports scene for a little while now, and generally, when you don't have that many teams in play for whatever reason, oh my god, teams don't, for whatever reason, teams don't play the final game or whatever, you find that teams actually find each other a lot quicker, just like this. But are we going to be seeing that here on this Miramar? Are teams going to kind of realize there's only 11 of them and find each other sooner?
I mean, normally you have that information on the top left side of your screen if you're a player, so they know. Right? They know. I mean, I think it shows the number of players.
Oh, no, you're right. It's the number of players. Yeah.
Number of players. But you can see it dwindle throughout the day. You're like, 43? That's not... The original was
correct.
That 60, no, 72 players you should have if you had 18 teams. So
yeah, something like that.
Lower than you expected. But teams got to keep their cool. They got to get some good macro. Oh, SPG down to 3. Novalo.
Oh.
Like Novalo, go away from the game because he's not here.
True.
He's just chilling and maybe at a pool party or something. He's chilling. He's gone.
He's gone, done, dusted. Goodbye. Hasta la vista. Au revoir.
A lot of ways to say goodbye. Go on, continue. As far as you go. Come on, Japanese.
Au revoir.
I want to see it.
Nope, I'm good. No, we're good. I'm done. That's the language done for me.
That's the languages for you.
Yeah, that's all the languages. I know all languages. There's 3.
There's only 3 languages. If you know other languages, sorry to say, but you're crazy. You invented it. You talking that language with your imaginary friends. You don't know what we're talking about.
Pretty much, yeah.
Poor guys in the chat. They didn't ask to
I know.
be part of this. We just attacked them. I see a lot of people speaking Russian in the chat. Sorry, guys, okay? Yeah, TBA, you'll be is all I'll say. Don't know why I just said, did you?
No, I have no
Okay,
idea.
I'm not going to tell you. You're going to have to learn later. I'm not going to tell you, okay. No, I'm seeing Zerich. He's going to have a Winchester. He's going to tell them with a good old Winnie, which I do like Winchester. When you
it's not bad.
Shot here and there. It's cool times.
Yeah, it's not a bad gun. It's not my most favorite, and I'm hurting Mustache Dave's heart by saying that, but it's the truth. I gotta be honest. But it's a good gun. It's not the worst gun to have, let's be real. I'd rather have it than an Uzi, and that's a controversial statement.
What
Yeah.
did you just say? The Uzi's
I
great.
don't like the Uzi. Listen, my aim is bad, okay? I need many bullets. Uzi doesn't have good rounds. They're not enough. They're fast, but they're gone too fast. That's the problem.
The thing is, now in the DBS meta, like, why have a Uzi when you can have a DBS? You know?
Well, yeah, exactly.
That's kind of like why the Uzi fell out of relevancy, is because you have the DBS, which normally the Uzi would be a very short range, sometimes rarely mid-range kind of weapon, but if you have a DBS, then it just covers all aspects that the Uzi does. Maybe
True.
just a little bit less spray action, but
True.
DBS can do 1v4s, so who cares?
I know. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm pro nerf on the DBS. Honestly, that's gotta go.
Yeah.
But nice to see Silas using that M16. He's prepping for that new update coming out. So nice to see he's got some plays for the future on board. But now we got Kevin, who's on board in Impala. So this is a nice central spot for them. Again, picking a central location. We're starting to see a pattern here from the Erangel to the Miramar. Because, of course, while we were yakking, the zone did shift over to Impala Way. So there's a big shift coming in for a lot of these teams. The same angle, but in the opposite direction. So we got that eastern coastline to reckon with.
Yeah.
What's interesting about that eastern coastline, Max, is there's a lot of cliffs, a lot of high ground.
That's true. There's always going to be an issue when it goes to the east/southern eastern edge. There's always going to be those cliffs. There's a lot of verticality in play, which is why NIGMA Galaxy here has got himself a nice little spread. I like that.
Yeah.
Just keeping options open for them, waiting for the circle to pop, and the moment it does, potentially go for a 2-2 split. If not, regroup if you have a really solid position in the circle. Could be a valid option. Though we saw Kevin earlier, I do wonder, is Kevin his real name? Because I'm thinking my real name, so I'm gonna break the fourth wall right now. My real name is Maximilian, which is might not expect. I would never in 1,000 years call myself Maximilian like 30 or something.
Yeah.
It's just not it doesn't roll off the tongue, but
No.
I respect
it's
people
a
who do that.
good name. Yeah, no, Kevin, that's a good name. Yeah, I could see Kevin being his actual name here. And you do see that actually. We have seen some more normal names than the names we usually see. You know, I don't think Snowix is his name on his birth certificate, though it would be interesting if it was. Oh, you aimed for that, Scott. You aimed for that rock. That is on you.
I mean, what if Snowix is his real name? No, it's just his parents are like, oh, it was a snowy day when you arrived in this world, and it's just snow, and they had a hiccup. There you go. Easy pick.
Yeah, that's plausible. I tell you what, yeah, I take that back, Snowix. Good name, good name.
Good name, give
I
a
like
chat
it.
name. That Tiki also going to make his way in to the circle. Hopefully going to be able to escape the grasp of that blue zone. It's NASR also going to have to get their way in. Does have Star, your boy, back at it again as they're going to try and get in. But yeah, Impala is going to be in play, and as you stated, Impala also could be interesting because there's that verticality to the east of Impala, and I would like to see Crash Gaming play there because as long as no teams is really competing for Impala, I want to see like one, if not two players getting up there, scouting very passively, like not actively taking shots or anything, but just being up there, applying pressure if teams get a little bit too close, but just getting that info because right now, they're done looting for, I think, the longest time. Like, you got tier 2, tier 3 vest and helmet. Like, you don't have to loot any longer. Just get up there, get that info, and you're going to be way better off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the longer they can actually procure that info, the better off they're going to be in the long run because they can make the most informed pushes, the most informed rotations. These teams aren't going to know what hit them because they have been up on top of that mountain knowing everybody's path, so they know exactly where to go and who to take on next. So that could be a really, really good option for them. But NASR never far behind, are they? They are in the center of action most of the time. And again, this is another team that are in contention. We'll see how those final leaderboards shape up, but could be looking for a really good...
They're just going to be scooting their way further south. Don't know where they want to go right now. NIGMA Galaxy on the eastern edge of Los Leones, also going to be playing that scouting role. Maybe taking a few sneaky shots with that Mini 14 from Hermodi if anyone gets a little bit too close. Interesting loadout too is going to be UMP and the Mini 14.
Love it.
Which is good early game, but as you get closer to that late game, having those double aggressive weapons for like mid to short range can be good. So I wonder if he's going to swap that Mini 14 later on for something else.
Wait,
As
Max.
I see an AUG. Go for the AUG.
Wait, you're telling me you don't spam the Mini as an AR?
Look, it's very satisfying, okay? But wait, early mid game.
Nah,
Sure,
late game.
yeah,
Nah,
course.
I've
Late game,
run.
no.
To be fair, it's classics, but I have run the Mini as my AR.
Look, I've seen way too many plays where people spam the Mini like it's a bloody AR. Like,
Oh yeah,
the
that's
thing
me.
is, the bloom is so big on the weapon that you're just pretty much giving up that fight to like random odds.
Yeah.
Because there's not 100% accuracy on that weapon.
Perhaps.
And you're not going to scope in, right? So it's yeah, not the best.
Oh, you know what? It's not the best. Kitsune. What? Where? Why? No, wait.
What the hell is that
No.
transition? What? You know who's not the best? Kitsune. End sentence right there.
No, in the position
Bloody
that
hell.
No,
You just came
Kitsune,
out of
I love
nowhere.
you, honestly. Please don't yell at me. No, Kitsune's position. That's what I meant.
I can't believe it. Okay.
Oh my
Well,
god.
Gladiators fan in the chat, they're like, what the hell are you talking about?
Listen, I'm #1 fan. I could never say anything wrong about Kitsune. I could never.
You just did?
No!
That's the thing.
No, it was an unfortunate,
Okay, continue your thought.
unfortunate pause. Unfortunate pause. No, but that late rotation, that is above and beyond late. Like, Freak might not be too much longer in this lobby, as is Spec. There's a big fight going on that we've just been completely ignoring while yakking about minis.
Yeah, Freaky Thursday apparently right now. Wait, it's Thursday, right? It's Thursday?
Yeah, it is Thursday.
Yes, it is.
Can
I
confirm.
did the joke correctly. Let's
Nice.
go. J7 going to try and get out of there. Spec also going to be in a little bit of a dire position. Could get res, though. He's somewhat safe. I don't expect NIGMA Galaxy to chase down these eliminations to the very edge of the earth because the world is flat. In PUBG Mobile, that is, not the real world. Just wanted to see how people were going to react. Keep you on your tippy toes.
I'm gonna keep an eye
I'm
on
not
chat.
going to go... Yeah. If anyone says, oh, it's true, like, fair enough, you know. We are in a simulation at the end of the day, so you know what?
That's true. True.
This render distance doesn't go to the very edge. That's why. I blame render distance.
Always blame render distance, dude. Always blame ping and always blame render distance. Oh, and this is interesting. For Crash Gaming, they've been taken out of the equation almost completely here. They have not gone to Impala. They have to move to Zone. And guess who's there? Shockwave, Gamelord, and Gladiators. Not Gamelord, SBG.
SBG, yeah.
SBG.
It's going to be up there. Ooh, NIGMA Galaxy. We've got
Ooh.
some graphic on the left side. Ooh, yeah, popping off. Jump scare. But SGG getting a high ground spot. NIGMA Galaxy, I feel like they understood, okay, this is not a position we can remain in any longer. Let's just get on the swivel, get on the move, and get further deeper in the circle. As Gladiators fighting SBG right now, it seems here, Niptura. And so far, Gladiators seem like to have the upper hand. Rob's down, could get rezzed up, but the thing is, they're only 3 players, and Gladiators still don't know that. But knowing their position, I mean, what else are they going to do? I propose to just go for the crash, as Victor
Oh my
defends it and gets the
God.
initial knock, and that's just not what you want.
For goodness sake. Yeah, that's not great at all. And Kitsune arriving a little bit late, but, you know, that's okay. That's interesting, because Kitsune came from that other side. I was wondering who was going to do that. Oh, but they know. Rob's with that nade.
I don't know if I saw a car on that rooftop for a second, but could have been the case. Definitely could be an
Very
option.
true. Yeah, could be.
That's Rob's. Here you go. That's a decent nade onto Matic. Going to force him to reposition down to about a 3rd HP. I want to see SBG push this one up. You got a flush down onto Tixie already. Now you got to try and reverse to Steve. Good nade right away. Going to be chunking away onto Akashi. He's knocked. Victor and Rob's not in the healthiest of forms. Kitsune on the angle. Going to offer so much presence for the team. SBG down to only Victor. Does get himself that one knock onto Kitsune, so that's one off angle being lost, but it's a 1v2 steal. Will he have the time to go for the first aid? I don't think so. And that is the end of the road for SBG. Gladiators trying to remain in the conversation.
Yeah, well done from them. But also in the kill feed, this thing has been going on as Fleek.
This thing.
This thing, yes. This thing. Look, they were getting run over. There was back and forth all over the place, but MADBULLS in the end getting rid of ARG and doing the business. So big GG's going their way. That's what MADBULLS needed to stay on top. You know, ARG were one of those teams threatening their position. So looking good from their point of view. Unfortunately for Erangel, it is the end of the road, much like SBG as well. A good and valiant effort. But you know what? I think Gladiators just had that man advantage, and that's what won it.
Though one thing for MADBULLS, we did see them secure 4 eliminations there, right? I believe NEXTRÜYA.
Yep.
They were only 3 points ahead of SHOCKWAVE in second place. That's going to increase their lead to 7 points, which is massive. So that's really important eliminations they just secured. And the objective of the game for them is just do not go out early. Try to get in top 5 position. And I would be damned if I see another team contest that first place unless SHOCKWAVE or NIGMA Galaxy get that chicken dinner. But
GETSO?
Right now, can't afford to die.
Yeah, like GETSO just got one of them. So yeah, that's looking a little precarious. But yeah, as you said, they've got a much better lead now on the board. So that could be in their favor for sure. As Azer is going down as well to Shockwave is going down. Yeah, there you see that push now. Really nicely played, honestly, by Crash Gaming, living up to their name with that crash.
Indeed, NASR, here you go, right around the corner. MADBULLS going to be losing another one. MADBULLS losing 2 players this early on. This might be the start of the end. They know they can't lose player. Flick is trying his best to keep his player alive, but unfortunately he's going to lose himself along the way. It seems right behind the car, able to survive just a little bit longer.
Nope.
Can he get the first aid? No, he can't. The molly does get chucked towards Xenox, but he's not going to do anything. As Frozen, now stranded as a solo. MADBULLS might just have lost himself in this game because Shockwave are still standing strong as, I believe, a 3, if not maybe a 4-man team, if I haven't seen one of the players.
Yeah, no, MADBULLS just went out, and that is not good. That is not good for their position because Shockwave are still up as a full squad, if I'm correct there. So they have a lot of potential to do some serious damage onto MADBULLS' position. But at least they got those 4 kills. They are looking okay for now, but it's definitely going to be tender hooks.
Oh, yikers. Not good times for MADBULLS here. I don't think... The thing is, if Frozen can get even just a single elimination here and there, that could be the difference maker. So just try and survive. Let's see how it's going to go. As SGG now on their high ground did lose Silas, but Kelsey, Forest, Hamza G still are here to bring the heat. It's Clear Vision going to make their way over. You've got to spam them down. Go to the MG49. There you go. That's the weapon I want to see. Gets a lot of damage down, but Clear Vision are going to tank it like an absolute bunch of Giga Chads, and they make it over to the cliffside. They're going to be safe for now, but the thing is, nade damage could be an issue. So we'll have to see how that goes.
And not to be that person, but we should keep an eye on Gladiators. They've been just chilling in a corner by themselves, not doing a thing, just letting these teams fight amongst themselves and just keeping to themselves. So that could be an interesting development coming in as we see S2G, Clear, and NASR all going at it. It's kind of like that Spider-Man meme. They're all pointing at each other here.
But which one of the Spider-Mans is going to go down? That's the question.
That's the case. Yeah.
SGG still not going to give up that cliffside. The thing is that you're pretty sure here Phase 5 Circle and NEXTRÜYA is not going to be in the vicinity. So Clear Vision, NASR, SGG potentially going to have to call it quits very soon and call dibs on another position if they can. But SGG got cars at least, so that transition shouldn't be impossible to pull off. But Clear Vision, having leapfrogged their spot, they might have to fight each other regardless. So SGG not in the most comfortable of positions. The Phase 4 now 15 seconds away. Teams need to start thinking about what the next move is going to be for them.
Yes, indeed. GETSO right behind NASR. I think we don't see that enough from the S2G's perspective, so that's an interesting thing as well. NASR got 2 different angles to keep track of, as Clear seemed to not be doing too well. NIGMA showing up from absolutely nowhere, as is GETSO. Snoz doing things.
My boy Snoz.
Yep.
Yeah. Yuzi died the moment we said the Yuzi not as good because the DBS is here. He just like jumped off. He's like, I don't want to live in this world anymore. It's the end.
Yeah.
I'm just going to rename to DBS, I guess. But yeah, GETSO can still, bring a little bit of spiciness over to the eastern side. NASR's going to give them more breathing space. The thing is, if they want to move into the circle here, you can clearly see it. NEXTRÜYA is going to be literally an uphill battle. Not the easiest transition for GETSO, especially when NASR, Shockwave are looking their direction, but the circle moves up. And I'm telling you, man, Shockwave are looking super, super good.
They are.
They could ruin this game for MADBULLS. Same for NIGMA Galaxy. Like, those 2 teams could bring an upset to the table.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Especially as now we're in that top 9, we're in placement point territory. Something that MADBULLS, as far as I'm aware, I think they went out, Max. Am I wrong in that? I thought Frozen went out.
I don't remember seeing Frozen die. Maybe
But
he
I
is.
don't
I mean,
see him
if
on
it
the
is
map. That's the
case.
thing. Because if that is the case, they didn't even get placement points, right? So they are looking on those kill eliminations alone. If he's still here, then cool. He's still got, skin in the game, as I said earlier. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But something to keep in mind, I think, as we go closer and closer to the end of the tournament in general. Interesting to see Gladiators in vehicles. I would have thought they would have stayed a little bit, but maybe they're just a little too close to that edge for comfort, looking for some center zones as everybody centers up on S2G.
I just want to be nice and comfy in the circle. That's going to be the name of the game for Gladiators. As NASR, it's a rough transition for them too, because I feel like they know the moment they leave, they got very minimal scouting of teams like north of their position. So I feel like they're just going kind of in unknown territory, which is always a scary aspect of the game when you just literally cannot scout as much as you would want. And because especially right northwest of their location, you have NIGMA GALAXY, which have this huge 4-man split, gathering all the information in the world. The moment you go in their like visibility frame, they're going to take shots at you almost instantly. And I don't think their cars are in great working condition. Like, they have 2. I think they took a few grenade shots earlier by 6, so not the healthiest position to be in, but they could contest for top 3 maybe at 6. It's going to be taken up, and that might be their 5th elimination. Like, they're slowly but surely here, NIGMA, climbing towards the top.
They are. They really are. They've been slow and steady wins that race. Definitely bringing the tortoise to this event. They've been doing such a great job as well. I mean, already 5 eliminations, top 8 place. So definitely looking like a strong contender for that top 6, top 3 maybe. We'll have to see. But again, the other team I'm looking at is NIGMA. They are still a full squad. They're still center zone, and they are still chilling. So they're brewing something that they gotta be.
It's got to be the case. Matic still trying to gain a little bit more elevation. If Gladiators can win this fight versus Forest, they're going to lock such a strong angle. If they can get the knock onto MCT2, that res is not coming through. Don't know what that buggy did to him, but yeah, personal vendetta against it seems. But Forest, does he know he's there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is there. I mean, I think it's going to be hard for Matic to actually do something because you've got that NIGMA across the way there. As soon as you pop out your head, Kelsey as well, but he's been spotted. Ooh, Forest, all right.
Really low right now. He's potentially got to abandon ship. Going to go for the first hit. I don't think he's going to be allowed to do it. No way he's going to be able to get that res. There's teammates there to back him up. There you go. Now, and he pushes up Matic. The reverse engage. Such a good execution on that one. Love the play, and with his teammate too. Who was it on the side? Was it Kitsune or was it?
I'm not sure. I didn't see. Fantastic though. My goodness.
That's great. Love that. Love those moments.
Shockwave.
I was you spamming in the chat.
Yeah. That'll be me. The sword emojis, definitely. Oh, Kelsey not having a good time either. And this time it's Lord. Oh! Maxman! Lord of Miramar, it seems.
Yeah. Well, how the world champions are falling, it seems. 8th place here. And not going to be even remotely close to a top 3 finish. Rough times for the spring season, it seems, but they could still stand strong in the future seasons here of the Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series. But as we move on, still Shockwave, 4 players alive. They got 1 elimination, but Terminus knocked away. They could normally... Oh, no, they can't get the res. He's too far. He's way too far. No way that pulls off.
Yeah, he went out to zone, so that's really unfortunate there. I don't know if he was AFK or what, because that seems really weird to have him all the way out there to the point of, dying. So that's an odd one for sure, but that really throws a spanner in the works. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not seeing MADBULLS at all, unless he's in some hidey hole. I think that was them out a while ago. So still, Shockwave has 3, still could possibly do enough as GETSO get gotten. 7th place, though, not a bad thing, and still potentially, I think they had a few kills, didn't they, Max? So quite potential, quite a lot of potential to still do enough.
Though you're sure MADBULLS looking back on this game, they're like, oh yeah, it's so good. Shockwave lost a player. That's fantastic. That's exactly what they need because, as we said, they got 4 points minimum.
Yeah.
They increased that point difference from 7. Of course, now Shockwave, they get themselves 1 limb. They get themselves a few placement points. So at least reduced it by about 3.
Yeah.
So it's still going to be just about 3-4 point difference. So they can still close that gap, but losing one player, if you go in a 3v4 fight, like versus NIGMA GALAXY, for example, that is really going to hurt you on your tracks for success. So Shockwave's got to be very careful on which fights they pick, because the wrong decision might cause you to not be able to compete for that first place at the end.
Absolutely, yeah, here we are, and can confirm no MADBULLS. So yeah, top 5 though is Crash Gaming, full squad, NIGMA, again, a full squad, and GG finally in the top 5 with nearly a full squad, which is nice to see, but Shockwave and NASR as well. I mean, this is such a great top 5. What a game.
Matic getting himself some nice elims. The thing is, like, you're looking at Gaimin Gladiators too, and GETSO and NASR. They could all be in the top 3 at the end of this one. Competing for first place, that's going to be a bit tough. They're going to need a massive chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations, but taking 2nd or 3rd place away from Shockwave and NIGMA GALAXY is possible. NIGMA GALAXY still being alive at this point with 4 elims. I think they're going to be hard to push away, but there's still a little bit of wiggle room that if we see one of those 2 teams die, like, there is a space that opens up instantly for the likes of Gladiators. So it's not the end of the road. It's not the end of the road for them. And talking about road, that road split on this circle is going to be tough to transition through for the finish.
Wow, it's just really said, here you go, NIGMA. Try not to lose this one because you have all the advantages. I mean, that road, the open ground, it's just put everybody else in a world of hurt and also grouped them together. So now they've got to all fight each other before they even touch NIGMA.
Yeah, Spec going to try and also eke his way forward. Does get sprayed down. That monster truck. Not a monster anymore, just a truck, unfortunately. As he's going to try and remain in that shed. He's in the circle, so you know what? Can at least play the survival game a little bit longer, but leaving that shed, maybe not going to be the easiest task at hand. And I love this 2-2 split, especially from NIGMA GALAXY here, NEXTRÜYA. Just keeping tabs on NASR on the eastern edge, on the western side, keeping tabs on the side of Gladiators, trying to take some shots too. And I feel like Kitsune might not be able to make it downhill. Is it Kitsune? No, it's Matic that was not able to make it downhill there. Now down to 2 players for Gladiators as they're forced in a fight versus Crash Gaming. And Shockwave also going for their push versus NASR. Xenox defending himself so well, taking a shot right through the smoke onto Ska. And Snowix trying to go for the res onto Azza, but that nade might not allow him to get it through.
I mean, this is such a crucial fight for them. Oh, Crash Gaming, you hate to see it. Out they go. They looked so good, but the zone just royally messed them up. So that's a big shame, but still big GG's top 5. They've been super consistent the second half of this tournament, so nice to see that coming in from them. And again, those nades, they're just going to have to leave their teammate behind and move on up. This could be the best play.
Yeah, they found a dip to play from, so they're just going to try and hopefully send all of their coins in that position. Hopefully go for the jackpot. It's not going to be an easy one for Shockwave to pull off right now. At least they got the smoke so they can just buy a little bit of extra time. While Hamodi just trying to create that anchor point for his team. I love that. Trying to keep Gladiators in check. Maybe also nade range. He's got 3 nades, 1 molly, so he could really be the thorn in the side of Gladiators. They can't expand on that ridgeline anymore. And NIGMA GALAXY, with the 4 players starting to gain that terrain, they desperately need to go for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, Hamodi's done a beautiful job there because he's essentially just stopped GG in their tracks. They can't do anything here. They've been netted in pretty effectively, so they might take a few pot shots, you know, get a knock maybe, but from this position they can't do a whole lot at all. Yeah, there goes the nade. Kitsune down. Ooh.
Oh, that could have been huge, actually. That would have really slowed them down. The circle's going to start moving in very soon. It's actually closing up right now. And that's it. Shockwave, bite the dust, eliminated in 4th position. Only 3 teams. It's going to be Gladiators, NIGMA GALAXY, and NASR Esports. Teams that can have a significant impact on the overall rankings. And NIGMA GALAXY, maybe, if they get all of these extra eliminations, could be maybe crowned the new champions. I'm not sure how close it is, but they cannot slow down. They need to keep popping off. That's their 8th elimination, maybe a 9th onto Spec. This could be Coops and the entirety of NIGMA GALAXY securing potential chicken dinner and maybe the championship as a whole for themselves.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if that was the case. This has been
They got it! Oh, no, GG!
What?
They got it! They got the elimination! Oh, that's huge!
Oh, that's stealing. No, but this has just been such a huge game from NIGMA. Now they're coming in to claim their prize. Will GG be able to do it? Let's see.
We'll have to see though. Be careful. Hamodi's going to be solo currently. The team is going to join up on the side. That's one for Meki. Takes almost no damage. That's absolutely massive. Gets two. Down to the 2v2. Gladiators bringing it back from the brink of death, but Meki will fall eventually. Hamodi taking severe beating in the process. That's Freak trying to position down, but he gets the clutch and he gets the fight at the end. And it's going to be NIGMA Galaxy to get themselves that chicken dinner at the end. But what an attempt from the Gladiators here, NEXTRÜYA, fair to say. Able to rank up super high because of it for sure. Has NIGMA Galaxy been able to maybe claim the first place? I'm not too sure, but it's going to be damn close.
It's very close. I would not be surprised. It ended up seeing NIGMA on top there. Can we just talk about very quickly, Dave, you saw that? The 1v2, hello, the near 1v3? GG were not playing. They did not lie down and say, yeah, you take the win. No, they were trying.
But they lost.
Oh.
So
why you gotta do it? Okay.
Because she's trying to gas up GG, all right? All right, I see what you're trying to put me up against, but they lost, all right? Oops. NIGMA Galaxy, the squad coming out on top right here. It's exactly what I wanted to see. And you know what? It's going to make this final leaderboard all that more closer because the MADBULLS, they got taken out in 9th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
4 elim points, right? So, my goodness, what a game. I mean, we had NASR, SHOCKWAVE, and NIGMA top 4 at the end. And those were the top dogs in the lobby. But, yeah, Gladiators, they did good. They did good. Almost got the chicken. So, shout out to you, NEXTRÜYA.
GG, man. They're good. They're fun. They're fun to watch.
Tick's in the background moving around. Yeah, look at that.
See a little plant.
Yeah, he's
doing
good.
I'm not sure. It's going to be a real close one. We're going to have to look, though, at the MVP to see who's going to be. And this is going to be actually Spec from NASR, the MVP of this final game. That's twice. We had Star be the MVP of a game. Now we got Spec. And I think it was on the 2 Miramar games. So truly the kings of Miramar when it comes to consistency.
Indeed.
1,200 damage, pretty much. That is a really high damage ratio that he secured here.
I mean, you see that from teams, right? So for Spec to be getting that, and also that kill damage ratio, 4 kills for 12 damage. I mean, that's an insane amount. So someone's stealing something, or he's in his team. So I'm not sure if he should be happy or if he should be really mad at everybody else about that.
Yeah, Meki, of course, also able to get that clutch factor towards the end. Did secure themselves 2 extra limbs. Actually, maybe no, he only secured 2 extra eliminations at the end. Therefore, the team did go for the sneaky flush, which you love to see that coming on through those points. Can have a pretty drastic impact. But okay, I want to see potentially. I don't know if you have any predictions, Dave. NEXTRÜYA on the top, because it's going to be a close one. I'm calling it right now. I am not 100% confident on who are going to crown the champions.
Dave, you take this one. I'm looking.
No.
I always
No, how about you, Max? You
take
it,
Max, you do it.
Why are you always forcing us?
Yeah.
I think NIGMA Galaxy win. Okay, that's my prediction. I think they won. There you go. Your turn, Dave. Your turn.
Let's see. How many elims do they have that game again?
11.
11.
Something like that. It was a lot.
Oof. Yeah, it's kind of. It would be unwise to not say NIGMA Galaxy.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement.
Okay, so it seemed like we were all in agreement because at the start of this game, NIGMA Galaxy, they were like, what was that, 8 points behind MADBULLS. They were in 50. NIGMA Galaxy had 42 points. Shockwave had 47. So it was really close race between this one. And MADBULLS might have not only fallen in 2nd place, maybe even in 3rd place. That's how much they could have fallen off because they went out a little bit too early and they were down to only Frozen. It did not quite work out. But we'll have to see how things are going to be panning out as we're going to be shifting on over to the match rankings. And no, it's just a match rankings, not the overall. Okay, no spoilers just yet, but those 20 points. It's so top heavy. Look at the drop off. You got 20, 15, 13,
5.
and then 5.
Wow.
Like, it is so top heavy. And that is really going to influence after this.
It really is. Honestly, I fear for MADBULLS because you have both Gaimin Gladiators and NASR both doing super well here, and they are very, very close in that top 6. So MADBULLS may not be even third. I would say maybe even a little bit lower. SHOCKWAVE as well, with that game, only 5 points. As much as they did and as well as they did, they've only got 5 points to show for it. So I don't think when you come against some of these teams, 20, 15, 13 points, I don't think that's going to stand up.
And it's time, I believe, right now to go at the overall rankings to crown our champions here. And C is going to be up there. Maybe I'm calling it too soon. I don't know. They said it's ready, so I believe we should be ready to go for the overall rankings to see who's going to be our champions and who's going to be also in that top 3 podium position. A little bit too soon.
The Lidoma Grand Final State champions are
us.
Us.
We win. We're the real. Us and the
Take
viewers
it.
are the real champions at the end because we just witnessed great gameplay from these guys. That's why we're the champions. So thank you very much for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Okay, that would be a very
So how are we splitting this money, guys?
I don't know. What would you do?
Oh, we're still live? Hi.
Yeah, we are.
I would get the Bugatti finally. That Neptune promised me that I would get if NIGMA Galaxy won that game. By the way, but since we got the cash prize, this is what I'll take.
Nice.
Got it.
I feel like it's a great usage of that prize point. You know what? I might invest in a better phone because mine is just barely takes pictures, so I like that. But unfortunately, we're not champions. We are casters, and we do the casting about the champions, and hopefully we can announce the champions very, very soon because the tension is rising, and I really want to know. The suspense is unbearable right now to see who's going to be the one claiming the trophy. But we're talking about that first place question. There's also a question about who's going to be in the top 6. Did GG climb up to maybe 4th, even maybe 3rd place? I don't know. NASR, they got a lot of points. Maybe they climbed up to 2nd place. I don't know. There's so many question marks, and we can expect a big shuffle towards the top of the rankings here, Dave. That first place, we had a favorite, but like all the teams below that, I don't know in what order they're going to come through.
Yeah, and just a reminder, first place $2,000, second place $1,000, and third place $800. So we're going to find out very shortly, but shout out to everybody in the chat right now. Ton of support here today for the grand finals, and it was good. And this was only series number 1, so we saw the roadmap. There's still more planned, at least in the books. Will we be joining? Maybe. Hey, you'll have to tune in to find out. That's what I'm saying over here. But you know who most likely will be definitely showing up? Gotta say, man, Coops will definitely be showing up.
I saw it.
They keep baiting us.
Tease.
Hold on, I didn't see a team. Did you?
I didn't either. I just saw champions.
I saw champions, and I saw a very, very clear team name. I'm not going to say who I saw, but I think some viewers at home might have seen it. We're going to keep the hype up there, but I mean, I know now.
S2G, winner in all our hearts.
It's Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro. Hey, Virtus.pro.
Let's go, champions.
They respect. Did so great here. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Okay,
Excellent.
but we had a little teaser right there, but we should be seeing it very, very soon.
I really didn't see it, but
I really did.
Oh, okay. Well, text it to me in that secret group you were talking about. Let's see if I'm really in that secret group or not. But as a reminder, there's 3 different streams going on. So we got the English, the Turkish, and the Arabian one. So 3 different streams all at the same time covering the same gameplay. So shout out to the production crew and everybody involved with that as well. A lot of moving parts, all things considered. Today was pretty good.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. Not gonna lie.
Great job, everybody.
Pretty good.
Oh!
Okay, but here we go. Transition at the overall rankings.
Let's
And it's going to
go.
be NIGMA Galaxy becoming your first champions here of the Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series Season number 1. Congratulations to them. And by a pretty decent amount too here, NEXTRÜYA, getting himself an extra 8 points on the board ahead of MADBULLS. That last game was really throwing the spanners in the work.
It really, I feel so bad for MADBULLS in some ways. They've held on to it for quite a while. But NIGMA Galaxy coming in from kind of mid-table towards the first half of the evening, just to soar into first place like that by quite a big margin comparatively, looking really, really good. MADBULLS are, first of all, second of all, beat SHOCKWAVE after that Miramar performance. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it was really close at the end of the day here, but yeah, you got your NA boys that did really well in NIGMA Galaxy here, Dave, and Coops really bringing the heat with the entire squad and now becoming the champions of the first season.
Yeah, GG's, the Coops and crew. I mean, it's a team game, of course, team effort. In that last game, we saw them all kind of work together as a unit, showing up in that late game with 4 up against NASR and GG. And just, the team comms, the communication. We've talked about this team in the pre-show. They're #1 in their PMPL. Still 1 more week to go. So this is kind of like a route for them here today to play in and compete in. And, hey, some extra money on the side. You can't be too bad about that.
Yeah, just like in Skyrim, they're doing a side quest right now.
Side
Like,
quest.
we're doing really good on the main storyline, but just a few side quests left, right, and center. Just get some extra loot along the way and
Extra
see how it's
XP.
going to go.
Yeah.
Extra XP, there you go, leveling up for
Get that level
the
4
main
armor.
event. And maybe see how that's going to go for PMWI, because PMWI is a pretty big storyline. And not going to lie, NIGMA Galaxy looking like clear favorites to make it in PMWI this year. So I'd be hyped to see how my boy Coops, well, your boy Coops, I guess I should say, Dave, would be performing over there. But yeah, of course, so many extra changes, didn't have time to look at the rankings too much. But Shockwave in the top 3 in the tour, I would say probably the biggest surprise, in my opinion, for this Grand Finals is seeing Shockwave up there after how all over the place they tend to be sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. They've come through super consistent. And again, we kind of talked about this toward the beginning of the evening, but some teams do better with much shorter durations of games, of days, of finals, whatever, rather than that longevity. So potentially what we're seeing here is Shockwave really enjoyed that high energy, high pressure 5 or 6 game final in one night, and that's it. Now that's a big risk, because if you're not feeling it one night, you're done. But if you can keep that on board, I think Shockwave really showed us what that kind of strategy can look like. They did an excellent job tonight.
Yeah, so many great strategies, but we're gonna look at the overall rank, because I want to look exactly at where the teams in like 4th, 5th, and 6th position, because they still get some decent prize pool. And we were speculating maybe if you win this event, maybe you'll qualify for future seasons. We don't quite know how that's going to work out. As you said, Dave, we do have an idea of the roadmap. We're going to have 2 other seasons, then the grand finals for this year, I do believe. Here we go, looking back at the rankings, and 4th place then is going to be NASR Esports here, Dave. So another bunch of NA boys going to be making it up there and get himself a 4th position.
Yeah, and that last game definitely helping the Gladiators, and the night on a high note. 5th place, I'm not mad about that. 5th place feels good after 5 games and such an RNG day over here with the different teams, different regions. The zones were super difficult to deal with. So all in all, they made a great comeback in that last and final match. Now, SPG. Next time, Clear Vision. Next time, ARG. Next time, let's see what you're made out of. I think one of the biggest surprises, though, has to be S2G, though. Has to be a big surprise here in 12th place. But you know what? There's always next time, Maxman and Neptura. There's always next time.
Always.
Always.
100%. I mean, the thing is also, I don't want to hold it against some of the teams at the bottom here, because there was that weird thing about the updating the game and everything. So I feel like Season 2 hopefully will be just a little bit better for all the teams. But at the end of the day, you get what you got, and hopefully you're able to make the most out of the situation available at hand in front of you. But yeah, I'm looking at Gladiators too, right? They're able to get up there, but really, Niptura, you're looking at the top 5 teams. They clearly set themselves apart from the rest of this lobby here, because you look that drop off between 5th and 6th, between GG and GETSO. You had teams that were just swinging hard at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been such a nice evening for the top 5 for sure. I mean, GETSO have done a great job, and it shows you what you can do with a really passive or under the radar. I'll call it under the radar rather than passive, because GETSO definitely got quite a few eliminations. They were pretty aggressive, but they flew under the radar for the majority of the games. That really helped them get some small, consistent points bit by bit, and that's what got them that 6th place. So it did pay off for them, and I think that's an overlooked or an underrated strategy that we see not many teams use could do.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dave, you asked me for my GETSO prediction if I would see a chicken dinner. I didn't quite work out the way I wanted, but you know what? Still a 6th place, so they're still getting a little itsy bitsy portion of that prize pool, which I'll take as like a mini W. Okay, I don't take W's anytime, but when I can have a small one, I'll take it, Dave. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's my win of the day.
Yeah, yeah. They get so some GETSO good times, you know. So you can't be too mad about getting so good times. But really, shout out to you two as well. Fun events. I know we had 2 weeks of hanging out together, vibing on the mic. Really fun time and great time. You know, everybody in the chat too. A lot of 100% and a lot of good feedbacks in the chat. So shout out to everybody watching over the last couple weeks, this event and leading up to his grand finals. It has been one heck of a tournament.
Yeah,
I'd love to see also the reaction from the chat and telling us who they want next season. If we're back, who knows? Well, we're not safe. Maybe we'll just get yeeted into oblivion. But who will be in the top box up there? I hope I'm pointing to it correctly. Yes, I am.
Yeah, you are.
Tixie the plant, and then NEXTRÜYA in one of these boxes, and then the other doll.
We should have like a
box.
mini camera added like somewhere else, like just the Tixie can is just the plant.
The Tixie can.
That'd be amazing. I'd love that.
Would be a good time. But yeah,
really
Tixie's been a great support for this entire
He's
season,
been great.
and hopefully Tixie will be back next season. I do want to know, NEXTRÜYA, that you keep good care. You take good care of him, and you water him daily.
Yes.
Okay. Keep him, take him out for a walk and everything too. You know, you've got to make sure he gets that extra vitamin D out there. But yeah, it's been a great season so far, and as we've already said, you're going to have 2 extra seasons after that in the grand finals. So really, it's been so close, NEXTRÜYA, between all of these regions, of course, MENA, Europe, and also the Turkish region. And I would love to see, are we going to have a different region winning the next season? Because, as we said, it's just been so close at the end here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been so nice to see everybody so close to each other. You know, long gone are the days, fingers crossed, that, you know, one region or one team just dominates everybody else. I mean, we had a great look at these teams. We had NIGMA up top, and then we had MADBULLS, and then we had SHOCKWAVE. You know, Western Europe doesn't get represented all much up until, so it's really nice to see that coming in the top 3. So it's such a close margin as well. So really very exciting for the rest of the season how that's going to shape up.
Fully agreed then, NEXTRÜYA. But Dave, I want to give you an opportunity, maybe if you have some final thoughts you'd like to share with the audience at home. So feel free, the floor is yours. What do you like to say at the end?
First of all, the chat is cracking up after that bait. We did that whole hype, and the winners are, and then it went to us. Hey, whoa. So yeah, I mean, next steps for me, I'm just looking forward to, like, what is Mustache Dave going to eat? How is Mustache Dave going to celebrate the finals? And I'm thinking like a nice juicy steak, you know, maybe some mashed potatoes on the side. So I'm looking forward to that. But all in all, Maxman NEXTRÜYA slaying it here today. Much love, much props to both of you. Yeah,
I'm very hungry too. Unfortunately, I'm on the diet, so I'm going to eat an apple, I think. But NEXTRÜYA, how about you? What are your final thoughts before we wrap up the day?
Oh, I've had just such a great time with you too. It's been so much fun. Thanks so much to the chat, of course, the teams participating, you guys for making this so much fun, and also the production as well for putting all this together. I mean, running 3 streams simultaneously, not an easy. So big GGs to everybody involved, and hopefully, I mean, whether it's back on the deck as a viewer, I'll see y'all in season 2.
We'll see how that's going to be working out. Thank you very much, NEXTRÜYA and Mustache Dave. As always, been a great pleasure to cover this entire grand finals with you today, and of course for the European finals last week. Thank you very much, of course, as we already said, to the production team that's been able to put this event together here, and of course thank you to you viewers at home for being here and checking out the broadcast. Without you, this show would not be possible in the first place. And thanks to you, even more seasons are coming just around the corner for season 2, 3, and of course the grand finals. You want to stay tuned with everything Lidoma related, so go follow them on a good old social media. With that said, my name is Maxman, joined with NEXTRÜYA and Mustache Dave to bring you the action here of the Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series Grand Finals, and we'll see you for Season 2 for some more PUBG Mobile action.